Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. The black scales on his body were like tofu before its claws. Careful, Junior, Shakespeare chuckled, seeing Richard caught off guard. Don't be fooled by Black's size. Its constitution is a solid 39 points. Though its muscle mass can't compare with yours, its quality far surpasses you. Richard was taken aback, not expecting such a small creature to have such high constitution. The black wolf attacked again, fast as lightning. But this time, Richard was ready, his sword emitting a sharp howl. Windcrow slash. The black wolf wasn't intimidated. In a flash, it twisted its body, the vibrating sword edge grazing its spine. But Richard wasn't just a melee knight. A red fireball appeared beside him, shooting towards the wolf like a meteor. Boom. The fireball exploded, fire elements obscuring Richard's view, but his mental power detected something rapidly approaching him. Clang. Screech. The wolf's fangs clamped onto the sword, making a grating noise. The fireball had only slightly singed its fur. Impossible. Though shocked, Richard's hands didn't falter. He flicked the sword, sparks flying between the teeth and blade. He saw his sword bore a row of teeth marks. Hey, how's my synthetic beast's defense, Junior? Shakespeare chuckled again. This beast was his current masterpiece, its muscles and bones meticulously crafted to withstand elemental damage below 30 energy levels. Given Richard's current state, unless he used a fireball staff, no spell could harm the wolf. Want to continue, Junior? You can't win. How about commissioning a training beast from me? Impressive, Richard admitted, a confident smile on his lips. But you're underestimating me, Senior. Wizards don't rely solely on brute force, they wouldn't be a dominant force conquering many worlds otherwise. Shakespeare shook his head, amused by Richard's persistence. Richard's strength wasn't even at an intermediate apprentice level, armed only with a sword. In this condition, his fight with Black had no suspense. Alright, let's continue. With that, Shakespeare directed the wolf to assault Richard from all angles. Adjusting to his increased physique, Richard struggled against the wolf's relentless attacks. Even the simplest pounce left him bloodied, its claws marking him repeatedly. But Richard's second fusion was with the two-headed troll bloodline, renowned for its regeneration. The wounds barely lasted seconds before healing visibly. More effective than his armlets. During these clashes, Richard gradually acclimated to his body. Ding. Richard blocked another pounce, parrying the wolf's claws with his sword. In minutes, under combat pressure, he had fully adapted to his body. Want to keep going, Junior? Shakespeare called from across the room. Richard's lips curled into a smile. No, it's about time to end this. Saying this, he conjured two fireballs. Shakespeare shook his head in disappointment. Sub-30 energy level attacks were futile. A fireball flew towards him, exploding, the fire elements obscuring Shakespeare's view. Not right. Startled, Shakes's hurriedly shared senses with the wolf, but as another fireball exploded, the wolf's view turned fiery red. The next moment, a sword descended on the wolf's head. Bang! The thick blade slammed the wolf to the ground. Had Richard used Windcrow Slash, it would have severed the wolf's head or at least half its neck. How was that, Senior? Richard approached Shakes's, sword in hand, sporting a triumphant smile. Wizard battles aren't just about spells and brawn, intelligence is a wizard's greatest weapon. Shakes's, confined in the small chamber, had limited vision. Attacking through the beast, Richard spotted a flaw. If Shakes's and the wolf lost sight simultaneously, and the battle took place outside mental range, Shakes's couldn't track Richard, losing the initiative. Though impractical on a real battlefield, no tactic is universally applicable. "Ah, I was careless," Shakes's muttered, guiding the wolf back into the bag. "Didn't expect you to pull that off." "Ha ha, how else would I win?" Richard laughed, mentally tallying his gains from the battle. He'd gained much, adjusting to his body and refining combat skills. But he also noticed a glaring weakness: as an alchemy apprentice, his gear was woefully inadequate. He had a few magical items, mostly from the entrance exam. The sword, though well made, lacked any alchemical enhancements, a plain blade. If word got out, people might think Joe Lord wasn't teaching his formal apprentices. Richard stroked his chin. "Time to upgrade my gear." Chapter 50, Equipment Upgrade. Upgrading equipment is no easy task. Most of Richard's current magical gear was subpar, offering no room for further enhancement. Creating new magical items requires blueprints. While Joe Lord possessed many magical blueprints, acquiring them would cost a hefty sum of magic stones. Having just made a significant purchase, Richard was nearly out of magic stones, making it impossible to upgrade all his equipment at once. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry. Time flew by, and Richard found himself in his 10th year at the academy. 2 years ago, with the help of the intermediate meditation method, Richard successfully surpassed the 30-point threshold in mental power, becoming an intermediate wizard apprentice. Now, his mental power had reached 32 points, and his constitution had hit 30 due to the feedback effect. This pace wasn't fast among formal apprentices, but it was a significant leap compared to most ordinary apprentices. After all, the intermediate meditation method, valued at 2,000 magic stones, wasn't affordable for everyone. Moreover, Richard hadn't neglected his equipment upgrades during this time. 56th floor of the central black tower. With the final rune engraved, Richard leaned back, exhaling deeply. On the table before him lay a black greatsword covered in runes, emitting a steady magical pulse. Finally done, Richard stretched. Creating this sword took him half a year. All the magic stones he accumulated over 2 years went to Joe Lord for its blueprint. But it was worth it. The blueprint for this greatsword was called the Devourer of Magic, a complex design. As a wizard apprentice, Richard only completed its first stage after 6 months. Even at this initial stage, its effects were remarkable. The core spell of the Devourer of Magic's first stage is called Greedy Flame. Aside from its intense heat, it burns magic. When spells like magic barriers contact Greedy Flame, their magic consumption skyrockets. For most cash-strapped apprentices, this is a critical blow. Magic equates to magic stones, and most wizard apprentices can't sustain spell use indefinitely. Contact with Greedy Flame forces them to withdraw their spells. Of course, using Greedy Flame requires Richard to expend significant magic. But Richard's magic stone reserve was substantial. Earning 400 magic stones a month placed him among the Academy's top earners. Besides the Devourer of Magic, Richard created several other magical items during this time. The Cloak of Shadows reduces the wearer's presence, concealing their magical aura. When combined with spells like Concealment and Silence, it can even evade a wizard's hasty search. The Guardian Pendant automatically activates a 30-second magic shield when hit by a spell, blocking spells up to 50 energy levels. Each activation costs 1/3 of a magic stone. Richard also has the Twisting Vine Ring for controlling enemies, Eagle Eye Goggles for enhanced vision, a magic gun loaded with anti-magic bullets, a magic pouch with 2 cubic meters of storage, swift boots, a mind shield ring, and various alchemical gadgets. Preparing all these cost Richard 7,000 to 8,000 magic stones. But the results were undoubtedly worthwhile. Richard now had protection against various attacks, control capabilities, speed boosts, and some long-range attack capacity. He was practically a mobile fortress now. After packing the greatsword, Richard habitually visited Joe Lord's lab on the 99th floor to scavenge. Joe Lord's lab was a treasure trove. Materials he casually discarded could be priceless to a wizard apprentice, and scrap paper might solve problems they'd pondered for years. But for Richard, these were secondary. He valued the frequently used items by Joe Lord, like the scalpel in his hand. Material: enchanted scalpel, extractable skill, Joe Lord's biological dissection, Extraction cost, 40 mental power, proceed with extraction? Seeing the prompt from the miracle furnace, Richard gulped, placing the scalpel back. He couldn't spare 40 mental power for extraction now. While Richard scoured the lab, the door suddenly opened. Joe Lord and Anna entered, one after the other. "Oh, Richard, haven't seen you in the lab for 6 months. Finished your devourer great sword?" Joe Lord smiled at Richard. But when he noticed the scalpel behind Richard, his expression changed. A thread of magic flew from his hand, grabbing the scalpel. "This one's not for you," Joe Lord warned. Richard felt a twinge of embarrassment at Joe Lord's defensive stance. As mentioned before, Richard often scavenged the lab, leaving behind missing quills and scrap paper each visit. Though Joe Lord found Richard's habit vexing, he usually let it slide. Wizards often have peculiar traits. Anna chuckled at the scene. "Ahem, teacher, Anna, long time no see," Richard greeted, feigning nonchalance. "Yes, it's been a while," Anna smiled, measuring her height against Richard's. "Time flies. You were only this tall when you first arrived." Anna gestured to chest height, while Richard now stood taller than her. Richard sensed something in Anna's words. "Anna, are you taking the wizard exam?" Anna nodded. "Yes, in a few days, I'll enter the principal's secret world for the wizard exam. The wizard exam is the final hurdle for apprentices. Passing it grants an apprentice the chance to ascend to wizardhood, becoming a true member of the wizarding world. You'll pass for sure, Anna. You're the most outstanding disciple of Joe Lord, the alchemy master of Black Tower Academy, in 1,000 years, Richard encouraged. Anna smiled sweetly, and Joe Lord stroked his beard proudly. "Richard's right, Anna. You lack knowledge of other apprentices due to avoiding confrontation. You don't know they're all riffraff. As my prized disciple, you'll definitely pass the wizard exam." Anna remained silent, her concern never about passing the exam but about her success in ascending. There's nearly a 30% chance of failure in ascending to wizardhood. Failing means forever remaining an apprentice. Nothing terrifies an apprentice more than the prospect of failing to ascend. After chatting, Richard, seeing Anna had business with Joe Lord, left the lab and returned to his room on the 56th floor. The wizard exam. Mine is approaching too. Richard glanced at the calendar. The Academy's bloody exam was a month away. 4,000 apprentices would engage in a brutal battle, the successful continue their wizard journey, the failures become fodder for others. According to rumors, each bloody exam eliminates at least half of the apprentices. In fierce competition, survival rates could drop to 1 in 3 or 1 in 4. This thought stirred indescribable emotions in Richard. He sensed a flaw in the Academy's system but couldn't pinpoint it. However, he quickly dismissed these feelings. Survival of the fittest. He couldn't change the rules, so he had to adapt to them. Chapter 51, the exam begins. Time flew by, and before Richard knew it, the day of the exam had arrived. Standing in the same clearing where the entrance exam took place, Richard wore his cloak of shadows and stood in a corner, feeding Woony with iron pellets. "Richard, you still like to hide?" A voice came from beside him. Turning, Richard saw a female wizard apprentice with a pointed hat and a long staff, sporting dark circles under her eyes, approaching him. "Ellie, long time no see," Richard greeted, handing Woony over. Over the years, their relationship had cooled from intense affection to a more composed friendship. This change came with time and the teachings of their wizard mentors. One core lesson they both learned was clear: without becoming a wizard, everything else was meaningless. Despite this, some actions between them exceeded mere friendship, like sharing research findings. They developed a productive collaboration. Richard provided magic stones to purchase spell models and library resources, which Ellie modified, and they shared the results. In essence, Richard funded the projects, Ellie did the work, and both enjoyed the fruits. Of course, this sharing was surface level. Ellie couldn't, and wouldn't, share what she learned from Susanna. Nonetheless, Richard gained a lot. Ellie also commissioned Richard to create magical items and alchemical gadgets, which he provided at cost. Ellie stroked Woonie's feathers, and it nuzzled her hand affectionately. "This time it'll probably be random teleportation again. Want to plan a meeting spot?" Richard pulled out the map distributed by the Academy. The exam area was expansive, a circle with a 50-kilometer radius. Within this area, apprentices would survive for a month, aiming to acquire at least one apprentice mark. The apprentice mark, a curse mark embedded in each apprentice before the exam, would vanish automatically afterward. This curse mark served two purposes: preventing apprentices from leaving the exam area by exploding into a deadly curse, and tracking kills by transferring to the apprentice who killed another. Unlike the entrance exam, this time the Academy allowed apprentice marks to be exchanged for magic stones. Each mark was worth 100 magic stones, with no limit on the number. If one was strong enough, they could earn a fortune from this exam. Additionally, the Academy established a leaderboard. Each apprentice mark gained added a point. The top 10 at the end would receive Academy rewards, with special prizes for the top 3 from the principal. Moreover, the exam area contained 10 magical creatures with the strength of advanced apprentices. These creatures would indiscriminately hunt apprentices. Killing one didn't grant a mark but awarded a high-quality magical item and 50 points. Thus, from a points perspective, one magical creature equaled 50 apprentices. To compete for a top spot, defeating these creatures was essential. "Let's meet at the center point," Ellie suggested, marking the map. "With random teleportation, who knows where we'll end up? At least the center point is marked by the Academy." Richard nodded. "All right, see you at the center. Don't let anyone get the drop on you." Ellie gave Richard a knowing look. "You think I'm still the Ellie from 10 years ago?" The exam time arrived quickly, with Vice Principal Irax acting as the examiner. Irax flew into the air, his powerful presence silencing the apprentices. "Apprentices of the 432nd cohort of Black Tower Wizard Academy, I'm your examiner, Irax. There are 4,121 candidates present. The exam rules have been distributed, so I won't repeat them. Now, I declare the exam begins." With a simple opening, Irax waved a hand, and white light illuminated the ground beneath the apprentices. Simultaneously, black chains extended from the ground, imprinting a black pentagram on their hands. As the scenery before him dissolved into abstract colors, Richard vanished from the teleportation array. When his surroundings normalized, he found himself in a shrub-filled hilly area. Still a bit nauseating, Richard muttered, the teleportation's queasiness mitigated by his constitution but still unsettling. Scanning around, Richard noticed another apprentice nearby, who also spotted him. "Lucky me," the apprentice laughed, launching a fireball at Richard. "Indeed, fortunate," Richard replied calmly, a magic barrier manifesting before him. Boom. The fireball exploded, but the barrier didn't even ripple. Too weak. Using the Academy's basic fireball spell with no improvements. Richard shook his head, stepping forward to appear before the apprentice, greatsword in hand. "Goodbye." With a swing, the apprentice's head flew off. This apprentice hadn't reached the intermediate level, standing no chance against Richard. After the kill, Richard glanced at his hand, noticing the black pentagram darkening slightly. He sensed a faint magic pulse emanating from the mark. Interesting. This pulse must be the wizard world's signal, Richard speculated. Looking skyward, he saw a beam of light marking the exam center, a navigation aid for apprentices. Just as Richard was about to head toward the light, a chill ran down his spine. His guardian pendant activated, a magic shield forming to block an invisible wind blade. Simultaneously, Richard used his breathing technique to fully activate his bloodline. In an instant, the ambushing apprentice saw Richard transform from a tall, ordinary apprentice into a 2-meter-tall humanoid covered in black scales. Bloodline alchemy. And at least twice, the apprentice gasped, erecting a magic barrier instinctively. The next moment, a great sword wreathed in black flame struck the barrier. The flames spread rapidly, draining the apprentice's magic. The fire consumed his magic. Escape. The apprentice thought only of fleeing, knowing he couldn't defeat this alchemy apprentice. He held up the barrier, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. With a bang, the apprentice burst into smoke, vanishing instantly. Short-range teleportation, Richard recognized the spell effect, smirking. "Woony, track where he teleported." The death crow cawed joyfully, ascending into the sky. "Think you can run?" "Not so easily." Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the exam area. Elemental apprentices wielding staffs unleashed fire crows, incinerating foes, necromancy apprentices pointed fingers, causing opponents to collapse, flesh shriveling into skeletons, soul apprentices shouted, mental shocks incapacitating nearby foes. Curse apprentices, though weaker in direct combat, unleashed cursed insects from hidden corners. Every apprentice showcased a decade of study, determined to pave their wizard path with the bones of others. Chapter 52, The Necromancer. Inside the exam grounds, wizard apprentices were using all they had learned to battle their opponents. Outside, a group of wizards gathered in the hall on the 101st floor of the central Black Tower, collectively observing the exam. This exam was both a selection process and a showcase for self-promotion. Wizards often discovered hidden talents during exams and took them as formal apprentices. For most wizards, however, this exam was an entertaining diversion. "LordI, your apprentice is doing well. In just 2 days, he's already scored 15 points, a gaunt, skeletal wizard remarked with a grin. In the crystal ball before him, an apprentice was using elemental spells to obliterate his enemies. On the other side, a wizard half-wreathed in flames commented, "Your apprentice is impressive too. Though he's a blockhead, he's tougher than diamond. Look at Freud's student, he's taken the path of faith and asceticism." Freud, are you using formal apprentices for experiments now? A ghostly, spectral wizard suddenly shouted. A wizard in white robes, who appeared holy and benevolent, bristled with indignation. He chose that path himself, it has nothing to do with me. Conversations like these filled the hall. For wizards with formal apprentices, the exam was a chance to showcase their students. For rival wizards, it was a proxy war, where their apprentice's success was a reflection of their own prowess. "Joe Lord, your apprentice seems to be struggling," a skeletal wizard taunted. In his crystal ball, Richard's score was a mere 4, unimpressive even among ordinary apprentices. Joe Lord adjusted his glasses, responding coldly, "John, not everyone shares your love for killing." In Joe Lord's crystal ball, John's apprentice was nearing 20 points, accompanied by a skeletal giant radiating death energy that withered plants around it. "Is that so?" "Joe Lord," John mocked, "I heard your student isn't like this at the academy." "Isn't he quite the fighter?" Joe Lord retorted, "It's called an eye for an eye, a murderer like you wouldn't understand." The surrounding wizards watched the exchange with amused interest. The feud between Joe Lord and John was long-standing, not easily summarized. However, Joe Lord had consistently come out on top in apprentice competitions over the decades. Both Anna and Shakes's had consistently outperformed John's apprentices. Richard's lackluster performance seemed to give John an opportunity. In the exam grounds, Richard rubbed his nose. He had just sneezed several times, as if someone were talking about him. "Who's talking about me now? Could Ellie be in trouble?" Shaking his head, Richard continued toward the center of the exam grounds, great sword on his back. But after a few steps, he felt a subtle tremor. "Something's coming," Richard muttered, touching the ground and looking to his left. Switching his perspective to the airborne Woonie, he quickly identified the source of the tremor, a skeletal giant accompanied by a robed figure. "Seems like a formidable opponent," Richard mused, debating whether to engage. He hadn't killed many not because he didn't want to compete for leaderboard spots, but because hunting down apprentices one by one was inefficient. The apprentices he encountered fled at the first sign of conflict, making it challenging to secure marks. Since all apprentices had to be eliminated eventually, the rewards for killing early and late were disproportionate. Surviving apprentices would be stronger, but Richard considered himself capable. They were all apprentices, he had more magic stones and equipment. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. While he deliberated, the distant Sly noticed him through a spell. "Not running away after spotting me? You've chosen death," Sly cackled. Since entering the exam grounds, Sly felt like he was in paradise, encountering only weak apprentices. Some hadn't even reached intermediate level and still dared to act in the exam. To Sly, they were walking magic stones. 1 apprentice mark equaled 100 magic stones, 10 marks made 1,000. With over 4,000 apprentices in the exam, that's over 40,000 magic stones. Even if he claimed just 1%, 4,000 stones was a substantial fortune. Imagining this scenario, Sly waved his staff, sending the skeletal giant charging at Richard. Richard sensed danger. Watching the giant approach, he shook his head with a smile. "Why hesitate?" With that, Richard exhaled white breath, his muscles and height expanding instantly, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black-scaled giant as Woonie moved into position above. Seeing this, Sly frowned, an apprentice practicing blood alchemy, at least twice. Then he grinned maniacally. Blood alchemy was insignificant, necromancers were the bane of physical-focused apprentices. If he could merge this apprentice into the skeletal giant, its constitution would greatly improve, possibly reaching 39 points in the exam. Thinking this, Sly felt the heavens favored him. Boom, boom, boom. On the ground, 2 colossal figures clashed with thunderous impacts, kicking up clouds of dust. Before the dust settled, a gust ripped it apart, revealing the scene. Richard wielded his Devourer of Magic greatsword, the blade leaving faint after images as he swung. Since becoming an intermediate apprentice, Richard's Windcrow Slash, inherited from Duke Blackwood, had evolved. It no longer screeched but struck with the silence of death. The skeletal giant, unfazed by the blade, swung its pillar-like arms at Richard's head. Boom. A gust swept over Richard's head as he ducked at the last moment, his sword slicing through the giant like butter. In an instant, yellow-green pus spilled from the giant's wound, a stench like rotting pork assaulting Richard's nose. Ugh! Richard retched but kept moving. Inside the wound, a shriveled heart, seemingly fusing life and death, beat faintly. Chapter 53, Mark Fluctuation. Outside the exam grounds, Joe Lord and John watched the unfolding battle. After seeing Richard disembowel the giant, John, who had been overshadowed by Joe Lord for decades, couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Joe Lord, your student is done for." Joe Lord tugged at his beard, furrowing his brow. As a John's old acquaintance, he knew exactly what was about to happen. On the battlefield, Adron loved targeting those who relied on physical strength. Whenever such strongmen tore apart his skeletal puppets, they aimed for the beating heart, which was a trap. When the heart was destroyed, it triggered a spell Adron loved to leave in it, called Corrosive Death Mist. Caught in that spell, even dragon blood creatures would dissolve into blood. Richard thrust his sword, sharply severing the connections to the heart without damaging it. Of course, having seen the synthetic beast's core, Richard wouldn't destroy something so obviously crucial. Extracting it would be the proper course. While the skeletal giant was mostly for show, knowledge was invaluable, and no wizard would have too much of it. Richard plucked the heart, ready to pursue the necromancer apprentice. Suddenly, a gust from the side prompted him to duck, narrowly dodging a massive fist. Despite losing its core, the giant still moved. How can it still move? Richard frowned, casually pocketing the heart. This act nearly made Sly cough up blood in frustration. How did he know there was a spell in the heart? Leaning on his staff, Sly seethed with rage. He had embedded 3 spells in the heart, waiting for Richard to break it and trigger the trap, then merge him into the skeletal giant. Instead, he'd lost both his trap and the heart, leaving the giant severely weakened. The heart wasn't the giant's critical component, but it was a significant energy source. Without it, the giant's magic consumption more than doubled. Can't waste any more magic. Sly waved his staff, directing the giant to retreat. But before it took 2 steps, Richard's dark blade sliced through its knee joint, toppling the giant. Making a battle puppet humanoid, what were these wizard apprentices thinking? Richard thought critically. To him, crafting humanoid battle puppets was amateurish. As Joe Lord's disciple, known for synthetic beasts, Richard understood them well. Before becoming energy-circulated battle beasts, humanoid synthetic beasts had significant flaws, the most obvious being balance. With only 2 legs, losing one made them unstable immediately. The same logic applied to the skeletal puppet. With one leg gone, the puppet lost balance and collapsed. Damn, Sly cursed through gritted teeth. He could rebalance the puppet, but not with Richard ready to dismantle it faster. Forget it, stop wasting magic. This puppet was already a liability. Continuing to fuel it was wasteful, and Sly's magic stones, while substantial, weren't for squandering. Seeing the puppet cease movement, Richard quickly severed its head and limbs, kicking them away. This action made Sly grind his teeth. Richard's tactic meant more magic to repair the puppet. Damn brute, I'll show you the power of necromancy. Saying this, Sly pulled a focus potion from his pouch and downed it, transforming his anger into cold fury. Wizards could cast spells by inscribing them on their soul or temporarily constructing models. The latter was riskier, prone to failure, causing anything from dizziness to death. Hence, a focus potion, which calms the mind, became crucial. Hand of Death. Sly, expressionless, cast the spell, summoning a pale purple hand from beneath Richard. Gripped by the Hand of Death, Richard felt a sudden chill, a slight weakness enveloping him, and even his blood seemed to slow. And now, Death Chains. Sly waved his staff, summoning black chains from below Richard, making him feel trapped in a mire, every movement taxing. Watching Richard struggle, Sly smirked. It's over, brute. Sly drew a magic stone, channeling its power. This next spell would be Richard's end. Bang. A magic barrier enveloped Sly, but his side was suddenly torn apart, revealing a corpse-like body beneath his robes. What happened? Sly stared blankly at the sky, where a black death crow circled, seemingly welcoming him to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Richard surged his inner magic to his heart, causing his bloodline seed to rage. Boom. With a powerful heartbeat, Richard dispelled the negative effects. The surge of strength and life nullified Sly's spells, bringing Richard to Sly's side in an instant. The tables had turned. Bang. Without a word, Richard smashed Sly's head, scattering red and white matter. Until becoming a full wizard, the head remained every apprentice's weak spot. Above, Wooney cawed joyfully. With Sly's death, his collected apprentice marks transferred to Richard. Sly had accumulated 19 marks, combined with Richard's 4, he now had 23, elevating him to 9th on the leaderboard. The mark on his hand emitted a strong energy pulse, like a lighthouse in the night. It seemed to signal others, a formidable apprentice here had slain at least 20. Marks have this effect? Richard mused, scratching his chin. No wonder the Academy didn't cap mark to magic stone exchanges, they'd incorporated this feature. Such a conspicuous energy pulse, even Richard's cloak of shadows couldn't hide, let alone others. This signal deterred weaker apprentices from approaching, indirectly curbing slaughter. For Richard and Sly, most apprentices posed no challenge. Without limits, a month could see them decimate the field. Though the Academy's exam was a survival test, this wasn't the intended method. Meanwhile, a strange silence settled over the viewing hall. Chapter 54, The Reunion. What just happened? A wizard murmured uncertainly, watching the battle. Was that a magical item? Another wizard shook his head, unable to see clearly. The crystal ball was merely a broadcast, lacking the detail of first-hand observation. The wizards turned their attention to Joe Lord, who was smugly stroking his beard and casting a sidelong glance at Ajan. Ajan, why aren't you saying anything now? The soul fire in Ajan's eye sockets flared up, and a powerful magical aura erupted from him. Yet, among wizards, such a display only signaled Ajan's agitation, having no other effect. Joe Lord, what exactly was that? A wizard inquired. Not being present, and solely relying on the crystal ball's broadcast, none but those with modified eyes could discern what transpired. Ahem, that's a type of magical item my apprentice researched. You've seen its effects, but I won't reveal more, Joe Lord explained, embodying the art of saying nothing, prompting a round of boos from the other wizards. However, they all understood that genuine alchemists never disclose their personal magical items. Yet, those aware of the Joseph incident years ago began to form some theories. Returning to the exam grounds. After killing Sly, Richard found himself emitting a powerful energy pulse every few seconds. This pulse ensured that no apprentices dared approach him on his way to the center, even with Wooney's aerial view only catching glimpses of fleeing figures. Well, I suppose it keeps the pests away, Richard chuckled to himself, using his levitation spell to hasten his journey to the center. The pulse not only repelled apprentices but also attracted ambitious risk-takers looking for quick success. However, these individuals often ended up fighting amongst themselves rather than challenging Richard. With the aid of levitation and the Mark's pulse, Richard crossed several kilometers within an hour, arriving at the exam's central point, a towering beam of light. Upon arrival, Richard waited, knowing his pace outstripped Ellie's, who needed to hunt other apprentices. While waiting, he not only restored his magic but also made some preparations. As an alchemy apprentice, he had numerous gadgets to aid in battle. Ah! A scream pierced the night as an apprentice attempting to ambush Richard under the cover of darkness was ensnared by a mysterious bramble. The apprentice's blood seeped from wounds inflicted by the thorns, which the bramble absorbed as nourishment. The apprentice struggled briefly before a black greatsword ended his life. Another one without a brain, Richard yawned, watching the bramble drain the apprentice to a husk. These brambles, known as bloodthirsty brambles, were a minor creation in biological alchemy, a subject Joe Lord only slightly explored, leaving Richard with just a superficial understanding. But for wizards, knowledge is power, and even a little knowledge can triumph over foolishness. With the apprentice Mark transferring to him, Richard's energy pulse intensified further. If this keeps up, soon the whole exam ground will know I'm here. Richard scratched his head, scavenging the apprentice's body. He wasn't keen on looting corpses, finding them poorer than expected. Even Sly yielded only 200 magic stones and 2 finished magical items. One item was tailored for necromancy apprentices, useless to other disciplines. If not for acquiring some high-quality bones from Sly's skeletal puppet, the spoils from killing him would have fallen short of a year's potion sales. And this was Sly's entire wealth. Finishing his search, Richard was about to rest when a significant energy pulse, matching his own, arrived from the horizon. Richard squinted, switching to Wooney's night vision. I feel like I know this person. Richard mused, activating his bloodline and transforming into a towering, muscular beast. Richard, why do you always refuse to transform in front of me? The figure approached. So this is what you look like transformed. Startled, Richard recognized the voice. Ellie? Ellie, leaning on her staff, approached and curiously touched his scales, not much to look at, but quite intimidating. Richard deactivated his bloodline, circling Ellie in surprise. Is the elemental school that powerful? You've killed 20 apprentices. Ellie rolled her eyes. Even if the elemental school isn't that strong, it's better than being a brute focused on bloodline alchemy. You're an apprentice wizard, can't you learn some spells? She punched Richard playfully, expressing her exasperation. Her mentor, Susanna, initially admired Richard upon learning he was Joe Lord's disciple, but her opinion soured upon hearing he followed the bloodline alchemy path. Bloodline alchemists are barbarians. So said Susanna, the Black Tower's Grand Wizard's apprentice, adept in both elemental magic and curses. After some teasing, they discussed their plans. Your teacher must have told you, Ellie said, her expression serious. The leaderboard rewards this time are extraordinary. It's likely we'll explore the principal's secret realm. Richard nodded, aware of the unique nature of this exam's rewards through Joe Lord, who had heard from his friend Direx. What do you plan to do next? Ellie asked. Richard drew the scroll outlining the exam rules from his waist. What do you think about hunting these high-level creatures? Ellie frowned slightly. My mentor said these creatures are slaves captured by the principal from other worlds, not comparable to ordinary advanced beasts. But it's the best way to earn points, Richard pointed at the rules. Each is worth 50 points. To earn that from apprentices, we need to kill at least 2 at our level. Richard knew these creatures were formidable, but hunting them was necessary for a commanding lead in points. He'd experienced the slipperiness of wizard apprentices firsthand. By the later stages, with Morks broadcasting their presence, it would be harder to hunt them. After a moment's hesitation, Ellie agreed with Richard's plan. She had no better alternative. With their strategy set, they rested in place. The high-level creatures weren't unleashed at the start, they would enter the exam on the 15th day. Chapter 55, Coke Bloodfang. My name is Coke Bloodfang, a warrior of the Bloodfang tribe. My former homeland was called the Great Bone Plains, inhabited by countless tribes like Bloodfang. The Great Bone Plains were never peaceful, and tribes moved with the grazing herds, where battles were a norm. Before the war, I thought my fate would mirror past warriors, dying heroically in tribal skirmishes or against wild beasts. Then my soul would return to the ancestral plains, joining the great warriors of history, feasting and reveling in endless joy. Until that war, led by the largest tribe of the Great Bone Plains, involving all smaller tribes, a dreadful war. The tribe leading the war was called Blood Ox, one of the few tribes on the plains that didn't need to migrate. Its warriors, like me, were as numerous as cattle, and even totem warriors like the chief were countless. Legend says the Blood Ox chief could even rival the ancestors. This war, led by them, should have been a battle of glory. Until those terrifying creatures, who called themselves wizards, descended. These self-proclaimed wizards emerged from a tribe forged of steel, each looking bizarre. They lacked beautiful manes, bright tusks, and even had only 2 arms. Beyond these differences, these wizards transformed during battle, some becoming beings of fire, others turning into beasts. They wielded fire and lightning more skillfully than our shamans. In war, our shamans were no match for them. And so the rout began. The nature spirits summoned by wizards shattered the warrior's courage. No warrior wished to die in such a dishonorable war. I fled from the battlefield, hiding in a pit like a coward, praying not to be discovered by the wizards. But the wizards' hounds eventually found me. Wizards had no need for warriors, so I was collared and thrown into a dark mine, laboring endlessly. Alongside me were former warriors of the Blood Ox tribe. These wizards didn't care about our identities. They came to the Great Bone Plains for one purpose: enslavement. Captured warriors were collared, powerful totem warriors were taken away, while ordinary warriors like me were left to toil in the mines. The mines were dreadful, and warriors died one by one, until I was the only healthy slave left. I believed I was under the ancestors' protection, they hadn't abandoned me for my cowardice. I still had a chance to return to the ancestral plains. The wizards found me peculiar, so they moved me from the mines to a cell. They told me I was to fight, and if I survived, I would gain freedom. I knew this was a lie, these wizards would never release me. Yet I longed for this battle. In the past, I fled the battlefield like a coward. Now, I would return. I would reclaim my honor. My soul would finally return to the ancestral plains. 0521, prepare for battle. The wizard's cold voice roused Coke from his slumber. It was his 15th day in this world. The natural forces in the wizard's world were alarmingly low, unsettling him and filling him with fear. What had these terrifying creatures done to their own world? The wizard removed the collar from his neck and handed him a large machete. The machete, made of metal and engraved with runes, was superior to any weapon the Bloodfang tribe had. The rules have been told to you, your freedom depends on your ability. The wizard sneered, waving a staff to teleport him into the exam grounds. Simultaneously, 9 other beings from different worlds were sent into the exam grounds, each told that the last survivor would win freedom. Upon arrival, Coke crouched, scooping up a handful of earth, inhaling deeply. The mine's air was foul, and while the cell's air was better, it still stank. This fresh, earthy air made him feel at home. Freedom. Honor. Coke roared skyward, then charged towards an unremarkable hill. Boom. His blade flashed, carving a deep trench into the hill, splitting an unsuspecting wizard apprentice in 2 before they could react. A blood mist enveloped Coke, his body swelling as if inflated. He picked up the corpse. Is this a wizard monster's youngling? Staring at the apprentice's body, Coke found it hard to associate them with the wizards who slaughtered his kin. They must be a criminal, Coke surmised from tribal experience. In the Bloodfang tribe, most civilians lacked the talent to become warriors. These people's combat abilities were weak, akin to this wizard youngling. Since he was allowed to kill these younglings, it meant the wizards didn't value them. The answer was clear: these were grave sinners, their lives worthless. Coke couldn't fathom that the Wizards Academy trained wizards using such brutal methods. Even the most savage tribes on the Great Bone Plains wouldn't do this. But Coke quickly dismissed these thoughts. These wizard younglings were his enemies and sacrifices. He was here to reclaim his honor. Coke sniffed the air, detecting subtle scents imperceptible to unmodified wizard apprentices. Someone's over there. Pointing, Coke sprinted towards the scent. Soon, another apprentice was slain, Coke punching a bloody hole through them. Before dying, the apprentice released a fireball. The elemental explosion singed Coke's mane and burned patches of skin. But Coke didn't care. He sat, feeling the air's natural forces. Absorbing strands of magic, his injuries healed at a visible pace. Too little. Rising, Coke lamented the meager natural forces, lower than any place on the Great Bone Plains, even the foulest swamps. Coke approached the slain apprentice, tearing off their clothes to reveal the pale body. Weak, but the meat looks decent. Judging the corpse, Coke began devouring it. Without enough magic, he would make up for it with flesh. As Coke feasted, a black death crow circled overhead. I've found the monster, Ellie. Chapter 56, Slaughter. On the 15th day of the exam, 10 slave monsters from different worlds were released into the exam grounds. These monsters were all at the advanced apprentice level, posing insurmountable challenges for most apprentices. In the grounds, they slaughtered every wizard apprentice they encountered, driven not only by the promise of freedom from the wizards but also by the deep-seated blood feud between their species. Richard, have you locked onto him? Richard furrowed his brow, keeping track of the four-armed monster through Wooney's vision. The creature was on the move, hunting down and devouring hidden wizard apprentices. Head north for 1 kilometer, the monster is being held up. Richard gave the command and swiftly moved with Ellie, using levitation to fly at high speed just above the ground. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Griffiths and Kevine were struggling to fend off Coke's attacks. Kevine, heal me. Griffiths, wielding a great sword, shone with a holy light like a paladin, while Kevin, exuding a deathly aura, had several zombies at his side. Got it. Sweat dripped from Kevin's pale face as he absorbed magic from stones, casting spells to support Griffiths. In the distant past, necromancy apprentices were known as the Life and Death School. Wizards in this school studied both life energy and death energy. Due to the wizard wars, wizards focusing on death energy became predominant, and the school of life and death became known as necromancy. However, necromancy still included life-saving magic as part of its studies, and knowledge of life and death energy conversion could be exchanged at the academy library. With Kevine's life magic, Griffiths barely held his ground against Coke's onslaught. Battle. Glory. Coke roared, his fervor sending shivers down Griffiths' spine. Griffiths, a practitioner of the Soul School, could sense Coke's death wish through his emotions. Their clashing weapons rang out, and Griffiths' wounds grew in number. Kevin's life magic was struggling to keep up with the rate of Griffiths' injuries. His death seemed inevitable. Boom. A fire crow flew in from a distance, striking Coke's back and sending him flying. Griffiths seized the opportunity to flee, showing no intention of continuing the fight. No kidding, these two approaching wizard apprentices bore the ominous mark of formidable individuals. Staying would only result in becoming collateral damage. Richard gestured to Kevin, who understood and quickly retreated with Griffiths. Kevin was too weak, reducing him to a target in this battle. Coke got up, his injuries healing visibly. Strong ones. Are strong ones like you also sinners? Coke shouted at Richard, the tall, black-scaled apprentice reminding him of that war. In that war, wizard monsters like Richard tore through totem warriors, including the chief of the Bloodfang tribe. What's the name of this monster? Richard frowned, pulling out a magic gun from his pouch. He stood 7 paces from the monster, and beyond 7 paces, the gun was fast. Within 7 paces, it was fast and accurate. Clang. Coke instinctively blocked with his blade, deflecting the magic bullet aside. Primal intuition. Richard deduced. As a bloodline alchemy wizard, he knew a bit about physical prowess. Joe Lord once noted in his writings that indigenous creatures evolving through physical strength often developed keen intuition. Joe Lord hadn't fully explored the nature of this intuition, but he found it commonly appeared in battle-hardened indigenous warriors, not in pampered noble ones. Thus, Joe Lord hypothesized, albeit loosely, that this intuition was a form of conditioned reflex, suggesting that wizards could develop such intuition through similar training. Coke's hairs stood on end, his fur bristling like a porcupine. Ambushes are unworthy of warriors. Before he could finish, Ellie's elemental spell struck again. Boom. Coke cleaved through the fire crow, the roaring elements engulfing him. But as the flames dissipated, Richard saw Coke wearing a blood armor, shielding him from harm. Coke roared and charged at Ellie, menacing like a hellish demon. Yet, blocking his path, a black figure stood firm. Your opponent is me, Richard said calmly. In any team, a damage-soaking tank is indispensable. Unless you can quickly eliminate foes, a strong tank is essential. According to Richard and Ellie's plan, Richard's role in monster hunts was to be the tank. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, metal ringing with every strike. Behind Richard, Ellie calmly drew magic from stones, readying her next spell. Kogg's machete wielded immense power, but Richard's strength matched it. Though the monster had a physical advantage, Richard's tactics far outmatched these alien creatures. Suddenly, Richard's muscles bulged, his great sword firmly blocking Kogg's blade. This technique, known as release, tapped into the hidden strength of human muscles, capable of unleashing several times one's usual power. Take, for instance, a mother lifting a car in crisis. Normally, her muscles couldn't accomplish this, but in extreme situations, she displayed astonishing strength. Release was the art of harnessing such power. Kogg was shocked by the apprentice's sudden strength. Despite sensing a weaker physique, his strike was firmly parried. Warrior's inheritance. This apprentice possesses a warrior's legacy, Kogg concluded with his experience from the Great Bone Plains. Tribal warriors, upon initiation, received guidance from veteran warriors, each holding secret techniques, the warrior's inheritance. Kogg assumed most wizard monsters studied nature spirits as shamans, not expecting one to follow the warrior's path. Richard didn't understand the monster's exclamations. He gripped his sword, eyes locked on the four-armed creature. Despite blocking Kogg's blade, the monster's lower arms had struck his abdomen, fracturing his organs. If not for his bloodline's regenerative abilities, surpassing ordinary apprentices, Richard would have perished. Warrior, I shall respond with a warrior's courtesy. Kogg nodded at Richard, unleashing a blood mist, a fierce aura erupting from within. Secret technique, Fury. Richard readied himself, watching as Kogg charged, blade aimed at his head. Blocking with his sword, Richard felt his arms tremble from the impact. Another strike followed, and another, clang. 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 Richard felt like he was back at the entrance exam, relentlessly beaten. If not for his bloodline's recovery, he'd have lost his battle capacity, sliced by Kogg. Richard! Ellie shouted, launching a fearsome fireball at Kogg. After long preparation, Ellie's spell finally released. Instead of dodging, Richard entwined himself with Kogg, determined to hold him. Are you mad? Kogg shouted, but saw Richard's confident smile, understanding everything. It was a tactic. Kogg grinned, entangled with Richard. Tactics were part of battle, the ancestors never scorned wise warriors. Boom. The spell's thunderous roar caught many apprentices' attention, leaving them speculating. As the smoke cleared, Kogg's body lay half destroyed, an arm missing, the battlefield reeking of charred flesh. Ancestors, does this count as a battle of honor? Kogg muttered, facing Richard. Across from him, Richard, protected by a magic barrier, watched warily. Unlike Kogg, who endured the spell physically, Richard's guardian pendant had spawned a magic shield when the spell hit. After that shattered, his magic barrier deployed. Ellie's modified magic barrier could ignore elemental damage below 20 energy levels. With ample magic, it could withstand 200 energy levels of elemental damage. Of course, reaching that threshold would drain Richard dry, feasible only when he became a wizard. Kogg struggled to fight, severe wounds restricting his movement. He forced himself upright, gazing calmly at Richard. Never had Richard seen such tranquility in one's final moments. This was an honorable battle. You gain glory, and I receive the ancestors' blessing, to the land of plenty. Richard beheaded him, but Kogg's serene gaze lingered in his mind. Thus ended the tale of Kogg, warrior of the Bloodfang tribe on the Great Bone Plains. Chapter 57, Legendary Apprentice. As the head of Kogg was severed, a black light emerged from his body, shooting into the mark on Richard's hand. Buzz. An unprecedentedly powerful wave spread across the entire exam grounds. All the apprentices felt the wave and gleaned a message from it. Monster 0521 has been slain by Apprentice Richard, 9 monsters remain, someone has killed one of the monsters released by the Academy. And it's only the first day. The apprentices stared in disbelief towards the origin of the wave, their eyes filled with awe and fear. What kind of power must a wizard apprentice possess to kill a monster with advanced apprentice strength in such a short time? Meanwhile, every apprentice planning to hunt the monsters turned their gaze toward Richard's location. A tall apprentice holding a staff looked towards Richard's direction. Richard, interesting. Beside him, a 3-meter-tall flame giant emanated an intimidating aura. A young apprentice in black robes looked toward Richard, smiling as he stroked his chin. In his hand, a tattered scarecrow radiated a sinister aura. I think I've heard the name Richard somewhere, the one selling potions? A blind apprentice pondered the information. With a casual gesture, a zombie-like apprentice approached him, still alive but with eyes blank, as if controlled. Have you heard of Richard? You're famous now, Ellie teased, walking up to Richard. According to the Academy's rules, you're now a legendary apprentice. Ellie, too, received the message from the wave. Legendary or not, who knew the Academy would pull this kind of broadcast? Richard's feelings were mixed, unsure whether to be pleased or annoyed. He generally disliked being in the spotlight, and the Academy's public announcement was a bit much. Yet, the thought of those 50 points offered some solace. After killing Kogue, Richard's points increased by 50, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard. If everything went well, Richard was now assured of receiving an Academy reward. "You've dealt with this one, the next one's mine," Ellie said, whistling as Wooney settled on Richard's shoulder. "Of course." Richard bent down to retrieve Koge's large machete. The machete was engraved with magical runes, seemingly to enhance its power. But as an alchemy apprentice, Richard immediately recognized the rune's true purpose. Crack, crack, crack. As Richard channeled magic into the runes, the machete crumbled, revealing hidden contents within. From the fragments, Richard extracted a ring. Upon touching it, the miracle furnace in his soul stirred slightly. Material: Ring of Strength. Extractable information: Strength Amplification Spell Model. Extraction cost: 20 mental power. Extractable technique: Spell inscription. Incomplete. Extraction cost: 10 mental power. A ring of strength? Richard put the ring on, channeling magic into it. Instantly, he felt a special energy coursing through his veins, activating his body. This energy seems to be some form of life energy. Richard mused, no longer a novice apprentice, he could deduce some things from his knowledge. Reactivating his bloodline, he swung his sword with the spell's aid, the sword wind flattening the grass. My strength has increased by about 30%. If combined with the release technique, my power should exceed 3 times my normal strength. The only downside is the risk of more severe injuries. Using the release technique wasn't without cost. The body's natural limits existed for a reason. Employing release could cause muscle tears and, in severe cases, fracture bones. Having tested the ring, Richard pulled a slightly stale piece of meat from his magic pouch to feed Wooney. 15 days into the exam, the meat Richard brought for Wooney had turned somewhat stale, despite the pouch's preservation. Although the monster's fresh corpse offered fresh meat, something about its dying gaze unsettled him. He decided to make the monster's death worthwhile. Time for some dissection. With this in mind, Richard took out his tools, preparing to collect samples of Koge's flesh and organs for study. Wooney, its digestive system altered, cared little about the freshness of its food. After devouring the meat, it affectionately nuzzled Richard. Richard stored the samples, burning the rest of the body to ash with a spell. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Richard released Wooney, time to work after eating. With Wooney's help as a scout, Richard's monster hunting would surpass other apprentices. Soon, he located the second monster. 3 kilometers due east, let's go. In the central Black Tower, wizards were abuzz with discussion over the leaderboard. Just 6 hours after releasing the slave monsters, the first one was slain. This speed far surpassed typical exams. "Joe Lord, you've taken on a fine student," Erex remarked, noting Richard's top rank. Thanks to the crystal ball, wizards in the hall witnessed Richard and Ellie's entire battle with Kogue. Their tactics weren't sophisticated, nor was their use of magical creatures innovative. Yet, in this exam, these simple tactics and applications combined effectively, displaying a kind of alchemical reaction. Using the right methods at the right time is a testament to wizardly wisdom. Joe Lord accepted the praise without hesitation, believing Richard's actions truly deserved it. Gazing at the leaderboard, Joe Lord used magic to ask, "Erex, the top 10 enter the principal's secret realm. But what about the top 3? Erex shook his head. "The top 3 rewards are decided by the principal. Until announced, none of us will know. But it's certain these rewards are invaluable, something you and I would envy." Richard's second target was a giant mosquito, its transparent, patterned wings emitting an irritating buzz. Before Richard arrived, the mosquito had already drained an apprentice with its proboscis. Disgusting, Richard thought, watching the viscous liquid drip from the mosquito's mouthpart, a wave of revulsion washing over him. If Kogue exuded ferocity and fervor, this insect evoked only pure disgust. Such creatures shouldn't exist in the world. Buzz. Upon spotting Richard, the mosquito flew at him, its wings casting a mesmerizing glow, inducing dizziness. Black flames ignited on his sword as Richard gripped it tightly, transforming into a black-scaled giant. Simultaneously, the ring of strength activated, energy coursing through his veins, swelling his muscles, a newfound power roaring within him. With the ring's aid, Richard reached a new pinnacle of strength. Clang! Richard flashed behind the mosquito. The insect continued to buzz, seemingly unharmed. Missed. In the next moment, something fell. Chapter 58, The Enemy Approaches. BZZZ. The mosquito monster erupted in fury as its prized feeding tool, the long proboscis, fell to the ground. With the mosquito monster enraged, Richard had achieved his goal, drawing its aggro. Hiss, I shouldn't use that again. Richard winced, the powerful strike had cost him dearly, his arm muscles were completely torn. His sword arm was now limp, and without 10 minutes or so to recover, it was unusable. 10 minutes might sound short, but in battle, a fight could be over by then. Using the wind boots and levitation, Richard weaved through the trees, leading the mosquito on a chase through the forest. The mosquito monster lacked ranged attacks and wasn't too bright, relying purely on physical strength, a hard proboscis, and wings with a hypnotic effect. Richard found himself almost leisurely evading it. Richard. At Ellie's call, Richard led the mosquito monster back. But he stopped short as another Mark's wave approached. Someone else was coming. In an instant, Richard's mind raced, for someone with such a mark to arrive now likely meant trouble. Let's test this person's skill with the mosquito. Thinking quickly, Richard pulled a bottle of alchemical potion from his pouch, smashing it on the ground. A thick, acrid smoke filled the forest. Using the smoke as cover, Richard crouched with his cloak of shadows, listening to the mosquitoes buzzing. With the cloak concealing him, his Mark's wave was masked by the new arrival's wave. Ellie, meanwhile, had sensed the newcomer as well, but unlike Richard, she chose to launch her prepared spell in their direction. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the forest. Watching from the side, Richard shook his head. Ever since joining Master Susanna, Ellie had taken to greeting with fireballs. The blast's shockwave dispersed Richard's smoke, but he no longer needed it for concealment. A bigger target had drawn the mosquito monster's attention. Cough, cough. Is greeting with fireballs a new wizard etiquette? On one side of the forest, a line of wizard apprentices advanced in an orderly formation, with a blind apprentice with rolled-back eyes watching Richard. Soul School's apprentice. Richard narrowed his eyes, slipping on 2 rings from his pouch. Though he already wore a mental protection ring, dealing with soul wizards warranted extra defense. Soul wizards excelled in mental manipulation, slave seeds, mind control, thought branding. This was their forte. It could be said that if curse wizards had a bad reputation, soul wizards were downright infamous, causing even dogs to shake their heads. "You're Richard?" The blind apprentice greeted Richard. Before Richard could respond, his ring flared with red light, a sharp pain clearing his mind. "Damn, trying to mess with my mind at first sight." Richard's eyes narrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing in his heart. Meanwhile, Ellie faced her own trouble. An apprentice accompanied by a flame giant bowed to Ellie. "Elemental School, Holder." Ellie returned the gesture. "Elemental School, Ellie." As fellow Elemental School apprentices, Ellie sensed the formidable power of the apprentice before her. The flame giant's strength was near an advanced apprentice, each move akin to a fire elemental spell. If it exploded, everything within hundreds of meters would be flattened. How could a mid-level apprentice control such a thing? "So you're Master Susanna's disciple," Holder frowned slightly. If Ellie were any other elemental wizard's apprentice, he'd feel no fear. But Ellie was Susanna's apprentice. Susanna was one of the Academy's few dual-discipline wizards, mastering both curses and elemental magic. His mentor once mentioned Susanna had a spell called Cursed Flame, which, once touched, lingered like a curse, burning both flesh and soul to ash. He just didn't know if this spell had been passed to Ellie. "Mental protection, alchemy wizards sure are rich," the blind apprentice noted, disappointed by his failed mental attack. If it had succeeded, a top 3 leaderboard spot would be his. But he wasn't too disheartened. A single mental protection layer was breakable. Richard remained silent, drawing magic from 2 stones. Anger didn't cloud his judgment. Even a lion uses full force against a rabbit, let alone this blind apprentice who wasn't a rabbit. Staring at the blind apprentice, Richard thought coldly, "I'll feed you to Woony later." Above, the mosquito monster circled madly, trapped in an illusion. The blind apprentice looked at it, a hint of regret on his face. Though easily fooled by illusions, the mosquito's mental power had reached 40 points. His own 30+ couldn't control it. If he could, he'd only have Holder as an opponent in this exam. "Don't be so tense, it was just a joke," the blind apprentice waved, attempting to ease the tension. But ironically, Richard's mental rings flared again, both this time. Now the blind apprentice wasn't as indifferent. 2 mental protection rings. "How rich are you?" He frowned. As a soul apprentice, he loathed encountering wealthy types like Richard, for whom a couple of protective items nullified his spells. Mental protection items were the aristocrats of magical gear, starting at 3,000 magic stones each. Even self-made ones cost at least 500 stones. Yet Richard had 2. Alchemy wizards sure were affluent. And with 2 mental protectors, Richard likely had other protective gear, and plenty of magic stones. Killing him could yield more than the entire exam. The blind apprentice licked his lips greedily. 2 mental protections were breakable. But first, he had to deal with the black-scaled giant, sword in hand, charging to kill him. Chapter 59, Overwhelming Wealth. The black-scaled giant was none other than Richard. By now, he had fully restored his magic and his arm injuries had healed enough to be usable again. SSSHHH. The black-flamed greatsword tore through a puppet apprentice's magic shield, as the devouring flames rapidly drained the apprentice's magic. These controlled apprentices had their magic reserves mostly depleted, and the devouring flames quickly exhausted them. Though these apprentices were low on magic, there were at least a dozen of them. Seeing Richard dispatch one with a single strike, the blind apprentice ordered the rest to swarm him. To the blind apprentice, these apprentices were mere cannon fodder, their deaths inconsequential. As long as they bought him enough time, their marks would ultimately be his. Richard swung his greatsword horizontally, slicing through an apprentice who had activated a bloodline transformation into a gorilla. Before he could retract his sword, another apprentice lunged at him, followed by a barrage of spells from others. These apprentices, their minds fully controlled, attacked fearlessly, heedless of their comrades being caught in the crossfire. Buzz. The Guardian Pendant activated. Spells rippled against the magic shield, but despite some enhancements, they were far from breaking through Richard's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Richard pressed forward, closing in on the apprentices. Sizzle. Richard charged into the midst of them like a wolf among sheep. These controlled low-level apprentices had no resistance, the high heat of the black flames instantly turning wounds to char, filling the air with a peculiar burnt odor. Just then, the blind wizard cackled, his body emanating a chilling aura. Hey, it's done. This aura was unlike anything human, even those who practiced bloodline alchemy would not merge with such a bloodline. It was inherently evil, harboring the darkest malice towards all life. Richard shivered, recognizing the change in the apprentice. You've made a pact with a star-striding madman. Richard exclaimed. Oh? The blind apprentice seemed surprised. His method was extremely rare, known to few even among wizards. Impressive knowledge. In the astral plane, aside from worlds, there were astral beings. Some were mountain-sized astral whales, others were nomadic astral tribes. Among these, the most feared were the madmen born from the remnants of worlds. These astral beings, from birth, harbored intense malice towards the living, slaughtering every creature they encountered. Madmen varied in strength, and wizards sought their power, particularly the soul wizards who craved the madman's mental pollution. This pollution was potent in breaking mental defenses. Relax, the spell works quickly, the blind apprentice sneered, sending a malicious soul tendril at Richard's head. Bang bang. In Richard's mental perception, 2 layers of mental protection shattered from his rings, and the blind apprentice's grin widened. It's over. Yes, it is. Richard stared coldly, a 3rd ring on his hand glowing. He didn't only have 2 mental protection rings. Bang. The 3rd mental shield shattered, pain piercing Richard's mind, but the soul tendril no longer had the strength to affect him. 3 rings. The blind apprentice gaped at the rings on Richard's hand, blood trickling from his mouth. Richard withdrew the black sword from his chest and smashed his head with a punch. Woony, time to eat. In this line of work, reputation was everything. Promise to feed you to Woony, so you shall be fed to Woony. Elsewhere in the forest, 2 elemental wizards clashed fiercely. Elemental wizard duels lacked subtlety, focusing on 2 aspects, spell power and magic reserves. If one side held both advantages, victory was assured. If each held one, it depended on their execution. A firecrow flew at Holder, who elegantly deflected it with an ice sphere, his magic shield absorbing the spell's explosion without a ripple. Compared to Holder's grace, Ellie was in a tight spot. The advanced apprentice-level flame giant had her on the back foot, her magic cloak tattered. Without ample magic stones and her extensively modified magic shield, she'd have been reduced to ash by now. Holder strolled leisurely across the battlefield, in no rush to end the fight. Susanna's cursed flame was a constant worry for Holder, so he preferred to slowly wear Ellie down with the flame giant. Boom. Ellie launched another fireball, momentarily pushing the flame giant back. Leaning on her staff, dizziness clouded her vision. Repeated spellcasting had drained her mental energy. If this continued, she risked casting errors. I wonder how Richard's doing, Ellie worried, but given her situation, she chuckled wryly. Better to worry about herself for now. Ellie stood weakly, sweat streaming from the flame giant's heat. She knew what Holder feared. Her mentor Susanna had taught her the cursed flame spell long ago, but Ellie avoided using it unless necessary. The spell consumed soul power instead of magic, permanently reducing her mental strength with each use. But now, Ellie had no choice. Drawing a magic stone, she chanted an ancient incantation, and upon seeing this, Holder quickly retreated. A pale purple flame flickered on Ellie's fingertip. Despite its small size, it drove the once mighty flame giant back. No matter Holder's commands, it refused to move. It sensed death in that flame. Feeling her soul depleting, Ellie sighed bitterly, ready to bypass the giant and target Holder. Such a powerful move wasn't to be wasted on the flame giant. But then, a figure emerged from the forest, halting Ellie. Don't rush, Ellie. It's not that bad yet. Holder glanced at the black-scaled giant from the woods. The giant, over 2 meters tall, covered in black scales, exuding powerful magic, clearly a mid-tier bloodline alchemy apprentice. So, a bloodline alchemy brute, Holder sneered, sending the flame giant towards Richard. Enjoy your brawl with the flame giant. The flame giant advanced on Richard, but Richard remained calm, unbuckling a pouch from his waist. He sent a mental message to the giant. Flame giant, I propose a deal. I'll pay you double the magic stones that apprentice offered for your contract. Simultaneously, he upended the pouch, spilling a cascade of magic stones. Chapter 60, Academy Rewards. The magic stones flowed steadily, quickly piling into a small mound. The flame giant halted, sending a mental wave to Richard. Penalty for contract breach is 10,000 magic stones, contract initiation is 5,000 magic stones, 100 magic stones per month, with a minimum contract duration of 20 years. During the contract, all my magic consumption is your responsibility, and I will not execute suicidal orders. 10,000 magic stones? Richard's face turned stiff. This amount exceeded his budget. But he quickly thought of an alternative. I won't pay you a penalty, but I can spend 1,000 magic stones to hire you to go easy in the upcoming battle, and then hire you under those conditions. The flame giant pondered for a few seconds, during which Holder relentlessly issued mental commands for it to attack, causing the giant some irritation. Its contract with Holder was not a slave contract but a hire contract. It was a citizen of Flame Lord Firth, not a wizard servant. Human, I want you to establish a contract. Deal. Without hesitation, Richard pulled out a contract template from his pouch and swiftly drafted the terms. Under this contract, Richard would pay the flame giant 1,000 magic stones after Holder's death, and hire it for 5,000 magic stones for initiation, 100 magic stones per month, for a 20-year term. The contract didn't specify that the flame giant needed to go easy, but both parties knew what was beneficial for them. Firth, I command you to attack. Holder issued the command again, but this time, the flame giant obeyed, albeit at a snail's pace. Seeing this, Holder's face turned ashen. He didn't know what Richard had done to Firth, but the flame giant's actions were undoubtedly disadvantageous to him. Richard gave him a bright smile. That's the consequence of trying to cut corners. Typically, wizards sign slave contracts with elemental beings, requiring them to fully obey commands, with refusal leading to their immediate demise at the wizard's whim. But signing a slave contract requires the wizard to be stronger than the elemental being, capable of killing it if it refuses. Holder, being merely a mid-level apprentice, couldn't achieve this. Moreover, if Holder used a wizard's power to sign a slave contract, the flame giant couldn't be brought into the exam grounds. Everything brought into the exam had to be crafted by the wizard apprentice or purchased through legitimate means with magic stones. Without this rule, Richard could have asked Joe Lord to give him a wizard-level battle beast to bring into the exam. But that would defeat the exam's purpose. Thus, Holder could only sign a higher contract. As everyone knows, mercenaries are mostly loyal to whoever pays more. Richard offered a higher price, so the flame giant had no reason to refuse. Ellie, a bit confused but noticing the flame giant's reluctance, understood. Without the flame giant blocking, she and Richard could easily kill Holder. Richard, the usual way. Richard understood and immediately engaged Holder, while the flame giant followed in hot pursuit. Seeing things spiral beyond his control, Holder pulled a scroll from his pouch, deciding to flee. Better to live another day. But before he could activate the scroll, a blast startled him, making his arm tremble. Richard's black sword nearly cleaved his magic shield, black flame spreading quickly, draining his magic rapidly. Glimpsing at Ellie, he saw her preparing a spell. As for the flame giant, it was still swiftly chasing Richard. Gritting his teeth, Holder tore open the scroll in his hand, vanishing in a flash of light. So quick to retreat. Richard sneered, switching his vision to Wooney. 500 meters east, Ellie, let's go. 5 days later, Holder watched in despair as a terrifying fireball hurtled toward him. Without the flame giant, he was merely a stronger mid-level apprentice, no different from Richard or Ellie. As Holder was reduced to ashes, his contract with the flame giant ended. Richard paid the magic stones as per the contract and signed a 20-year hire agreement with the flame giant. Thanks to Holder and the blind apprentice's demise, Richard and Ellie's points surged. Richard, having killed the blind apprentice and Kogue, firmly held the top spot, while Ellie's defeat of Holder placed her 7th. The mosquito monster was picked off by another apprentice during their chase, and if they'd managed to kill it too, Ellie's points might have reached the top 3. However, Ellie had no complaints. Making it to the top 10 already fulfilled her objective. The 5-day chase had left them both exhausted, no apprentice wizard was a pushover, and wizards had myriad tricks. Unable to win head-on, they always had escape routes. "Let's rest for a couple of days, the exam ends soon," Richard suggested. Ellie agreed, equally tired. "Okay." 9 days later, the exam concluded. As the magical airship landed in the exam center, the surviving apprentices wept with relief. It was over, and they were alive. Back at school, the academy promptly conducted mark tallies. Over 4,000 apprentices participated, but only 1,000 survived. More than half of the apprentice wizards became stepping stones for others on the path of wizardry. Richard had 62 marks, equivalent to 6,200 magic stones. Including magic stones, materials, and gear gained from kills, Richard's exam haul totaled around 10,000 magic stones. Yet, Richard remained calm. The reward for the leaderboard was soon announced to the top 10, exploration of the principal's secret realm. However, due to the principal's sudden commitments, the exploration was delayed by 2 years, to Richard's disappointment. 99th floor of the central Black Tower. The principal's secret realm is a great place. Joe Lord handed Richard the Academy's magic stone reward, though not as grand as those of older Academy principals. "It's part of our wizard world's fragmented realms, a treasure trove for you." Nearby, Chucks, also finished with his exam, looked at Richard with envy. His points fell short of the top 10, barring him from the realm exploration. "Teacher, what exactly is this secret realm?" Richard asked, puzzled. He'd scoured many books in the library, but explanations about secret realms were scant and unclear. Joe Lord cleared his throat and explained, "Richard, what we call planes sometimes split into space fragments. Most vanish shortly after, but a small portion persist long term. These fragments are what we refer to as secret realms. The era of these fragments often differs from the current plane era, as does the environment. For instance, while we're in the expansion period, a fragment from the wizard world might be from the Enlightenment or even the primitive period." Joe Lord's eyes gleamed with passion. "Can you imagine? In a grand wizard's secret realm, creatures extinct in our world might still exist. They vanished before we were born, yet we can find them in the realm. We can study their habits, structures, and uses. Such experiences are priceless, beyond any magic stone's worth." Chapter 61, Inheritance of Wizardry. After hearing Joe Lord's explanation, Richard understood the benefits of the secret realm. However, he realized such opportunities were more beneficial to seasoned wizards. They had the knowledge to discern what was valuable. As apprentices who hadn't fully absorbed their teacher's teachings, they might enter a treasure trove and leave empty-handed. "Let's set aside the secret realm for now, Richard. I called you here for another reason," Joe Lord said. He gave Chucks a knowing look, and Chucks, understanding immediately, left the laboratory. Richard swallowed nervously, sensing the gravity of the moment. "Richard, you've been my student for 10 years. Passing this exam proves you're not just a bookworm," Joe Lord said, retrieving a crystal ball from a drawer. "It's time to pass some things on to you." Richard accepted the crystal ball with a sense of anticipation. As soon as his mind touched it, a torrent of complex information flowed into his brain. The previous lessons were basic knowledge every alchemy wizard teaches their students, differing mainly in the magical blueprints provided. But this knowledge is unlike anything before, Joe Lord continued. Richard emerged from his daze, realizing the difference. The information Joe Lord provided was a complete set of alchemical spells. Alchemy spells aren't like elemental spells that can be drawn with runes. They aren't even spells in the traditional sense, better described as surgeries or techniques. The spell Richard absorbed was known as the Body of Adaptation. In essence, this spell enhances resistance to various elemental and physical damages and unlocks bodily potential. Joe Lord led Richard to a laboratory filled with bizarre equipment. There were iron maidens, incubation tanks, and pendulums resembling siege hammers, a strange mix for a lab. "Since you're on the path of bloodline alchemy, the Body of Adaptation suits you well," Joe Lord said, gesturing to the various tools. "Whether you can master this spell depends on you. Training for the Body of Adaptation is simple: continually subject the body to external stimuli to develop corresponding resistances. For fire resistance, expose yourself to flames; for cold resistance, endure extreme cold." Richard's face was stiff. The technique was potent. According to Joe Lord's crystal ball, mastering it could allow one to ignore thousands of energy levels in elemental damage and provide significant defense against blunt, piercing, and cutting physical harm. It was a spell with immense potential. But the training was, frankly, inhumane. Joe Lord handed Richard a key. "This training room is yours now. The equipment inside is sufficient for the Body of Adaptation training." With that, Joe Lord left the lab, leaving Richard to ponder. After some contemplation, Richard decided to begin training for the Body of Adaptation. Gaining power has never been easy. The training involves 2 steps, destruction and restoration. Destruction is straightforward. The room's equipment offers everything from burning to freezing, with tools for blunt force and piercing damage. Restoration is trickier. According to the crystal ball, before training, users must ingest or inject 100 milliliters of adaptation potion, the core of the body of adaptation. After destruction, users must soak in a special container filled with restorative potion for an hour. This cycle repeats. While Joe Lord provided a training room, saving Richard the trouble of crafting equipment, he still needed to concoct the restorative potion, and its ingredients weren't cheap. Currently, he could barely afford these expenses. But as the training progressed, costs would rise, eventually requiring different potions for varied training. Richard pinched his brow. The sudden financial burden was a headache after living comfortably for so long. Should I increase production? Or launch a new product? Pondering his options, Richard returned to his room, flipping through his notes. He remembered a potion formula he hadn't acquired. After searching, Richard found his record. Physical Enhancement Potion, Library Code N7111. Reading the note, Richard headed to the library. In the section for encrypted notes, he found the journal containing the formula. Material, Unknown Wizard's Notes, Extractable Information, Physical Enhancement Potion Formula, Extraction Cost, 25 Mental Power, Extract? A potion to enhance physique. How did I forget this? Richard slapped his forehead and checked out the journal. Back in his room, he eagerly extracted the information. With 32 points of mental power, the 25-point cost was manageable for Richard. As the familiar sensation of a hammer on his head passed, a white glow, recording the formula, appeared above the miracle furnace. But as he absorbed it, Richard frowned. Egglegrass? I remember it's extinct in the wizard world. The journal's author was from the Wizard Wars era, crafting formulas with then available materials. Post-war, countless species went extinct. While he could substitute auxiliary ingredients, Egglegrass was the core, and replacing it meant reinventing the formula. Do I have to rely on the secret realm? Richard looked at the formula, his expression uncertain. After much thought, he burned the formula. The secret realm was too unpredictable. Finding Egglegrass wasn't guaranteed, and even if found, today's environment couldn't sustain it. A false hope. Leaning back, Richard considered other options. He decided to comb through the encrypted notes, extracting all possible knowledge. However, this experience suggested most of it would serve as theoretical knowledge, with only a fraction being practically applicable. Aside from the notes, he also needed to catch up on elemental knowledge. Thanks to his thriving potion business, he had exhausted Joe Lord's basic alchemy teachings, with advanced knowledge mostly relating to beast synthesis. Richard had explored this path years ago but lacked the talent to produce anything noteworthy. Even if he pursued it, the results were unlikely to be significant. After deliberation, Richard set two short-term goals. First, train in the body of adaptation. Second, advance in elemental knowledge. As for his future direction, Richard tentatively chose bloodline alchemy. The alchemy formula he had would suffice until he became a wizard. Once a wizard, he would have ample time to determine his path. Chapter 62, The Body of Adaptation. After learning about the body of adaptation, Richard began his training immediately. The following morning at 8, he entered the training room with the adaptation potion in hand. According to the training records, newcomers should prioritize training elemental resistance. The training room offered 3 types of elemental equipment: fire, lightning, and ice. Injecting the adaptation potion, Richard stripped down, took a deep breath, and stepped into a glass chamber. When training for elemental resistance, the sequence matters. For optimal results, Richard needed to follow the order of ice, lightning, and then fire. As the machinery powered up, the temperature in the glass chamber plummeted, frost spreading rapidly across the glass. The first step of training involved spending 30 minutes naked at -30 degrees Celsius. Inside the freezing chamber, Richard's teeth chattered, and his body shivered uncontrollably. At -30, 30 minutes was more than enough for a feast in his past life. But with his physique now at 30, beyond normal human limits, he only suffered from blue-tinted extremities and numerous frost bites. Next was the electric shock. Richard, still trembling, seated himself on the electric chair, setting the current to 1 energy level and a 1-minute timer. As the switch flipped, an indescribable pain surged through Richard's body, causing his entire form to convulse, his hair smoking faintly. The minute ended, leaving Richard motionless in the chair. He pondered whether he truly desired this power. Ultimately, he stood and approached another glass chamber. This was the final training, fire elemental resistance. Richard activated the switch, and flames at 1 energy level engulfed the chamber, filling it with a strange burnt aroma. After a minute, Richard struggled to open the chamber door, emerging covered in soot, with carbonized skin flaking off with every movement. Fortunately, Richard had placed the recovery chamber next to the fire training chamber. A few steps later, he collapsed inside. At that moment, Richard's body, stimulated by the potion, began absorbing external nutrients. On a microscopic level, each cell was active, and the core of life within them began undergoing minute changes. This is the essence of the body of adaptation, altering the core of life through extreme conditions and potions. According to Joe Lord's theory, life is resilient, existing from the dark depths of the ocean to the fiery mouths of volcanoes. Under extreme conditions, life adapts instinctively. Comparing adapted and non-adapted life reveals subtle changes in their life cores. Based on this theory, Joe Lord accelerated the adaptation process by thousands of times using potions and extreme environments, creating the alchemical spell known as the body of adaptation. An hour later, Richard emerged from the recovery chamber, his injuries fully healed. He stretched and dressed. Phew, it's like walking through hell. After training, Richard headed to the library to check out books on the elemental school, selecting a few encrypted notes for extraction. Returning to his room with the books, Richard dedicated himself to study. Post-training, Richard found studying less tedious. Slight adjustments to elemental spell runes could yield significant improvements, far easier than training for the body of adaptation. Perhaps he was a hidden genius in the elemental school. After a full day of reading, overwhelmed by the elemental school's theoretical formulas, Richard closed the books. The knowledge of the elemental school had a mathematical elegance. If you don't understand, you simply don't. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 8 p.m., and the nightlife at the Wizard Academy was just beginning. Exiting the central Black Tower, Richard decided to visit a tavern in the residential area for a drink. Entertainment at the Wizard Academy was sparse, limited to the classic quartet: eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. Of these, Richard had no interest in gambling, and his relationship with Ellie rendered the latter unnecessary. That left eating and drinking. Since Richard focused on physique, indulging in food and drink was beneficial for his development, blending leisure with training. As he walked, Richard noticed the youthful faces of new apprentices around him, their gazes filled with either wariness or admiration. The new batch of apprentices had arrived. Time flies, Richard mused. He once walked in their shoes, but now, he was the one being watched. The residential area housed several taverns, most run by senior apprentices serving the academy. Richard entered a familiar tavern, immediately spotting two familiar faces engaged in a drinking contest. Another round. Kevin shouted, slamming his wooden tankard down. Across from him, Chucks did the same with equal gusto. Another round, make it strong. Richard joined them, intrigued by the scene. Kevin, senior, why are you two competing in a drinking contest? Chucks, seeing Richard, pulled him into a hug, pressing a 1-liter wooden tankard into his hand, his words slurred. Junior, your friend here is great. Drinks with gusto. Kevin, stumbling, draped an arm over Richard's shoulder. Hey. Richard, congratulations on ranking first in points. With that, Kevin raised his tankard, shouting to the tavern, everyone, see this guy? This is our legendary apprentice, the top of the leaderboard, Richard. Let's raise a glass to him. The tavern apprentices turned to Richard, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. Undoubtedly, they all aspired to be like Richard. They raised their glasses, and Richard took the strong drink offered by the bartender, raising it in return. To being alive. The crowd echoed, to being alive. Time passed swiftly, and a year flew by. In the morning, Richard resumed his daily body of adaptation training. Throughout the year, he persistently trained, but with minimal progress. Concerned, he consulted Joe Lord, only to be reassured it was normal. The body of adaptation was slowest in its initial stages. If life cores were like rusty machines, the hardest part was getting them to move. As he entered the freezing chamber, Richard took a deep breath, bracing for the familiar sting of frostbite. He had endured this pain for a year, growing accustomed to it. But today, something felt different. As the chamber activated, plummeting temperatures, Richard sensed a change within his body. He heard a faint crack, as if a shackle had broken. The rusty machine seemed to have started moving. Chapter 63, The Grand Wizard of the Black Tower. After breaking through the invisible barrier, Richard's body underwent an astonishing transformation. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, as if every cell was trembling. Simultaneously, his magic started to deplete, absorbed by his cells as nourishment for evolution. The first change occurred in his skin, a layer of keratin formed visibly on the surface. With this protection, Richard noticed a marked decrease in his body heat loss. But the changes weren't limited to the surface. Every cell in Richard's body began to transform during this evolution. His cells produced more heat, and his muscles and fat restructured to better withstand the cold. Changes that would typically take thousands of years occurred within minutes, accelerated by the potion. When it was over, Richard suddenly vomited a pool of black blood. These were the waste products from cellular turnover. Is this the beginning? He wiped his mouth, realizing that despite the ongoing freezing process, he no longer felt cold. As the session ended, Richard exited the chamber and retrieved a testing crystal ball from his magic pouch. Mental power, 33.2, physique, 31.9, magic, 332, rating, mid-level apprentice, nearly 2 points in physique boost. This year's training wasn't in vain. The body of adaptation extracts potential from the body, a side effect that, in Richard's case, proved most beneficial. After cleaning the freezing chamber, Richard injected another dose of adaptation potion. The earlier evolution had consumed his previous dose, he needed to replenish it. Seated on the electric chair, Richard took a deep breath and activated the switch. This time, his body responded differently. The electricity coursing through him brought not pain, but a tingling sensation. His body was beginning to adapt to the electric shocks. As mentioned before, the life core is like a rusty machine, with the adaptation potion as its lubricant and external stimuli as its energy source. Now that the machine was moving, the rust began to wear away, speeding up its operation. After a cycle, Richard emerged from the recovery fluid, ready to report his progress to Joe Lord. Joe Lord had shown great interest in his progress. Since Richard's initial inquiry about the lack of results, Joe Lord had checked in regularly, offering encouragement and support. As someone who had gone through it, Joe Lord understood the early struggles of the body of adaptation, enduring daily torment with little visible result. The last mile is always the hardest. Such a seemingly hopeless journey easily led to abandonment. At the laboratory, Joe Lord was instructing Chucks on dissecting an alien creature. This gland is its digestive gland. Digestive juices enter its digestive chamber through this duct, dissolving food into nutrient soup. Seeing Richard enter, Joe Lord paused his lecture. "Richard, you're just in time. I have news for you." "What is it, teacher?" Richard found a seat next to Chuck's. "Good news. The principal returned early. You'll enter the principal's secret realm this afternoon." "Really?" Richard was shocked, then overjoyed. "I thought the principal wouldn't return for another year." Joe Lord set his scalpel aside, conjuring a ball of water to wash his hands. "Who knows? That's what your ex said. You seemed cheerful when you came in. Do you have good news for me?" Joe Lord asked with a smile. Richard grinned sheepishly. "I came to tell you that my body of adaptation is showing results." He extended his arm, and Joe Lord immediately noticed the changes. Good, good. "I'm glad to hear it's working," Joe Lord said, relieved. "After a year without results, I feared you'd give up." He glanced sharply at Chucks, who was trying to retreat unnoticed. "Chucks, do you think I can't see you if you hide? If you had Richard's perseverance, you'd have qualified for the secret realm exploration." Chucks smiled wryly. The body of adaptation was brutal. He had lasted 3 months, which was remarkable on its own. But he couldn't compare to the two prodigies beside him. Senior sister Anna had lasted 6 months, and his junior brother Richard had persisted for a whole year without giving up. They were monsters. That afternoon, Richard arrived early at the lab to accompany Joe Lord to the upper levels of the central Black Tower. The tower was tall, with the first 50 floors dedicated to teaching, floors 51 to 300 for wizards, and the upper floors housing the principal, the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower. Even wizards couldn't enter freely, with Erex as the sole exception. On the 300th floor, all students granted exploration rights were gathered by their mentors. 2 students who originally lacked mentors were quickly taken in by wizards after the exam. "Everyone's here," Erex noted, checking his pocket watch. "Follow me upstairs." To Richard's surprise, they ascended to the 301st floor via stairs. "Is there an anti-flight barrier?" Richard's question was soon answered. As they entered the 301st floor, the environment changed dramatically. Suddenly, Richard sensed the ambient magic density increase by several magnitudes. He even doubted his senses. But looking at the other students, he saw they were equally astonished. The area above the 300th floor of the central Black Tower is fused with secret realm fragments by the principal, making it vastly superior in space and magic density, Erex explained without turning around. The students withdrew their amazed gazes, following their mentors quietly. They reached a door, and Erex produced an oddly shaped key to unlock it. As the door opened, Richard and the other students nearly fainted. An indescribable fear seeped from beyond the door. Just a hint of it made Richard's cells tremble, and his life core began operating autonomously without the aid of potions. Richard's vision blurred as his body frantically sought ways to survive. "Principal, these youngsters can't handle your life radiation," Erex remarked wryly. "Haha, but this time, there are some promising ones. Look at the one Joe Lord brought." A figure approached Richard. It was a middle-aged man, strikingly handsome, with unkempt hair and beard that gave him a rebellious charm. "Joe Lord, your body of adaptation is impressive. The man placed a hand on Richard's head, channeling magic into his body to aid his evolution. Within minutes, Richard's body stabilized. As clarity returned to his vision, he saw the unfamiliar middle-aged man before him, watching with interest. "Who are you?" The man smiled. "Youngster, I am your principal, the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower." Chapter 64, Secret Realm Exploration Part 1. Upon hearing the man's name, Richard jolted to his feet. "Greetings, Principal." The Grand Wizard of the Black Tower laughed heartily and waved his hand to awaken the other apprentices. "This batch looks promising, Year X. You've done well these past years." Year X nodded slightly, "Just doing my duty." Following the Grand Wizard into the room, they entered a study. Tall bookshelves filled half the space, while various curiosities were displayed on the other side, protected by a special transparent barrier, likely the Grand Wizard's collection. The Grand Wizard was unpretentious. At his level, pretense was unnecessary. The title Grand Wizard was held by only about 1,000 in the entire wizarding world, signifying immense power and status. In most worlds across the astral plane, a Grand Wizard was synonymous with another title, Master of the World. The Grand Wizard approached a female wizard who seemed to have fused with elemental bloodlines, her hair flickering like flames. "Little Susanna, it's been 200 years. Have you missed your teacher?" Master Susanna looked slightly embarrassed, nodding gently. She was over 4,000 years old, yet in front of the Grand Wizard, she felt like an undeveloped child. "Is this your apprentice?" The Grand Wizard glanced at Ellie, causing her to blanch. "Yes, teacher. She looks promising." The Grand Wizard patted Ellie's head and handed her a gemstone radiating heat. "A lava gem, a trinket from another world. Have an alchemy wizard make it into a staff, and it should boost your fire spells by at least 20 energy levels." Hearing this, the surrounding apprentices looked at Ellie with envy. Connections certainly had their perks. Ellie glanced at her mentor, who nodded reluctantly, prompting her to accept the gem. "Thank you, Principal." The Grand Wizard led them to a door. Beyond this door lies the secret realm. Most of it mirrors the Enlightenment era of the wizarding world, with parts patched from other worlds' realms. However, you're transported randomly, and where you end up depends on luck. With that, the Grand Wizard waved his hand, and bundles of scrolls flew from his sleeve, landing before each apprentice. "Keep this scroll with you. You have 3 hours to explore. When time's up, the scroll will activate and eject you. Remember, the scroll ensures you won't be harmed by the secret realm's denizens, but if you provoke them, your exploration will end early. Also, the scroll only prevents intelligent beings from attacking you. The brainless ones aren't included. Be careful not to die in there." Everyone nodded, securing the scrolls on their persons. Following the leaderboard order, Richard and another senior apprentice entered first. Stepping through the door, Richard felt a familiar queasiness, and his surroundings transformed into a blend of colors. As his vision cleared, a dark, twisted forest appeared before him. Richard steadied himself, surveying the area. The secret realm's sky had a sun, looking much like the wizarding world, except for the magic density. The magic density around him exceeded even the 301st floor, reaching terrifying levels. Here, Richard's magic recovery was nearly as fast as using magic stones. So this is the Enlightenment era of the wizarding world. What did wizards do to the world? Richard mused, beginning his exploration. 3 hours wasn't short, but not overly long either. Entering the forest, Richard effortlessly found numerous magical plants, many of which were primary materials for potions, some even extinct in the current wizarding world. Gold needle grass, main ingredient for nerve detox potions. Brown bear mushroom, main ingredient for basic strength potions. Wow, white crystal flower, these are extinct outside. A single specimen sells for hundreds of magic stones, and there's a whole cluster here. As an alchemy apprentice, Richard felt like a mouse in a granary, wanting to take even the ground with him. Meanwhile, the other 19 apprentices began their searches. Compared to Richard, they lacked discernment, collecting everything to evaluate later. Their actions were broadcasted to the room for their mentors to assess. Watching the headless chicken-like apprentices, the Grand Wizard sighed. "Don't you teach natural history anymore?" "Back when I was an apprentice, it was a required course." The wizards looked embarrassed. In the current wizarding world, rare materials didn't grow wild, and natural history was taught primarily by the alchemy school. "Never mind," the Grand Wizard waved it off. By the way, the council approved the exchange with the White Wizard Academy. As Richard ventured deeper into the twisted forest, he encountered things beyond his understanding. What is this? Ahead, the soft ground seemed to harbor something moving beneath. Richard's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he pulled a black worm from the soil. It resembled an earthworm, with a black, soft body covered in numerous segments. However, unlike regular earthworms, this one was finger-thick and a meter long, resembling a snake from a distance. Counting 9 pale stripes on its body, Richard had a revelation. This is a magic striped worm. Its body fluid extract can accelerate human recovery and unlock physical potential, Richard exclaimed in delight. This creature was nearly extinct in the outside wizarding world, surviving only in the central forest, listed as a level 2 protected species, prohibited from hunting but allowed for captive breeding. Richard had seen references to this creature in the body of adaptation notes. According to Joe Lord, adding its extract to the adaptation potion could activate life recovery effects. Joe Lord had once bred these worms, but a lab accident killed his specimen. Since then, he hadn't acquired another. Good find, let's keep you. Richard retrieved a box from his magic pouch, filling it with nutrient fluid. The 9-ring worm had strong vitality, surviving hours even in a vacuum. With nutrients, it could last days in the magic pouch. After walking a few hundred meters deeper, Richard suddenly found himself in front of a towering tree, hundreds of meters tall. Its twisted, menacing branches resembled the legendary tree demons, and among them was a massive nest. The nest was constructed primarily of branches but also contained the bones of formidable creatures. Is this the principal's pet? Even its nest is made of high-level creatures' corpses. Richard dared not linger, recalling the principal's warning. He sensed the nest might contain chicks or eggs. With so much more to explore in the secret realm, provoking such a fearsome creature was unnecessary. Shortly after Richard left, another apprentice arrived. Sensing life from the nest, he was tempted, but before he could act, a piercing bird cry echoed in his ears. Chapter 65, Secret Realm Exploration Part 2. Exiting the twisted forest, Richard found himself in a valley surrounded by black rocks, with sparse bushes and wild grass growing in the crevices. Deep within the valley, he discovered dense clusters of black crystals. Upon closer inspection, Richard gasped in shock. Those black crystals were none other than the magic stones he used regularly. A place where magic stones grew naturally. If he told anyone in the current wizarding world, they'd surely think him mad. Incredible, truly incredible. A valley full of magic stones, there must be at least 1 million here, Richard marveled, descending into the valley to examine the magic stone vein more closely. He planned to collect some stones along the way. In today's wizarding world, there were no longer any magic stone veins open for mining, all circulating stones came from other worlds. As Richard ventured deeper, he meticulously examined each crystal cluster. Observation and study, this is how a wizard's knowledge accumulates, bit by bit. Perhaps a single detail might become his breakthrough in future challenges. As he delved deeper, he stumbled upon a pile of bones, obscured by fallen magic stones, nearly invisible unless approached closely. Something's not right, these magic stones. Suddenly, Richard's instincts screamed danger. He reflexively threw himself backward, his bloodline seed in his heart igniting instantly. Ding! A long worm struck the spot where Richard had just stood. The worm was covered in crystalline scales, resembling the magic stones, making it nearly invisible among them. This isn't good. Richard noticed the magic stones on the bones vibrating, the sound of stones grinding against each other filling his ears. Looking at the valley littered with magic stones, Richard felt a chill run down his spine. How many such creatures were hidden among these stones? I need to leave, now. Without hesitation, Richard abandoned any thoughts of collecting magic stones, snatching up the struggling crystalline worm and sprinting away. He didn't care about the stones, but this worm was unlike anything he'd seen before, perfect for study upon return. Just after he left, a mass of crystalline worms, like flowing water, covered the spot where he had stood. Had Richard lingered even a few seconds longer, his secret realm exploration might have ended disastrously. Leaving the valley, Richard continued his exploration, eventually finding the primary ingredient for the physical enhancement potion, egil grass, in a mountain hollow. And there was plenty of it. Faced with the abundant egil grass, Richard made a decisive choice to stop wandering the secret realm and instead collect the entire patch. With little time left, the immediate gain was clearly more valuable than uncertain future prospects. With this egil grass, Richard could produce dozens of physical enhancement potions. Even if he chose not to make potions, specimens of these extinct plants could fetch a hefty sum in magic stones. The 3-hour exploration ended quickly, the scrolls activating and ejecting all apprentices from the secret realm, returning them to the room they had entered from. Richard rubbed his head, suppressing the urge to vomit. The scroll's teleportation was more disorienting than a teleportation or a exploration complete. The Grand Wizard snapped his fingers, and tiny sprites flew from the room's corners, showering the apprentices with glowing powder. As the powder touched his skin, Richard felt a cool sensation, and the nausea vanished. Take your apprentices and go. You've seen what they selected, remember to include natural history in your teachings, the Grand Wizard said, snapping his fingers again. The sprites exploded into light particles and vanished. Next is the award ceremony. The top 3 on the leaderboard receive special rewards. I pondered long over what to give, fearing anything might seem too modest for a principal. The Grand Wizard sighed, seemingly troubled. But a recent accident gave me an answer. With a wave of his hand, 6 crystal balls appeared before everyone. A few days ago, while piecing together the secret realm, I lost some fragments. Letting them dissipate would be wasteful, so I collected them. The Grand Wizard chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. I believe this reward befits my title as principal. Upon hearing the reward, all the wizards except Erex trembled slightly. The reason was simple: the reward was exceedingly valuable. Though called fragments, secret realm fragments are actually small secret realms with all the rules and features intact. Whether testing spells, cultivating organisms, or serving as an emergency refuge, a secret realm fragment could do it all. And since these fragments were from the Grand Wizard's secret realm, they were far superior to the ones sold by the Wizarding Guild, which served merely as portable storage. The wizards glanced at Erex, their looks conveying a clear message. Shouldn't you advise the principal against such lavish gifts? If news of this spread, some wizards might entertain unsavory thoughts. Erex ignored the glances. If he could dissuade the principal, things wouldn't be like this now. Look at you all, getting worked up over a few hundred square meters of fragments, the Grand Wizard mocked, smiling. Take your apprentices and leave. With that, the Grand Wizard yawned and waved his hand. The scenery shifted, and they found themselves outside the room. This reward might be a bit excessive, so keep it under wraps, Erex advised, pinching his brow. As the Grand Wizard's deputy, he was responsible for managing the fallout of such actions. Also, don't spread the word about the White Wizard issue the principal mentioned, Erex added. The principal is impulsive, it might take a decade to see progress. White Wizard? Richard's heart skipped a beat. From the deputy's words, it seemed there was a distinction between black and white wizards, and he likely belonged to the former. The wizards nodded and led their apprentices away. Back in the lab, Joe Lord closed the door tightly, looking at Richard with a serious expression. Don't speak of the secret realm fragments to anyone. They're highly valuable and could cause significant trouble if word spreads. Richard nodded, understanding from Joe Lord's demeanor that the fragments were indeed extraordinary. Also, I saw what you collected in the secret realm. You can breed the magic striped worm without worry. I have the Truth Council's breeding permit. As for everything else, Joe Lord sighed. Richard's performance, while better than other apprentices, was limited. Besides that magic crystal arrow worm, nothing else is particularly useful. Magic crystal arrow worm? Richard recalled the worm that had ambushed him. Magic crystal arrow worms are extinct in the wizarding world, so they have research value. It's a pity you didn't capture more, you could have bred a batch, Joe Lord said regretfully. He was interested in the worm's anatomy but felt awkward asking for it as Richard's mentor. Richard grinned sheepishly. Given the circumstances, catching one was a testament to his curiosity. With Joe Lord finished, Richard hesitated. Should he ask about the White Wizards? Joe Lord seemed to read his thoughts and tapped his head. Got something on your mind? Just ask about the White Wizards directly. Are you doubting me? Chapter 66, Black and White Wizards. Before I explain the concept of Black and White Wizards, I want to ask you something, Richard. How much do you know about Wizard Society? Joe Lord inquired. Richard was momentarily stunned by the question. If the question were about the wizarding world's geography or culture, he could at least mention a few things from the Wizard World Almanac. But Joe Lord asked about Wizard Society, a topic he, as an apprentice yet to graduate from the Wizard Academy, knew little about. Seeing Richard's silent response, Joe Lord realized his student was clueless about these societal intricacies. It seems you know nothing, which is perfect. I'll take this opportunity to introduce you to the structure of Wizard Society, Joe Lord said, leading Richard to the desk. He grabbed a sheet of paper, using it as a makeshift chalkboard to illustrate his points. Our Wizard Society is structured like a pyramid. Joe Lord drew a triangle on the paper, adding 2 lines to divide it into sections. He pointed to the top of the pyramid. At the very top are the 5 Truth Wizards who form the Council of Truth. The rules of our Wizard Academy, the ethical guidelines of the wizarding world, and even the natural protection laws are all issued by the Council of Truth. They are the most powerful among wizards and the leaders of the wizarding world. Then, Joe Lord directed his pen to the bottom. At the base are billions of commoners. Though they are weak, they are the origin of wizards. Every Wizard Academy is obligated to protect all commoners within its sphere of influence. No wizard is allowed to use commoners for human experimentation, not even a Grand Wizard. Joe Lord moved the pen to the middle of the pyramid, drawing a vertical line to divide it. In between are the wizards organized by wizard academies. Wizards are categorized into Grand Wizards and ordinary wizards. Rings 1 to 3 mark ordinary wizards, while wizards above the third ring are grand wizards. Wizard academies are generally of two kinds, those like our Black Tower Wizard Academy, which conduct blood exams, known as Black Wizard Academies, and those that do not, known as White Wizard Academies. Besides not conducting blood exams, the primary difference is that White Wizards focus on group combat, while Black Wizards emphasize individual prowess and prefer solo battles. Richard nodded, finding these distinctions easy to grasp. But in fact, during the Enlightenment era, there was no distinction between Black and White Wizards, Joe Lord continued after a pause. If you had to categorize the wizards of that era, they were all Black Wizards. They were more ruthless than today's Black Wizards. Our so-called blood exams would seem like child's play to them. Thus, the differentiation between Black and White Wizards is a product of the expansion era. And you can probably guess who established this distinction. Richard hesitated before guessing. The 5 Truth Wizards? Joe Lord nodded approvingly. Exactly, the Great Truth Wizards. The Plane Wars brought many changes to the wizarding world. Traditional wizards weren't suited for planar battlefields. Thus, the Truth Wizards, considering the battlefield and other factors, created White Wizards and imposed restrictions on traditional wizard training, converting the extreme survival of the fittest into a more tempered blood exam. Before this, there were no rules against duels within academies. Back then, every moment for an apprentice was about survival and scheming to kill others. Joe Lord spoke with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how a single decree from the Truth Wizards altered countless destinies. From then on, White Wizard legions dominated the front lines, while Black Wizards lurked in the shadows, handling assassinations, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and other covert operations. There is no hierarchy between the two, just different functions. A successful plane war often requires their cooperation. This was a transformative change. Joe Lord's voice carried pride. Since the division of Black and White Wizards, the pace of planar conquests by the wizarding world accelerated. Worlds that once took centuries to conquer now fell in mere decades. The wizarding world thrived, and grand wizards emerged in droves. Before the division, there were only a few hundred wizard academies. After, the number of grand wizards surged to over 1,000 within a few eras. Joe Lord's excitement grew, his words filled with a fervor for grand narratives. Teacher, Richard gently interrupted Joe Lord, I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me by explaining all this. Nothing much, Joe Lord said, regaining his composure, a slight embarrassment showing on his face. Despite his age, Joe Lord, like many middle-aged men, was captivated by grand narratives, a tendency not even wizards were immune to. I wanted to convey that the violence you've experienced isn't just the principal's whim. Don't harbor resentment towards the academy. Frankly, both we and even the grand wizards like the principal are merely parts of the wizarding world's machinery. Only the Great Truth Wizards steer the direction. Hearing this, Richard scratched his head. He hadn't developed any aversion to the Black Tower Wizard Academy because of the blood exams. Having lived in this world for over a decade, Richard's mindset had significantly shifted. Killing had become a routine task. He was someone who adapted well. Survival of the fittest, after all. I understand, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Richard said, excusing himself. Joe Lord opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. All right, you may go. Back in his room, Richard immediately began studying the Secret Realm fragment. Upon probing the crystal ball with his mental power, Richard learned how to use the fragment. Firstly, the crystal ball given by the Grand Wizard was merely a key, not a sealed fragment. To enter the fragment, Richard needed to channel magic into the crystal ball, which would open a spatial rift. Passing through this rift would allow him to access the Secret Realm fragment. The principal sure is thorough, even preparing a magic array for charging. Following the instructions in the crystal ball, Richard used chalk to draw a magic array on the floor. After completing the array, he poured a pile of magic stones from his pouch. Opening the spatial rift required considerable energy, increasing with the user's strength. Currently, as a mid-level apprentice, Richard needed 50 magic stones to open the rift once. As a senior apprentice, the cost would rise to 100 stones, and as a wizard, it would be 1,000. The Grand Wizard explained that as one's strength increased, their influence on space grew. Without additional energy to stabilize the rift, users might fall into the spatial void and be torn apart by spatial storms. As the magic drained, a rift appeared before Richard, its edges glowing with a ghostly purple light, the interior pitch black. Richard cautiously extended his finger through the rift. Nothing happened. It seemed stable. Holding the crystal ball, Richard carefully stepped through the rift. Chapter 67, Sacred Tree Spirit Puffball. Upon entering the Secret Realm fragment, Richard was greeted by a fragrant scent full of life. He surveyed his surroundings. The Secret Realm fragment was roughly 300 square meters in size, shaped like a hemisphere with a sky several hundred meters above. The ground was covered in delicate flowers, and a black barrier at the edges protected the fragment from being torn apart by spatial turbulence. The magic level here is about twice that of the wizarding world, though much lower than the principal's secret realm. Temperature is about 26 degrees Celsius, humidity around 40%, air composition similar to the wizarding world, and no harmful components. Besides that, Richard assessed the fragment based on his senses, then focused on a particularly large flower bud at the center of the floral field. He approached and gently poked the bud. The bud opened, revealing a white puffball with transparent wings, which flew out. Is this a flower spirit? Richard attempted to communicate with the puffball using his mental power, receiving only a wave of fear in response. Don't eat me. The puffball transmitted a mental wave to Richard. I'm useful. Richard rubbed his chin. Did he look like some kind of demon? Unbeknownst to him, the puffball perceived the world through life sense rather than sight. In its perception, Richard, as a wizard apprentice engaged in bloodline alchemy, resembled a stitched monster. Tell me your use, Richard communicated mentally. I can do many things. I can make flowers grow better, bloom more abundantly. I can also. The puffball struggled to articulate its usefulness to the stitched monster. As a basic flower spirit among the lowest of its kind, its capabilities were limited to hastening flower growth and producing nectar for noble spirits. But the creature before it clearly preferred meat. Sensing the puffball's trembling, Richard was puzzled. Though he did consider dissecting the puffball, he intended first to conduct long-term behavioral observations and non-lethal tests. Who would dissect their only specimen right away? Hey, hastening flowers, what's the use of that? What else can you hasten besides flowers? Richard suddenly laughed menacingly, feigning a fierce demeanor. Hasten other things? I can hasten many things, everything except the sacred tree. The puffball hurriedly responded. The creature wasn't interested in nectar after all. Then prove it to me. Richard placed a negil grass seed from his pocket on the ground. If the puffball could hasten its growth, he'd be thrilled. The puffball flew in circles over the seed, releasing a faint magical wave into Richard's perception. This little thing uses raw magic energy like a wizard, Richard thought, surprised. According to wizard records, most astral creatures alter the nature of magic energy based on their bloodline or soul, granting various peculiar effects. But this small creature used raw magic energy, a rarity. A flicker of excitement crossed Richard's mind. If not for having just one, he'd dissect it for a specimen right away. As the magical wave ceased, Richard noticed a crack form on the seed, from which a small green shoot emerged. See? I wasn't lying. The puffball's mental wave was faint, seemingly exhausted by the hastening process. It did hasten, but this effect isn't enough. Richard continued his menacing laughter, nearly causing the puffball to crash to the ground. What more do you want? A sly glint appeared in Richard's eye as he pulled out a slave contract from his pocket. Sign this, and I won't eat you. Oh really? The puffball landed on the contract. How do I sign it? Leave a mental imprint on it. Okay. I'll sign it, but you must keep your word. The puffball left a mental imprint on the contract, and Richard followed suit with his name. In an instant, the parchment turned to ash, establishing an invisible bond between Richard and the puffball. The contract was sealed. With the contract signed, things are easier. From now on, you're my gardener. Your job is to hasten the seeds I plant. Hearing Richard's words, the puffball felt relieved. Its small life was spared. While it didn't understand the concept of a gardener, hastening seeds was familiar work. Okay, as long as you don't eat me. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Good. Very spirited. I'll give you a name, Puffball. Yes, I'll be called Puffball from now on. The puffball replied enthusiastically. As the lowest of flower spirits, it had no name. Names were for nobles. Yet Richard had given it a name. Puffball's mind, somewhat simple, had already forgotten Richard's earlier threats and even began to like him. Hee, Puffball. I have a name now. Richard planted several legil grass seeds from his collection in the ground, mindful that while Puffball could hasten their growth, the environment of the secret realm fragment might not support their survival. Richard then asked Puffball numerous questions about its species, history, social structure, and reproduction. Puffball, not particularly intelligent, often strayed off topic, keeping Richard engaged for over an hour. From Puffball, Richard learned it belonged to a race called the Sacred Tree Spirits, a society operating under a feudal system. Puffball was the lowest tier, responsible for tending flowers and harvesting nectar, akin to peasants in human society. Sacred tree spirits reproduced asexually, producing seeds during their lifetime. When planted, these seeds grew into spirit flowers housing the spirits. Intriguingly, Despite their low intelligence, sacred tree spirits could inherit memories. A spirit's seeds would inherit all its memories, initially sealed, but accessible as the spirit matured, serving as a knowledge repository. If a sacred tree spirit mastered a skill, its descendants would inherit that skill. This feature led to a rigid societal structure, where low-tier spirits were prohibited from accessing other roles' magic. Any spirit using magic beyond its status faced execution. Nobles remained nobles, peasants remained peasants. After gathering this knowledge, Richard left the secret realm fragment. The sacred tree spirits were too few to be of immediate use. But the future held promise. Wizards waged war for grand wizards not without reward, with enough merit. Obtaining a piece of land from another world was feasible. Given sacred tree spirits' ability to hasten plant growth, Richard might cultivate medicinal herbs for a stable magic stone income. With a wizard's long lifespan, long-term gains outweighed short-term ones. Chapter 68, Staff and Spells. After exiting the secret realm fragment, Richard erased the magic array from the floor and headed to his desk to record the information he had just learned. Knowledge is the source of a wizard's power, and a well-informed wizard can handle various situations with ease. Once he finished documenting everything, Richard closed his notebook and casually picked up a magic book to read. Over the past year, he had dedicated a significant portion of his time to studying the elemental school, but the results were minimal. Lacking a mentor's guidance, Richard felt like a headless chicken wandering through the sea of books. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Richard's door. Who is it? Richard opened the door, not expecting many visitors since only a few knew his address in the Black Tower, and they were all trusted individuals. Who else could it be? A short-haired lady in a black wizard robe stood at the door, playing with a gem radiating intense heat. Ellie, are you commissioning a staff? Richard glanced at the lava gem. Ellie entered the room, casually sitting on the bed and tossing the gem to Richard. Can you make it? Richard caught the gem. I'll have to check first. He took out a few rulers to measure the gem's dimensions and used some magic probes to assess its properties. After confirming the data, several ideas formed in Richard's mind. Staffs are among the easier magical items to craft, but they are also the hardest to perfect. I should be able to make it, but I'm not sure if it will reach the level the principal mentioned. Ellie raised an eyebrow. Don't be modest. I know your skills. Richard placed the lava gem in a box for safekeeping. The staff's function is to amplify fire spells. Do you have any other requirements? Nope. Then give me a month. It should be ready by then. Richard walked to the window and drew the curtains. Ellie, meanwhile, stood up from the bed with a seductive smile, slipping off her wizard robe to reveal a form-fitting nightgown. In some matters, the two always seemed to be in sync. A sleepless night ensued. The next morning, Richard sat on the bed, his gaze deep and contemplative. Beside him, a blushing Ellie leaned on his shoulder, looking content. What are you thinking about? Ellie asked softly. Richard replied, I'm thinking about how to improve my mastery of elemental spells. Ellie, do you know any powerful elemental spells? Richard suddenly inquired. The clarity that comes after a night of passion often brings insights into neglected thoughts. Over the past year, Richard had been haphazardly cramming knowledge of the elemental school. Besides lacking a mentor, his lack of foundational knowledge in the elemental school was a significant barrier. After a year of study, Richard had grasped the basics of the elemental school. With newfound clarity, he realized he should leverage his strengths, abundant magic stones and magical equipment. He decided to focus on learning powerful, energy-intensive spells. Powerful elemental spells? Ellie pondered. I know quite a few, but most were taught by my mentor. Let me think about what the Academy offers. A flash of inspiration hit Ellie as an ancient spell came to mind. Oh, I remember now. Richard, have you heard of the water-fire annihilation spell? What's that? Richard asked, puzzled. Steam spell? PFFT, what are you thinking? Ellie giggled. Why steam? Richard shrugged. Isn't water plus fire just steam? Ha ha ha. Ellie laughed heartily, taking a moment to compose herself before explaining the water-fire annihilation spell's principles. Wizards long ago discovered the extreme opposition between water and fire elements. In the material world, their interactions weren't overly violent. However, in their pure elemental form within the elemental domain, collisions resulted in intense energy release. This reaction was akin to matter-antimatter annihilation, though far less powerful. This is the foundational principle of the water-fire annihilation spell. Building on this foundation, wizards experimented with annihilating concentrated fire and water elements, leading to a terrifying outcome. Without concentration, the elements reacted violently but expelled energy that pushed them apart. Concentrated elements, however, changed everything. Their annihilation reaction exhibited a chain-like feature. In a brief moment, the elements underwent complete annihilation, with energy release barely beginning. Thus, a massive explosion occurred. Wizards have tried to harness this power, but none have succeeded. At least according to Ellie, no wizard has managed it yet. According to you, this spell seems extremely dangerous, Richard mused, tapping his chin before flicking Ellie's forehead. You're suggesting I learn it because you have someone else in mind? Ouch, get out, Ellie pouted. I suggested it based on your request, not forcing you to learn it. Whether to learn it is entirely up to you. Richard got out of bed and dressed. I'm heading to the library. Hey, you're not seriously considering it, are you? It's dangerous, Ellie warned, wide-eyed. It survived because stubborn wizards keep trying to tame it. Don't do anything foolish. Richard waved dismissively. I know. The water-fire annihilation spell was cheap, costing only 50 magic stones. Once he acquired the spell model, Richard immediately began studying it. The spell model was complex, far from resembling a first-generation spell. It consisted of 3 parts, summoning fire elements, summoning water elements, and finally, merging the two as much as possible. However, as Richard delved deeper, he realized the water-fire annihilation spell he purchased was substandard. Where was the supposed chain reaction? The spell lacked a chain reaction and consumed an excessive amount of magic. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it was worse than a magic missile. Richard sought answers, eventually learning from Joe Lord. It turned out the Academy intentionally replaced the water-fire annihilation spell with a defunct version to prevent apprentices from causing extensive damage to the testing grounds. The original version required a wizard's approval for research. You want to study this spell? Joe Lord asked, looking at Richard as he closed his book. Yes, Richard confirmed. Joe Lord frowned slightly. Exploration is good, but sometimes you must know your limits. Chapter 69, Thoughts on Publication. Good evening, dear readers. I am Boozizzy. After a month of updates, this book will be officially launched tomorrow. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support, your continued reading, every monthly ticket, and every word of encouragement have been incredibly motivating for me. Now, a few personal musings from the author. As a new writer, the thought of launching the book is both exciting and daunting. Not long ago, the idea of publishing seemed distant and unattainable. But suddenly, it's right in front of me, and I find myself a bit flustered, like a hamster caught off guard. Things often feel urgent only when they are imminent. But regardless of how I feel, the launch is happening. With the launch comes the responsibility to meet expectations. Chapter 70, The Realm of Annihilation. Richard felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Was his spell research doomed to fail before it even began? But then he saw Joe Lord raise his hand, and a thick magic book flew off the shelf. This is my experimental notebook from when I studied the water-fire annihilation spell. It contains the original spell model and some of my failed improvement attempts, Joe Lord said, handing the magic book to Richard with a solemn expression. Study it well. It's not to discourage you, but what you can think of, most wizards have already considered. You're still an apprentice and lack experience. Richard accepted the magic book with both hands and bowed to Joe Lord, his expression serious. All knowledge passed down is worthy of respect. Back in his room, Richard immediately opened the magic book to study the spell. The original version of the water-fire annihilation spell was called the Realm of Annihilation. Its use was straightforward: summon 2 elements, compress them, and then let them react. The spell consumed a significant amount of energy, enough to drain a mid-level apprentice with 30 mental power in one go. But its power was also astounding. If fully unleashed, the spell could reach a power level of 1,000 energy units at its epicenter. And this was merely the spell's limit, not the limit of the reaction itself. Increasing the amount of both elements could amplify its power further. For an apprentice, isn't this a bit overpowered? Richard read through the notes, his lips twitching slightly. However, he soon discovered the spell's drawbacks. Although the Realm of Annihilation was powerful, its energy release was chaotic, similar to a magic missile. This meant its power, while immense, decayed rapidly. Beyond a meter from the center, its power fell to 100 energy units, and beyond 3 meters, only a shockwave remained. Additionally, the spell was highly unstable. The concentrated fire element was volatile, and even slight magical fluctuations could trigger a premature release or spell failure. These factors made the spell impractical, useful only for mutual destruction. No one would wield such a volatile bomb in battle. Joe Lord's notes documented his attempts to improve the spell by restraining the explosive energy and using runes to stabilize the fire element. Despite various approaches, the results were unsatisfactory. The modified spell, based on its energy consumption, could be replaced by other, more powerful and stable spells. So improving the runes doesn't seem viable, Richard thought after reviewing the notes, scratching his head. But why should I focus on runes? As a transmigrator, Richard's thinking was more flexible than his peers in the wizarding world. The clash of different civilizations often allowed him to see what others couldn't. This thing is essentially compressing two elements and colliding them to release power. It's not that different from a bomb detonated by a blasting cap. Richard grabbed a sheet of paper and sketched a rough diagram. Fire elements are unstable and magically taxing to contain, so why not use physical materials instead? Two chambers, one for water elements and one for fire elements, separated in the middle. Richard translated his ideas onto paper, tweaking the design. Eventually, a wizard's version of a hand grenade emerged on the page. Done. Richard tossed his pen aside, satisfied with the rough blueprint. Though it was merely a concept, and the final product might differ in appearance, it didn't dampen Richard's excitement. Bringing elements from the other world into the wizarding world always gave them a forbidden thrill. With an idea in mind, Richard immediately set out to implement it. He compiled a list for his designated procurer, Kevin, instructing him to gather materials in the commercial district. Meanwhile, Richard began deconstructing the spell, isolating the two elemental compression spells. After a year of studying the elemental school, Richard decided to test his skills and see how much he'd learned. If he hit a wall, he'd seek Ellie's assistance. Time flew by, and another year passed. In the morning, Richard routinely went to the training room for his body of adaptation exercises. Since his first adaptation, Richard's progress had steadily increased by 0.01 energy units per day. With continued training, this rate had risen to 0.015 over the past year. At this pace, by the next blood exam, he would be immune to spells below 50 energy units of fire, lightning, and ice. Per usual, Richard entered the freezing chamber to train. 6 energy units of freezing damage began eroding his body. But before long, he noticed the chamber warming. Did I adapt again? Richard wondered, puzzled. He opened the chamber for inspection and discovered that the magic stones had run out. With no power, the freezer naturally couldn't cool. Seeing the slot for magic stones, Richard prepared to refill it but was startled upon checking his pocket. Why do I only have a little over 1,000 magic stones left? Richard muttered, his expression dark. As a model apprentice, Richard didn't indulge in any particularly costly habits. Yet, despite being one of the highest earners in the academy, his wealth had dwindled to just over 1,000 stones. How was he any different from ordinary apprentices who had to count every stone for spellcasting? No, where did all my magic stones go? Richard, weighed down by his dwindling finances, lost his motivation to train and returned to his room to audit his expenses. Upon reviewing his finances, Richard realized he'd been spending money like water over the past year. Besides the monthly 100 stones he paid to the flame giant, he had spent over 5,000 stones selecting materials for the wizard grenade. Additionally, there were daily costs for adaptation potions, recovery potions, physical enhancement potion production, books, crafting small magical devices for practice, and daily living expenses. These scattered expenses collectively caused a dramatic reduction in Richard's wealth, despite his monthly income of over 300 stones. It seems I'll have to sell a couple of physical enhancement potions. Also, I'll need to increase the output of focus potions. Richard pinched the bridge of his nose. Over the past few months, he'd successfully brewed several enhancement potions. Originally, he planned to sell these potions privately, expanding his network and providing benefits to friends. But facing impending bankruptcy, those plans had to be shelved. Increasing output. Sigh. It might cause trouble. Chapter 71, The Impact of Worldview for the Apprentice Wizards at Black Tower Wizard Academy. The beginning of the month was a special time. At the start of the month, all apprentices who wanted to go out on missions would crowd in front of Anna's cottage, eagerly awaiting the sale of a new batch of focus potions. Since Richard had dealt with Joseph, the entire business of focus potions in the commercial district had become his domain. And monopolies are always the most profitable ventures. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, Anna's cottage officially opened for business. The staff opened the store doors and began selling this month's batch of focus potions. Don't crowd, there's twice as much focus potion this month. Everyone here today will get theirs. The clerk called out. The announcement wasn't loud, but to the apprentices, it was like a thunderclap. A doubled potion supply was fantastic news. The potions sold out quickly. For the Academy's thousands of apprentices, a monthly supply of 180 bottles of focus potion was still insufficient. After the sale, the news of increased potion production spread rapidly among the apprentices through various channels, naturally reaching the ears of some alchemy school apprentices. Some of these apprentices had mentors, so the news naturally reached the wizards. On the 99th floor of the central Black Tower, Vice Principal Lyrex stormed into Joe Lord's laboratory, frowning. Joe Lord, did you use the alchemy workshop to support an apprentice? Wizards directly helping apprentices earn magic stones violates the rules. Joe Lord was puzzled. What are you talking about? When did I use the alchemy workshop to help an apprentice? My alchemy workshop is entirely my business. Your ex handed him a document. Joe Lord took it and saw it was filled with Richard's sales records from recent months. 200 bottles of potion a month, those numbers would even challenge you, your ex said, tapping the table. This matter hasn't spread yet, but I expect you to provide an explanation soon. Otherwise, I'll have to enforce Academy regulations. The Black Tower Wizard Academy allowed wizards to teach apprentices but prohibited directly gifting large amounts of magic stones or custom high-grade magical items that could significantly affect student competition. If such a situation occurred, not only would the student face scrutiny and forfeit all gifted items, but the wizard would also incur significant penalties. Joe Lord stroked his beard, showing no panic beyond curiosity. What explanation should I give? I haven't helped him. You can verify this at my alchemy workshop. I grant you permission. The alchemy workshop was considered Joe Lord's private property, and the academy typically wouldn't search it without cause. Are you sure? Your ex asked skeptically. If another wizard uncovers anything, even you must abide by the rules. My dear vice principal, feel free to investigate. If you find anything, I'll accept any consequences, Joe Lord replied confidently. Very well, as long as there's nothing. There will be inspectors visiting your workshop soon, your ex said, standing. I need to provide an explanation to the other wizards. Without rules, the academy would fall into chaos. Joe Lord nodded, understanding the vice principal's predicament. After seeing Irex off, he immediately summoned Richard to the laboratory. Richard, you've created quite a stir. Joe Lord handed Richard the report Irex had left. 200 bottles of focus potion a month, that's a hefty number, even for me. The vice principal has already asked me for an explanation. Joe Lord spread his hands, but what explanation can I give? Richard examined the report, which detailed the buyers of each potion, along with approximate purchase times and channels. He scratched his head, showing no sign of panic. Indeed, I've caught the academy's attention. Oh? Joe Lord feigned surprise. Seems my student was prepared. Richard nodded, then produced a contract. Before I explain, for the sake of protecting my knowledge, I'd like you to sign this. Joe Lord was taken aback, not expecting Richard's request. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he cheerfully took the contract and read it thoroughly. It only prohibits me from disclosing this knowledge in any form? Joe Lord asked, frowning slightly. He added a clause to the contract, you should also include that I can't use this knowledge privately. If it were anyone else, I'd suggest adding a clause for memory erasure after viewing. With that, Joe Lord returned the contract and pulled out a new one from a drawer. Besides, your contract might bind apprentices, but for wizards, it's just a piece of paper. Use this one instead. Joe Lord wrote terms on the new contract and signed it. Seeing Joe Lord's cooperation, Richard felt relieved. Having an understanding mentor was truly a blessing. It's great that you understand, teacher. Richard signed the contract and led Joe Lord to a room on the 56th floor of the Black Tower, at the very edge. Opening the door, Joe Lord immediately noticed the peculiar machine at the room's center. An alchemical machine? Looks like Anna's craftsmanship. Joe Lord explored the room but found nothing out of the ordinary. So, what's your explanation? He asked, puzzled. It's right here, Richard pointed to the machine in the room's center. The machine? Joe Lord blinked. You mean you use it to help process materials? That's not enough of an explanation. He watched as Richard shook his head, then walked over to the machine and flipped a switch. Rumbling. A sound emanated from the machine, leaving Joe Lord still in the dark. What was his student doing? But soon, he witnessed something incredible. Richard retrieved a bottle of focus potion from the machine's output. Joe Lord was certain the potion hadn't been there before. What is this? For a moment, Joe Lord's thoughts mirrored Anna's initial reaction. A machine making potions. How absurd. Richard shrugged, handing the potion to Joe Lord, and restarted the machine. As you can see, I've produced a bottle of focus potion with this machine. No, no, no. Joe Lord shook his head, even stepping back involuntarily. The potion in Richard's hand seemed like a devouring demon, and he lacked the courage to even look at it. How could a machine make potions? Potion making required adaptability and years of accumulated knowledge from an alchemy wizard. Could a machine achieve that? Was an alchemy wizard somehow sealed inside? His past education and experience insisted, this must be a joke. But deep down, a voice continued to whisper. Joe Lord, this is real. Remember your past curiosity about how the Truth Tower's Potion Guild supplies potions without limit. This was his resolve as a wizard to seek truth. Wizards spoke only through facts. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. Soon, the machine fell silent, and Richard retrieved another bottle of focus potion from the output. Teacher, here's another potion. Can you find any difference between these two? LordI took a deep breath, accepted the potions, and uncorked them, using magic to taste their essence. There was no mistaking it, the potion's effects were nearly identical. LordI's rigid beliefs began to crumble, and the wizard's rationality resurfaced. LordI nearly gritted his teeth as he made a decision. These two potions are almost identical. Richard, you've created something remarkable. Chapter 72, The Wizard Guild Plan with Rationality Prevailing. LordI calmed down. Richard, what is the principle behind your machine? As a wizard, especially an alchemy wizard, the machine before him was as alluring as a captivating beauty, making LordI's curiosity insatiable. Teacher, isn't this a bit against the rules? Richard murmured. LordI blushed, realizing his breach of etiquette. Knowledge requires equivalent exchange, an unchanging rule in a wizarding world. However, LordI, upon reflecting on his collection, found nothing comparable to the machine before him. This. LordI was so anxious that sweat began to form on his forehead. If he didn't uncover the machine's secret, he felt he'd never sleep peacefully again. Teacher, I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it? Go ahead. LordI immediately focused on Richard, his gaze intense enough to pierce through him. Here's the deal, teacher. I plan to use this technology to start a wizard guild. I'll contribute the technology, and you'll invest capital. We'll split the profits 70-30. How does that sound? Richard suggested tentatively. In truth, once Richard confirmed the potions could be mass-produced, he had this plan in mind. Only selling potions within the academy seemed like an underutilization of his technology. Agreed. LordI accepted without hesitation. He vanished from the room briefly and returned with a black scroll in hand. This is a soul contract from the Tower of Truth. Even grand wizards must abide by its terms, LordI explained as he wrote clauses concerning profit sharing, confidentiality, and breach penalties on the contract with practiced ease. Review the contract, and if everything is satisfactory, sign it. Richard took the contract and read through it thoroughly. It wasn't that he distrusted LordI, but he wanted to learn how to draft a formal contract, a form of knowledge in itself. Satisfied with its terms, Richard signed the contract. As the contract turned to ash, an invisible force settled over both Richard and LordI, binding them not just as teacher and student, but also in a firm business partnership. Now, can you explain the principle to me? LordI asked eagerly. No problem. Richard approached the machine and quickly removed its outer casing, revealing the mechanical innards. This is the output port, this is the alchemical cauldron, and this is the magic stabilizer. Richard explained each component to LordI. The reason this machine can consistently produce potions isn't anything magical. I discovered that if the magic levels during potion making reach a certain standard, the potion can be produced reliably. Is it really that simple? LordI looked at Richard incredulously, unable to believe that something bordering on miraculous had such a straightforward principle. It seemed he could achieve this with a bit more effort once the potion formula was confirmed. Richard handed LordI his precise potion formula, which left LordI feeling dizzy after reviewing it. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. LordI burst into laughter, tears nearly falling from his eyes. The principle is so simple. Those old guys spent ages pondering it, concluding that using soul slaves for potion making was the answer. Ha ha ha. Richard sensed something off in LordI's words. What do you mean by that, teacher? LordI composed himself and explained to Richard, Richard, I suspect your creation isn't the first of its kind. At least a few thousand years ago, the Potion Guild of the Tower of Truth discovered this secret. But they've guarded it too well. Unless you're a genius who discovers it independently, no one knows how they achieve it. Before this, my friends and I in the alchemy school tried to uncover this secret. After centuries of research, we concluded that the Potion Guild had a group of clever potion slaves. LordI couldn't help but chuckle again. Not the first. Richard mused, as a startling idea emerged in his mind. Teacher, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Richard organized his thoughts. Teacher, is your research extremely advanced? I mean, is it something complex that many wizards struggle to solve? LordI paused. Certainly not. Many wizards study the same things I do. Then. Richard hesitated. Is it possible that what you're researching has already been discovered by a wizard you're not aware of? It's possible. In fact, I'd say it's certain that some wizard has figured it out. LordI observed Richard, curious about what groundbreaking idea his student had come up with. Then that explains it. Richard felt as though a puzzle had been solved, invigorating him. What are you thinking? LordI asked, intrigued. Nothing much, Richard replied, shaking his head as he left the room with LordI. Just moments ago, Richard confirmed a suspicion. Most wizards in the wizarding world are repeatedly reinventing the wheel. By reinventing the wheel, Richard meant that wizards were conducting the same research over and over. In his previous life, this phenomenon occasionally occurred due to technological competition between nations. However, in the wizarding world, the obsessive protection of knowledge severely limited technological exchange. If a wizard wanted to study a specific subject, they often had to begin from the very basics. Yes, begin exploration, not just study. Wizards have extraordinarily long lifespans. A one-ring wizard can live up to 1,000 years, and a three-ring wizard up to 10,000. Once they become grand wizards, their lifespan is measured in epochs, or tens of thousands of years. With such longevity, the theoretical development in the wizarding world should far exceed its current state. Yet, the wizarding world remained as it was. Richard had always found this puzzling, but today he found the answer. If wizards had to start from scratch to explore any field of knowledge, it was conceivable that the wizarding world ended up in its current state. Because a field of study isn't something one person can complete, it often requires many people contributing different perspectives. Moreover, an individual's perspective becomes more rigid with age. Like Joe Lord, an alchemy wizard who lived for thousands of years, struggling to grasp the knowledge for mass-producing potions. Without the exchange of knowledge, many technologies remain confined to a single wizard or academy. And this problem is nearly unsolvable. In a world where knowledge equates to power, everyone wants others to share knowledge while they reap the benefits. However, this is also a good thing, Richard murmured to himself. My ideas aren't so revolutionary. In a world as vast as this, there will always be clever minds. In the future, some things can be pursued more boldly. Chapter 73, Apprentice Exchange Competition. Since Richard was still an apprentice, the matters related to the Wizard Guild had to be managed by Joe Lord. Fortunately, Joe Lord already ran an alchemy workshop, so establishing a guild wasn't too daunting for him. The Academy's investigation was quickly concluded, and once it was confirmed that Joe Lord hadn't directly assisted Richard, the matter quietly subsided under Iraq's management. With increased production output, Richard's accumulation of magic stones quickly recovered. With a steady supply of magic stones, Richard's wizard grenade project progressed smoothly. The materials and spell models were finalized, leaving only the iterative design and testing phase to arrive at the most suitable blueprint. This was a long process, but Richard had plenty of time. Testing area. Test number 56, begin. Richard eyed the target in the distance and casually tossed a black cylindrical object. This was the 56th version of Richard's wizard grenade. Its elemental isolation stability and activation flexibility had vastly improved. If all went well, this design would become the final version of the wizard grenade. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the countdown ended, the grenade exploded on cue. Richard squinted, watching the intense light burst from afar. The water-fire annihilation reaction produced intense light, carrying enough energy to cause severe burns to ordinary people, though for wizard apprentices, it was merely a bright glare. As the light faded, Richard approached the crater left by the grenade. The previously solid, hardened ground now featured a pit about the height of a person. The energy dissipates too quickly, making it only suitable as a personal weapon. Richard shrugged and jotted down the data in his notebook. A personal weapon it was, but the cost wasn't high, just around 100 magic stones for materials. This was only Richard's preliminary study. Given more time, he could reduce the cost through rune arrays. However, such research was something Richard planned to pursue only at the wizard stage. As an apprentice, there was no need to waste time on it now. Richard. While Richard was recording data, a voice called from behind him. "What's up, Ellie?" Richard replied, not turning around. "The news is confirmed." Ellie ran up to Richard, excitement in her voice. "The exchange with the White Wizard Academy that the principal mentioned is happening." Richard was momentarily confused, but then remembered the principal's words from the day he entered the secret realm. Richard pocketed his notebook. "Didn't the vice principal say it might take another decade?" "Who knows? I heard from my teacher that the efficiency of the White Wizard Academy is surprisingly high this time. In just a few years, they've even started setting up the venue." Ellie excitedly hugged Richard. "And do you know what the prize is this time?" "What?" Richard asked, intrigued. "The prize is a direct promotion to wizard." "What?" Richard's eyes widened. "A direct promotion to wizard?" Such a reward was incredibly enticing. Ellie continued, "Since it's the first time this exchange is happening, a lot of things are experimental. So, the principal and vice principal decided to increase the prize a bit." "Oh, so were the guinea pigs," Richard realized. Even so, the reward of a direct promotion to wizard was enticing for Richard. "How much time do we have?" "About 4 years," Ellie calculated. "I heard the blood exam is being replaced by the exchange competition." Richard did the math. His mental power was close to reaching the senior apprentice level. With another year, he could make that advancement. Alright, plenty of time. By the way, what's the format of the competition? My teacher didn't say. You should ask Master Joe Lord, he might know more. Richard nodded. Alright, I'll ask him. Arriving at the laboratory on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Richard ran into Shackus, who was also looking for him. Hey, Junior, you're in luck with this generation. Shackus gave Richard a hearty pat, clearly aware of the exchange competition news. Haha, looks like you've heard too, Senior. Of course, the news is everywhere, Shackus replied, pointing upstairs. By the way, the teacher asked me to find you. You should head to the lab. He probably has some insider info for you. In the lab, Joe Lord beckoned Richard over as soon as he saw him. You've heard about the exchange competition, right? Richard sat down beside Joe Lord. Yes, I heard the final prize is a direct promotion to wizard. Indeed, it is, Joe Lord nodded, then added with dissatisfaction, your ex is such a miser. Even the exchange competition rewards are so stingy. Stingy? Richard was puzzled. Of course it's stingy, Joe Lord complained. The winner gets a direct promotion to wizard, which sounds impressive. But think about it, anyone who can win this competition is unlikely to fail the wizard exam. That's true, Richard realized. Winning the competition meant they were already likely to pass the wizard exam. This direct promotion essentially granted early wizard status. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. I called you here to tell you that the Wizard Guild matters are preliminarily settled. Joe Lord handed Richard a scroll made of leather. This is a guild charter issued by the Council of Truth. With this, we can legally conduct business with the Academy. That's great, Richard's eyes lit up. When do we start? Start? We've just completed the first step of establishing the Wizard Guild. Joe Lord gave him an exasperated look. The charter allows our existence, but to do business, we need stable material sources, sales channels, and popular products. Your teacher, while running an alchemy workshop, doesn't deal in potions. Establishing these channels requires starting from scratch. Moreover, focus potions are only useful for apprentices. At the wizard level, they're not much help. To grow the business, we need new potions, preferably useful for wizards. These are issues that can't be resolved in a year or two. Don't expect to turn a profit for at least a century or two. Richard scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. He had oversimplified matters. Starting a wizard guild was far more complex than selling potions in the Academy's commercial district. Alright, just be aware of this. Also, the details of the competition are tightly guarded by ERX. I've only got some vague information, suggesting it might be a simulated battlefield. You have a girlfriend who's a student of Susanna, right? Susanna might know more than I do. Master Susanna isn't sure either, Richard admitted awkwardly. She doesn't know either? Joe Lord was surprised but quickly returned to normal. If she doesn't know, she doesn't know. Regardless of the competition, improving your strength and accumulating knowledge are always the right choices. Chapter 74, Advanced Meditation Technique. After leaving Joe Lord, Richard headed straight to the spell shop. Despite Joe Lord's dismissive attitude towards the competition rewards, Richard was determined to give it his all. After all, who wouldn't want a guaranteed promotion? Due to the spread of the news, the spell shop was already crowded with well-informed wizard apprentices. These apprentices were among the more powerful ones, those with a chance to earn rewards from the competition. Make way, Richard called out as he pushed through the crowd. Though the other apprentices wanted to resist, Richard, being an alchemical bloodline wizard apprentice, was physically stronger than them even without activating his bloodline. Reaching the counter, Richard found the mechanical shopkeeper slowly processing Academy coins and sending out scrolls through pneumatic tubes. The shopkeeper wouldn't step in to maintain order unless a spell duel broke out. What would you like to purchase? The shopkeeper asked Richard mechanically. I want the advanced meditation technique. The surrounding environment fell silent at his words. Advanced meditation technique? Some apprentices dug at their ears, thinking they had misheard. Someone was buying the advanced meditation technique worth 10,000 magic stones, equivalent to 1,000,000 Academy coins. Advanced meditation technique, priced at 1,000,000 Academy coins. Richard said nothing more, calmly pulling bundles of Academy coins from his magic pouch. Every time he took out a bundle, an apprentice would rub their eyes in disbelief. This must be counterfeit. An apprentice thought, shocked. How could anyone afford the advanced meditation technique? Due to the sheer number of Academy coins, the mechanical shopkeeper had to verify them in batches. 200,000 Academy coins confirmed. 200,000 Academy coins confirmed. 200,000 Academy coins confirmed. The same announcement repeated 5 times, leaving the spell shop in stunned silence. Some apprentices who had just arrived were confused by the quiet. What's going on? Why isn't anyone talking? A nearby apprentice swallowed hard, suddenly remembering who this apprentice was. "You're Richard?" Richard glanced at him, neither confirming nor denying. "Richard? Is he that Richard?" Apprentices whispered. "Is he the Richard who was the first to kill a slave monster in the exam? The one who killed Holder? I heard there used to be someone else selling focus potions in the commercial district, but since Richard started selling them, that person mysteriously vanished, not even leaving a corpse." "Really?" Richard ignored the whispers. With the scroll in hand, he left the spell shop, leaving only a graceful figure behind. Reputation was just a name, Richard never cared for it. Back in his room, Richard used the miracle furnace to extract the contents of the advanced meditation technique. Material: knowledge scroll, extractable information, advanced meditation technique, extraction cost, 15 mental power, proceed with extraction? Richard chose to extract. Seconds later, a white glow appeared on the miracle furnace. Absorbing the glow, Richard immediately attempted meditation. The advanced meditation technique was several times more complex than the intermediate one, with a staggering 100 Mendel runes. However, Richard was no longer a novice, and he was well versed in meditation techniques. After a couple of failed attempts, Richard successfully entered meditation on the third try. The advanced meditation technique allowed him to remain in the Sea of Souls for 8 hours. Upon waking from meditation, Richard could feel the advanced technique's effects were several times stronger than the intermediate one. At this rate, in less than 4 months, he would reach the 40-point mental power threshold, becoming a senior wizard apprentice. But Richard's ambitions went beyond that. With 4 years to go, at this rate, my mental power could reach 45 points before the exchange competition. Although it's far from the limit for an apprentice, it's relatively fast compared to others, Richard mused. The maximum mental power for wizard apprentices was 49.9 points. Apprentices at this level were called limit apprentices. Once at this level, further meditation was futile. They needed the wizard promotion ritual to elevate their life level to a higher plane. After the transition, apprentices would become wizards, experiencing a drastic power increase. Despite the mere 0.1 difference between 49.9 and 50 points, even a newly promoted wizard could easily defeat 3 limit apprentices. Once fully adapted, a wizard would view limit apprentices as slightly stronger ordinary humans. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, Richard carefully observed a dissected insect under a magnifying glass. Through the lens, the insect's muscular structure was clearly visible. As he observed, Richard jotted down notes. This muscle structure of the crystal arrow bug is fascinating. Layers upon layers of muscle fibers stack, and when charged, they deform like bowstrings, storing as much energy as possible. Richard marveled at the crystal arrow bug. Though small, when in motion, the crystal arrow bug shot like an arrow from a crossbow, easily piercing through steel. Wizards excelled at discovering knowledge from various sources and applying it. Upon seeing this muscle structure, Richard immediately thought of his own body. Wizards modifying their bodies was a common practice. To gain power, wizards had no qualms about shedding their physical limitations. Grow it and then transplant. Richard pondered. This modification resembled Joe Lord's creation of synthetic beasts. When crafting these beasts, Joe Lord didn't just sew together different limbs. To enhance combat power, he cultivated muscles, skin, and even bones himself. But Richard was hesitant to use this method. Setting aside the difficulty of targeted cultivation, the idea of muscle transplant rejection and its impact on daily activities was unacceptable for Richard. Human muscles, while not the best, were certainly the most suited for daily life. The crystal arrow bug's muscle structure, while advantageous in some aspects, also had its drawbacks. Sigh, it's a pity my teacher doesn't have flesh magic to temporarily alter flesh structure. Otherwise, the bug's muscle structure would significantly boost combat power. Leaving the laboratory, Richard proceeded to the training room for his body adaptation exercises. Thanks to years of relentless training, Richard's body could now withstand elemental damage from fire, lightning, and ice spells below 45 energy levels. This was roughly the limit of what Richard could achieve at his current stage. While the body adaptation could continually enhance resistance to various damages, it also required a sufficient physical foundation. To draw an analogy, the body was like the material of a machine, adaptation potions acted as lubricants, and external stimuli served as energy sources. Though a machine could operate with energy supply, excessive operation would wear down or damage the material. The same logic applied to the human body. According to Joe Lord's estimates, wizard apprentices could train their body adaptation up to 50 energy levels. Beyond that point, their life core risked collapsing. At that stage, survival would be a stroke of luck, let alone adaptation. After completing a training cycle, Richard wiped himself down and left the training room, planning to return to his room to read some magic books. But as he stepped out, he saw Joe Lord approaching. "Richard, I have a task for you." Chapter 75, Gale City, a mission? Richard was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, a trial mission assigned by ERX," Joe Lord said, handing Richard a scroll. "There's been a case of population disappearance in an affiliated city of the Academy. The apprentice wizard stationed there suspects it's the work of a mad wizard and reported it to the Academy." "Mad wizard? Is that a type of wizard like the black and white wizards?" Richard glanced at the scroll and asked casually. No, Joe Lord replied, shaking his head. "Black and white wizards are classifications made by the Great Truth Wizards. Mad wizards, on the other hand, is a more colloquial term. Their official designation is illegal wizards, essentially those who have violated the laws of the Council of Truth. Technically, the legal department under the Council of Truth should handle such matters. However, given that the enforcement wizards are responsible for too many areas, dealing with apprentice-level mad wizards falls under the Academy's jurisdiction. Legal department, another new term." Richard stored the scroll away. "All right, I'll take care of it." "Don't underestimate this task," Joe Lord cautioned. "Mad wizards are often more skilled in combat than regular apprentices. They experiment on mortals, and some of their research specifically targets wizards. If you underestimate them, you might suffer a big loss." Richard nodded confidently. "I understand, teacher." Back in his room, Richard immediately set about preparing his equipment. First was his Devourer Greatsword. After years of crafting, the second phase of the Devourer Greatsword was complete, now imbued with a purgatory fire that could burn spirits. Next, he prepared various protective magical items, the Guardian Pendant, the Mind Protection Ring, the Cloak of Invisibility. Finally, Richard carefully packed 5 black tubes into his magic pouch. These were his crafted wizard grenades, now called Annihilation Grenades. The final design for the Annihilation Grenade was settled 2 years ago. Since then, Richard had made slight modifications, creating a special version. The special Annihilation Grenades had altered materials, raising the cost to 1,000 magic stones each. In exchange, these grenades required no charging and could be used effortlessly even by low-level apprentices. Richard had made 5 of these special grenades and planned to bring them all for contingencies. With his equipment ready, Richard called his crow, Foggy, to his shoulder from the balcony. "You can't go on a mission without the Death Messenger." The mission location was a city named Gale, one of the more populous cities affiliated with the Academy, boasting over 1 million residents. Due to its large population, the Academy took reports of mad wizards seriously. The Wizard Academy had an obligation to protect ordinary humans within its domain. If a mad wizard of apprentice level caused a significant disturbance that drew the legal department's attention, the Black Tower Wizard Academy would face accountability from them. At the airship terminal, Richard boarded a magical airship bound for Gale. Every city under the Academy's jurisdiction had an airship terminal, which facilitated not only the travel of wizard apprentices but also the transportation of goods by wizard guilds. Once aboard, Richard observed the airship's passengers. Unlike the airship to the Blackstone Mountains, this one had a significant number of ordinary people. These ordinary passengers were well-dressed and spoke courteously, likely belonging to the middle and upper classes of mortal society. When they noticed Richard's gaze, they didn't panic but instead bowed slightly in respect. They seemed accustomed to seeing wizard apprentices. "It seems life for ordinary people on the wizard continent is better than I thought, and wizards aren't as mysterious. In the Plantagenet Kingdom, ordinary people couldn't dream of riding an airship, even carriages were a luxury for the rich and noble, with commoners relying on their legs for travel." Gale City wasn't far from the Academy. After 4 hours of flight, Richard arrived at his destination. Upon disembarking, Richard was greeted by a surprising sight. Gale City's airship terminal was even larger than the Academy's. Large airships with massive cargo holds landed, and workers boarded to unload and transport goods. Curiously, they used horse-drawn carts for transport. Using horse-drawn carts to move airship cargo amused Richard. A blend of backwardness and advancement, the wizarding world is fascinating. Exiting the airship terminal, Richard saw numerous carriages waiting for business. He hailed one, intending to head to the City Lord's mansion. "How much to the City Lord's mansion?" The coachman glanced at Richard. Upon noticing the silver pentagram on his chest, his eyes widened. He quickly dismounted, appearing excited. "Are you a wizard, sir?" Richard nodded. "It's an honor to serve a wizard. How could I charge you?" the coachman said, opening the carriage door and gesturing for Richard to enter. Richard chuckled. "Why so excited? Haven't you seen a wizard before?" Based on his observations on the airship, wizard apprentices should be fairly common on the wizard continent. "I've never seen someone as important as you," the coachman replied, visibly thrilled. "In all of Gale City, only the City Lord sees wizards regularly. We common folk only see them once a decade during apprentice selections." I see, Richard nodded, stepping into the carriage. Along the way, Richard curiously observed the city governed by the Wizard Academy. Unlike Blackstone City, Gale City was bustling. The streets were crowded, and while people's clothes weren't luxurious, they were at least clean and decent. The citizens' faces were lively. In the Plantagenet Kingdom, even the royal city couldn't compare. The airship terminal was on the city's outskirts. Logically, Richard should have passed through slums, but he saw no such thing, not even a single beggar. "Driver, are there no beggars in Gale City?" Richard asked casually. "Beggars?" The coachman laughed. "I've never seen a beggar in Gale City since I was born." "How is that possible?" Richard exclaimed. "Nothing's impossible, sir. It's all thanks to you wizards," the coachman said proudly. "I've grown up hearing stories of wizard heroes." "Really?" Richard stroked his chin. It seemed the apprentices sent by the academy invested considerable effort in city governance. Following the main street, Richard arrived at the city lord's mansion, a grand marble building. Richard disembarked and offered the coachman an academy coin, but the coachman refused, insisting it was his honor to serve, and drove off with a wave of his whip. All Richard could do was smile wryly. He showed the academy-issued mission scroll to the gatekeeper, who hurriedly opened the gates and led Richard into the mansion. Upon entering, Richard immediately sensed a magical fluctuation emanating from the mansion's walls, indicating an inscribed magic ray. "My teacher said apprentices were stationed in these cities. This must be their handiwork." Following the stairs to the second floor, the guard led Richard to the city lord's study before leaving him. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless a wizard arrives?" a voice called from inside. Hearing this, Richard pushed the door open. The study's decor was modest, contrasting with the mansion's grandeur. Inside, an elderly man with white hair sat in a chair, holding a book. The old man stared in astonishment at the tall man with a crow perched on his shoulder. "I'm the wizard sent by the academy," Richard said calmly, displaying the mission scroll to the old man. The old man quickly rose and approached Richard. Hello, I am Spencer Gale, the Lord of Gale City. It's an honor to meet you." Chapter 76, The Cult Lord Spencer. Let's skip the pleasantries. "I need to know the specifics," Richard said, sitting down and getting straight to the point. "Of course, wizard. 3 months ago, a woman reported to the city police that her parents had gone missing 3 days prior and remained untraceable. The police investigated but found nothing unusual. However, during their inquiry, they noticed several vacant homes in her neighborhood. The wizard stationed here had instructed that any large-scale disappearances be reported, so the police brought this to my attention, and I passed it on to the wizard," Spencer explained. "And?" Richard frowned. "Did you conduct a more in-depth investigation?" "Well." Spencer chuckled awkwardly, thinking how they dared not investigate further when it involved a wizard. Richard sighed, realizing this mission might be more troublesome than he anticipated. "Do you have the police records from the investigation?" Richard asked. Yes. Spencer quickly replied. "Bring them to me, and take me to meet the stationed wizard." The stationed wizard's residence was not far from the mansion. After walking a few hundred meters with Spencer, Richard arrived at the place. It was a small house with an overgrown garden, indicating neglect. Other than that, it looked like any ordinary dwelling. "Sir, I'll go prepare the records for you while you meet with the wizard," Spencer suggested. Richard waved him off. "Go ahead." Spencer, relieved, bowed slightly to Richard before quickly leaving. Richard knocked on the door, but there was no response. "No one's home?" Richard frowned, then released a bit of his magical aura. This elicited a response. Creak. An old man with skin rough like tree bark opened the door. "An apprentice from the academy?" the old man asked. Richard nodded. "That's right. Come in, then." Upon entering the house, Richard was hit by a pungent sour odor. The living room was littered with trash, and the sofa was piled with dirty clothes. "Don't mind the mess. I'm just an old man. No one visits, so I don't bother tidying up," the old man said, fetching a kettle from the kitchen to pour Richard a cup of water. "Don't you conduct any research?" Richard couldn't help but ask. Inside this house, Richard sensed no magical presence whatsoever. Even the city lord's mansion felt more like a wizard's dwelling than this place. "Research? Young man, I'm not like you. I've graduated and have no hope of becoming a wizard," the old man laughed wryly. "Besides, I've learned enough. Isn't playing chess more enjoyable than research?" With that, the old man pushed aside some trash on the table and produced a chessboard from somewhere. The board was clean and smooth, clearly a well-used antique. "Chess is far more entertaining than reading." Richard was taken aback. This old man's easygoing attitude was unlike any other wizard apprentice he had met. It seemed he had completely abandoned his wizard apprentice identity and returned to the life of an ordinary person. "Care for a game?" The rules are simple, the old man offered enthusiastically. No, thank you. I'm here to ask about the Mad Wizard incident you reported, Richard declined, steering the conversation back on track. Did you visit the crime scene? Any leads? The old man shook his head, disappointed. I just took a look. No spell traces, no clues. Everything seemed normal, like the residents just stepped out one morning and vanished. Richard's heart sank at this. Without any leads, how was he supposed to complete the mission? Don't worry. With your status, you can command the city officials. Finding a lead shouldn't be hard, the old man said slowly, seeming to read Richard's thoughts. In some ways, mortals aren't any worse than wizards. Richard sighed, realizing he'd have to wait for Spencer's records. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. As Richard left, the old man didn't see him out. Instead, he moved a few pieces on the chessboard, playing against himself. For him, the chessboard represented his pursuit of truth. The police records soon arrived in Richard's hands, and he began reviewing them immediately. The Crimson Lord? Richard pointed to a term in the records and asked Spencer, what is this? Is there a religion in the city? Wizards typically didn't believe in gods, or at least not in those that could be physically encountered. During their conquests of other worlds, wizards had slain countless beings claiming to be gods. Some were world rulers, others twisted demons, but to wizards, they were merely powerful native creatures, serving only to contribute knowledge on an autopsy table. Of course, some wizards did follow certain deities. These were a sect of soul wizards who would imagine a god, pray to it, and offer it magic power, turning the god into something akin to a storage unit. In times of danger, this god would return the stored power to the wizard, temporarily enhancing their combat abilities. This was an obscure form of magic, practiced by only a tiny fraction of soul wizards. It's indeed a religion, Spencer said, perplexed. But it should have been banned long ago. A cult? Spencer nodded. Yes, a cult. This religion demanded live sacrifices from its followers. After it was reported, the People's Protection Squad captured their leaders, and the cult was supposed to be disbanded. It seems now it's resurfacing. Richard tapped the term Crimson Lord, feeling that this revived cult was likely behind the disappearances. Have the police quietly investigate this cult and report any findings to me immediately. At your command, wizard. 3 days later, the results of the police investigation were laid before Richard. Your wisdom is unmatched, sir. All the missing persons were connected to the God of the Vortex cult. They were all followers, Spencer said obsequiously. This isn't enough, Richard shook his head. Have the police set me up with an identity. I want to infiltrate this cult. You plan to investigate personally? Spencer was taken aback. Isn't that too risky? Risky? Richard looked at him like he was an idiot. Lord Spencer, you seem to forget something. I'm a wizard apprentice. I'm far stronger than any of your knights, even your senior knights. Spencer blushed, realizing he had forgotten that respect for Richard wasn't just due to his status. Behind that respect lay formidable strength. Chapter 77, The Ritual. Mr. Niccolo was a renowned businessman in Gale City, primarily dealing in grain. 1/10 of the city's grain passed through his hands, making him incredibly wealthy. Despite his riches, Niccolo's main passion, besides the usual leisure activities, was studying witchcraft. This witchcraft was not the legitimate kind taught at the Wizard Academy. On the contrary, it was filled with all sorts of bizarre and unrealistic practices. 9 out of 10 were fake, and the remaining one was a fragment of some lost and incomplete spell. To understand how bewildering this hobby was, imagine a patient ignoring modern medicine to seek out dubious folk remedies. Yet, Mr. Niccolo was utterly engrossed, almost as if he were under a spell. In an unknown chamber. Patriarch, the police have begun investigating us, said Niccolo, who was short and stout, kneeling before a mysterious figure in a black robe praying at an altar. What have they discovered? The mysterious figure's voice was strange, like a chorus of many voices speaking in unison. The language was unfamiliar to Niccolo, yet he understood every word. Patriarch, our sacrifices might have been exposed. What? The mysterious figure exuded a sudden pressure, making Niccolo feel like he was facing a sealed demon rather than a person. What should we do, my lord? Niccolo asked, trembling. What to do? The mysterious figure paused. Summon the followers tonight. The sacrifice cannot be delayed any longer. Our master must descend as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. I'll organize it immediately. After Niccolo left, the mysterious figure returned to his original position, and a psychic wave emanated from him. Master, tonight is the night you shall break free and descend into this world. On the altar, a small spatial rift flickered intermittently. Thanks to arrangements by the police and the city lord's mansion, Richard successfully assumed a new identity, a wandering knight seeking power. Using this identity, He frequented various taverns to cement his cover and eventually made contact with followers of the Crimson Lord, becoming one of them. At the tavern, Richard, as usual, drank heavily to perfect his image. Soon, a man in red approached him. "Richard, there's a sacrifice tonight," the man whispered in Richard's ear. "A sacrifice?" Richard feigned excitement. "Does that mean I'll receive the Crimson Lord's blessing?" The man in red frowned slightly, gesturing for Richard to lower his voice. "Of course. The Crimson Lord bestows blessings at every sacrifice. How lucky I am." Inwardly, the man in red thought Richard was a fool for believing such nonsense. The Crimson Lord's blessings weren't so easily bestowed, and if they were, they wouldn't go to someone like him. However, he feigned envy and said, "You're indeed lucky to witness a sacrifice so soon after joining." After delivering the message, the man in red left the tavern, and Richard's excited expression turned into a sneer. "After all this time, I've finally found the mastermind." Wasting no time, Richard contacted Spencer, instructing him to prepare to evacuate the populace. Mad wizards might disregard civilian lives, but Richard couldn't. One of the Academy's mission requirements was to minimize harm to civilians. "Number 73 on 9th Street? Got it, sir. I'll get ready." Spencer's voice came through the crystal ball. The crystal ball was a tool Richard had specially prepared for this mission. It could transmit sound within 500 meters, functioning like a rudimentary telephone. Its minimal magical fluctuations meant Richard didn't fear detection by the Mad Wizard. "Don't prepare too early. Be cautious of leaks," Richard warned. "Don't worry, Wizard. I can handle this." As night fell, Richard, cloaked and wearing worn leather armor, arrived at the gathering place with his greatsword. The doorman verified Richard's identity and let him in. From the outside, the gathering place resembled an ordinary residence, but beneath it lay a vast underground hall. The hall could accommodate hundreds of people, its walls lined with torches and oil lamps. In the center stood a black stone altar adorned with strange symbols. During gatherings, attendees would pray to the altar. The underground hall connected to several tunnels, but Richard hadn't had the chance to explore where they led. As more followers gathered, the hall quickly filled with hundreds of masked, cloaked individuals, resembling a masquerade ball. Once everyone was present, the guards sealed the entrance, and a figure in black emerged from the shadows, floating to the hall's center. "Good evening, faithful followers of the Crimson Lord." "Patriarch," the crowd bowed in unison. "I'm sure you're curious why I'm conducting a sacrifice so soon, less than half a year since the last one." The figure's voice shifted, growing fervent. "Today, I received a divine message from our Lord, the great Crimson Lord. He said the time has come for him to descend and bring us a grand baptism." The followers erupted in excitement at the news. Fanatics were akin to idol worshippers, and like fans about to see their idol, they were exhilarated. But in a corner, Richard couldn't help but smirk. If not for the risk of being ambushed by necromancy spells due to the crowd, he'd have cut down this pretentious charlatan with his sword already. A senior apprentice playing prophet in a mortal city was a disgrace to wizard apprentices. If this charlatan had even a hint of a scientific zealot's spirit, Richard might not have dismissed him so easily. Yet, there was none to be found. Sacrifice. 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 The chant spread through the hall, the fervor irritating Richard. Damn it, in a world with wizards, believing in gods, what are these people thinking? The figure in black opened his arms to the followers, his words growing impassioned. "Brothers and sisters, our paradise is imminent. Our Lord will establish a divine kingdom on this land, free of poverty and suffering, illness and death. We will enjoy eternal happiness until time's end." Simultaneously, a subtle psychic intrusion brushed against Richard's mind. The figure in black trembled and immediately looked towards Richard's corner. "Who are you?" Richard exhaled, stepping forward with his sword. "Your executioner." Chapter 78, The Mad Wizard, the one to kill me? The black-robed figure's voice turned venomous. "A wizard apprentice from the Academy?" Richard didn't answer. Instead, his form shifted into a black-scaled giant, and his greatsword ignited with fierce black flames. Then, boom! With a swing, the greatsword, accompanied by a howling wind, smashed the black-robed figure into the wall of the hall. Simultaneously, the ground-level People's Guard began their operation. Under the City Lord Spencer's orders, the entire city's People's Guard had been mobilized to this location. These robust soldiers, many of whom were knights, were skilled fighters but had one task in this battle: evacuate the civilians. "Bastard!" A furious roar echoed from the wall, and a blood-red figure shot out at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. But Richard didn't even glance back, countering with another swing. Boom! Was this all the Mad Wizard could muster? Richard thought mockingly as 3 fireballs suddenly appeared around him. These fireballs had been modified by Ellie, each reaching an energy level of 50. Now, all 3 aimed at the Patriarch, shooting forth together. Boom. Richard turned his gaze to the cult followers in the hall, taking out a recording crystal ball. Leave this place immediately. Cult followers generally weren't the brightest, and few would heed his warning. Recording it in advance would provide an explanation to the Academy when casualties inevitably occurred. If they insisted on courting death, how could he be blamed? Sure enough, after Richard's warning, not a single follower moved, even though the Patriarch's mental manipulation had ceased. Richard shook his head. There was no point in advising those determined to die. He approached the black-robed figure, who was now unrecognizable after the fireball barrage. Yet, despite being unconscious, the Mad Wizard's blood and flesh continued to writhe, healing his wounds. Interesting, Richard mused, pulling the figure out. As the flesh writhed, the black-robed man's appearance returned to normal. The followers gasped upon seeing his true face. Oh my God, it's Mr. Niccolo? Mr. Niccolo? Richard noted the name, then used the crystal ball to contact Spencer on the ground. Spencer, do you know a man named Niccolo? Niccolo? The voice from the crystal ball sounded surprised. Niccolo is Gale City's largest grain merchant, sir. Did you see him inside? A grain merchant? Something felt off to Richard. Is he a graduated wizard? Richard asked immediately. Impossible, sir. Although Niccolo has an interest in sorcery, he's definitely immortal. Spencer's response shocked Richard. If Niccolo was a grain merchant, where did his mental power come from? Awakening mental power required a meditation technique, and developing it took a long time. Richard could believe Gale City had some basic meditation techniques, but even with those, Niccolo couldn't possibly reach senior apprentice levels in his lifetime. Something's not right. This is a trap. Realizing this, Richard prepared to leave the underground hall immediately. But it was too late. Scarlet light erupted from the altar in the hall center, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. Under the crimson glow, the followers' skin began to ooze blood, forming streams on the floor that traced a bizarre pattern. The followers did not scream or show pain. Instead, they knelt in the bloodlight, praising the Crimson Lord's blessing loudly. But Richard was not faring well. He felt his cells trembling, an eerie energy stimulating them to detach from his body. With no time to think, Richard conjured several fireballs, launching them at the altar's center while he turned to flee. The sound of explosions filled the air as the fireballs detonated, engulfing the altar in flames and blasting nearby followers to pieces. As the flames dissipated, the altar remained untouched, a blood barrier had absorbed all the damage. Before Richard could react further, a figure rose from the followers, pointing at him. Crack, crack, crack. 3 shattering sounds echoed in Richard's ears, the sound of mental barriers breaking. Suddenly, his brain felt pierced by dozens of searing iron spikes, the intense pain leaving him blank. Mad Wizard. Richard roared, clutching his head. Still alive? The Mad Wizard sounded surprised. Most senior apprentices wouldn't survive his attack. But alive or not, he could always strike again. With that thought, the Mad Wizard gathered his magic for another blow. Boom. The Mad Wizard stared dumbly at his right arm, now a cloud of blood mist. Ugh! He groaned, his face paling as blood oozed from his eyes, mouth, and nose. The excruciating pain shattered his concentration, causing his spell to fail. Spell backlash struck him immediately. It would be a while before he could cast spells again. From his magic pouch, he drew a half-man-high steel wand. The flesh at his shoulder writhed, growing a new arm in moments. He looked at Richard, who held a strange magical device resembling an alien crossbow. TSK, missed. Richard, enduring the headache, stowed the magic gun back in his pouch. This weapon was a one-shot deal. If it didn't kill, it was tough to land another hit. Richard dared not use spells recklessly now. The mental attack's damage wasn't easily remedied. The searing pain was so deep, immune even to focus potions. In the bloodlight, the 2 wizard apprentices faced each other. In the next instant, their forms collided, unleashing shock waves. With the Mad Wizard present, Richard couldn't leave freely. This ritual seemed exceptionally sinister. If allowed to continue, who knew what chaos would ensue? Moreover, Richard suspected the Crimson Lord wasn't merely a Mad Wizard's fabrication. This so-called deity might truly exist. If the ritual proceeded, that entity might actually descend. Richard knew the wizarding world must have countermeasures against such events, but even a second of that entity's presence could spell his doom. Maybe its arrival would be a minor setback for the wizarding world, perhaps even a gain. But Richard had no intention of being the sacrificial cost. In the bloodlight, Richard transformed into the black-scaled giant, his muscles bulging with each movement carrying immense force. The Mad Wizard, though using psychic spells, had physical strength rivaling Richard's due to the Crimson Lord's influence. Dull thuds echoed through the hall as the 2 nearly inhuman creatures, one wielding a staff, the other a greatsword, struck at each other's vital points. Ultimately, The Mad Wizard wasn't specialized in physical prowess. Richard gradually gained the upper hand. When the Mad Wizard exposed a flaw, Richard grinned, his arm muscles swelling. Boom. A blood blossom erupted from the Mad Wizard's chest, the powerful blow leaving a near-transparent hole. "It's over," Richard said coldly, raising his sword to sever the Mad Wizard's head. "Indeed, it is." The Mad Wizard sneered, and behind him, a spatial rift cracked open on the altar, revealing a blood-red eye. Our Lord is about to descend. Chapter 79, The Mysterious Black-Robed Wizard. An indescribable fear gripped Richard once more. The eye did nothing but glance at him, and he felt as if his very flesh and blood were about to disintegrate. A world lord, definitely a world lord. Richard thought in terror. This eye undoubtedly belonged to a world lord. The Mad Wizard sneered at Richard. Though he, too, was immobilized by the world lord's pressure, to him, it was the majesty of his master. "Oh, my lord, descend upon this world," the Mad Wizard cried out in near ecstasy. But then he noticed something amiss. Richard's body. It was moving. How could such an insect as Richard move under the Crimson Lord's majesty? Richard slowly moved his hand to his waist pouch. Unlike this ignorant Mad Wizard, he had actually met a Grand Wizard before. During that meeting, Richard's body had adapted to extreme fear. Now, Richard could function normally under the less intense pressure of a world lord. The spatial rift was expanding, and it seemed the owner of that blood-red eye truly intended to descend into this world. Richard reached into his magic pouch and pulled out 3 black cylinders. Magical equipment? Foolish lamb, do you still wish to struggle? Bow down to my master. Our Lord will bring a perfect earthly paradise to this world. The Mad Wizard shouted fervently. Richard ignored him, calculating the distance to the altar. I'm 3 meters from the altar. This should be close enough. Channeling magic power into his heart, Richard felt a surge of strength, granting him the power to throw. Go. The 3 black cylinders landed precisely on the altar. 3, 2. Useless. The Mad Wizard laughed hysterically. This altar can't be destroyed unless a wizard intervenes. 1. Boom. A blinding light, reminiscent of creation itself, engulfed the altar. The next moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the hall, leaving Richard dazed. As the light faded, the altar had vanished. The altar? It's gone? How is this possible? The Mad Wizard stared in disbelief at the altar's former location, now just a gaping black hole. This can't be, it can't be. The Mad Wizard crawled to the altar's remains like a dog, desperate to prove it was all an illusion. But it was gone, and no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a trace of the nearly vaporized altar. Richard let out a sigh of relief. 3 annihilation grenades, each with 1,000 energy levels, had done the trick. Without those grenades, he might not have survived today. But before he could relax, a crack reached his ears. No way. Richard's heart sank as he looked towards the altar's location. From the space where the altar once stood, countless blood-red tendrils tore through, ripping open a spatial rift. It's back. Damn it. Richard cursed internally at the sight of those blood-red tendrils, wondering why the World Lord insisted on sending its head on a platter despite the altar's destruction. Must it deliver its head at all costs? The Mad Wizard laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. I knew my master wouldn't fail. Huh? Why is my master retreating? Before he could finish his glee, the blood-red tendrils abruptly retracted into the rift, as if sensing something and preparing to flee. Cackle. You think you can leave after coming to the wizarding world? In an instant, the space in the underground hall seemed frozen, the retreating tendrils immobilized in midair. A spatial rift materialized from nowhere, and from it emerged a black-robed wizard. Your task is done, little one. Richard looked at this wizard, who exuded an evil, maddening aura, like an apocalyptic demon wearing human skin. Yet, he felt no fear, only a strange closeness, as if this fearsome wizard were family. Is this a spell? Richard wondered, feeling a trace of confusion. Had his mind been manipulated? The black-robed wizard ignored Richard's reaction. Extending an arm from beneath the robe, he grasped at the blood-red tendrils, as if seizing the entire space of the underground hall. Richard felt a suffocating pressure, and the Mad Wizard seemed to bear even more, collapsing into a pool of flesh under the weight. Boom. The World Lord beyond the rift chose to abandon part of itself, severing the tendrils that had reached into the wizarding world. But the black-robed wizard was not done. With a sinister laugh, he thrust his arm into the spatial rift, reaching through the temporal turbulence for the owner of the blood-red tendrils. The wizarding world tolerates no alien intrusion. The terrifying entities clashed across the turbulent space-time, while Richard watched in awe. Soon, the black-robed wizard withdrew his arm, clutching a thick, bloody tendril. Covered in mysterious patterns, the tendril made Richard dizzy with just a glance, nearly causing him to faint. The rules of flesh, useful enough. The black-robed wizard casually opened a spatial rift and tossed the tendril inside, collecting the remaining writhing tendrils from the ground, leaving behind only one the size of an arm. "Little one, you did well." The black-robed wizard approached Richard, holding the tendril. "Evacuating civilians was a wise decision, and standing by your duty is an admirable quality." Richard hurriedly stood and respectfully saluted the wizard. "Master, I am Richard, an apprentice of the 432nd class of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. It's an honor to receive your praise. You did well. This little thing is your reward." The black-robed wizard tossed the tendril to Richard. "Though that world lord is a level 4 creature, most of the essence in this tendril has been reclaimed. It's just a shell now. Take it back as a specimen or study its structure, as you wish. It's not dangerous." With that, the black-robed wizard stepped forward and vanished without a trace before Richard could respond. "Not dangerous, he says." Richard mused, gripping the tendril as the miracle furnace in his soul vibrated slightly. Material, unknown tendril, extractable rule, flesh, extremely fragmented, dissipating, extraction cost, 5 soul power, proceed with extraction? The rules of flesh, soul power. Richard pondered, torn. Soul power represented Richard's mental power limit. If he chose to extract, he would drop from a senior wizard apprentice to a mid-level one. This could be a disadvantage for the upcoming apprentice exchange competition. But the extractable rule of flesh was no ordinary find. Creatures capable of touching rules were typically at least at the 3rd ring wizard level. Although this rule was extremely fragmented, it was undoubtedly a massive boon for an apprentice like him. So, to extract or not to extract? Chapter 80, The Rule of Flesh. There was no time for Richard to hesitate. Faced with a choice between maximizing his mental strength or acquiring a new rule, Richard decisively chose the latter. As soon as he opted to extract the rule, Richard felt as if a part of his soul had been carved out, filling him with an indescribable emptiness. It felt as though something essential was missing from him. With fuel provided, the miracle furnace whirred into action. The tendril Richard held vanished instantaneously, reappearing within the furnace. Though Richard wished to observe the details of the extraction, the process was swift. In moments, a glowing orb tinged with blood-red light floated above the furnace. The tendril, now devoid of any essence, twitched feebly, reduced to mere flesh. The rule of flesh. I hope it's worth it. Absorbing the orb, Richard immediately sensed a profound power entering his body, bringing with it a revelation. This was no mere absorption of skills, he truly understood something fundamental. Once the absorption was complete, Richard opened his eyes and pressed his hand lightly against the wall beside him. With a dull sound, his palm left an imprint with ease. Richard retrieved a crystal ball, testing his current stats. Mental power, 38, physique, 45, magic, 380, rating, mid-level apprentice, still at 45 points, my physique hasn't increased. Richard pondered over his stats. Recently, his physique had reached 45 points thanks to the effects of feedback, physique-enhancing potions, and body adaptation training, depleting his stock of enhancement potions. But my strength has indeed increased. Moreover, it seems I can now. With a thought, Richard's arm muscles began to subtly reshape, intertwining into a new muscle structure. Flesh manipulation? This can't be all. Richard pulled out 2 magic stones to replenish his magic, then activated his bloodline. This time, the activation was different. Richard found he could control which parts of his body transformed, unlike before, when the transformation was total. He could even manipulate the black scales that emerged, merging them to form a dagger or an arm guard. Amazing rules. If I could gain more, would I be able to control cells or even the core of life itself? Richard's mind filled with possibilities, but he quickly shelved these fantasies. The concept of rules was still distant, acquiring even a fragment was a stroke of luck. Searching the basement, Richard found a notebook and several magic stones in the Mad Wizard's magic pouch. As for the steel wand, he had no intention of selling it, it was too crude, embarrassing even. In the Mad Wizard's notes, Richard discovered records of an ancient magic, seemingly capable of communicating with beings from other worlds. It seemed this magic had led the apprentice to the Crimson Lord. Returning to the surface, Richard instructed Spencer to douse the underground hull with oil and burn it before entering again. "This is for your own good," Richard said earnestly, patting Spencer on the shoulder. The clash between the mysterious wizard and the world lord had turned the hull into a sea of blood, with organs and flesh mixed together. Even Richard would have nightmares for days. After completing the mission, Richard took a flyer back to the academy and reported everything to Joe Lord. "A world lord!" Joe Lord exclaimed, jumping from his chair upon hearing Richard's report. He circled Richard, finding his student only slightly weakened in magical aura but otherwise unharmed. Surviving an encounter with a world lord with such minor injuries was astonishing. After his inspection, Joe Lord gave Richard a thumbs up. Surviving a World Lord encounter. My student, you're even more impressive than your teacher. Richard smiled shyly, then inquired about the mysterious wizard. The wizard you encountered is likely a guardian of the wizarding world, an enforcer from the legal department. Their rank in the legal department must be quite high. A guardian of the world? Richard asked, intrigued. They are the world lords of the wizarding world. In the astral realm, becoming a level 4 creature, a grand wizard, can be achieved in various ways. The most common is gaining the world's recognition, being filled with the world's primordial power, and becoming a guardian of the world, Joe Lord explained. This method grants increased combat power within the protected world but significantly reduces strength outside it. It's a trade-off? Most world lords we encounter in other world conquests are of this nature. I see, no wonder I felt no fear, only familiarity, when I saw that wizard, Richard mused. Joe Lord snorted, you felt familiarity because you haven't broken any laws. If you had, you'd feel terror, not closeness. Richard chuckled, saying no more. But inwardly, he unraveled a knot. As a transmigrator, it seemed he had been accepted by the wizarding world. After submitting his mission report, the Academy highly praised Richard's actions, rewarding him with an additional 1,000 magic stones on top of the original 2,000. Richard took the reward calmly. 1,000 magic stones? I can earn that in 2 months, he thought. Back at the Academy, Richard resumed his normal life. However, he began exchanging knowledge about synthetic beasts with Joe Lord. The rule of flesh granted Richard the ability to manipulate flesh, a power currently limited to his own body. By combining this ability with the muscle structure knowledge from synthetic beasts, Richard significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Richard felt this ability held more potential than he currently utilized, with deeper aspects waiting to be explored. Additionally, Richard studied the World Lord's tendril. World Lord body fragments weren't rare in the wizarding world. Grand wizards had slain countless world lords in other worldly battles. Fragments without residual rules could be bought by affluent wizards, making them common. But for a wizard apprentice, this tendril was invaluable. From the tendril, Richard obtained a form of living flesh, ideal for creating or enhancing synthetic beasts. Remarkably, the tendril's vitality was so strong that, with nutrient solution and magical support, it survived in the laboratory, continually producing living flesh. Though the output was minimal, accumulated over time, it became a substantial asset. Using this living flesh and the synthetic beast knowledge from Joe Lord, Richard devised a modification plan for his death messenger crow, Foggy. Chapter 81, Enhancing Foggy synthetic beasts are an ancient craft. In primitive times, they were a forbidden technology used by some wizards to create slaves. During the Enlightenment, this ancient craft developed significantly due to warfare, with many synthetic beasts used as cannon fodder in wizard wars. In today's era of exploration, mastering the creation of synthetic beasts is essential knowledge for every academy. Creating a synthetic beast involves 3 steps. First, cultivating a synthetic beast core. Second, preparing active flesh and various body parts. Third, using an alchemy array to assemble these components. Richard had previously attempted to create synthetic beasts, but he lacked natural talent in this area. His best efforts merely replicated textbook examples without any personal innovation. However, that level of proficiency was sufficient for Richard's current needs. In the laboratory, Richard, wearing magnifying glasses, meticulously inscribed runes on a black stone platform using a quill pen. Creating a synthetic beast requires an alchemy array, and enhancing one requires it as well. After inscribing 3,750 runes, Richard let out a sigh of relief. Inscribing runes is no easy task. Using alchemical ink requires continuously infusing the quill with magic. This process must remain stable. Any fluctuation in magic could cause the quill to explode, and worse, damage the platform, necessitating its replacement. With the alchemy array done, it's time for the operation. A year and a half had passed since Richard's mission, during which the flesh tendril had produced 1,500 grams of high-quality active flesh. This flesh is incredibly resilient, rated at level 3 active by the Wizard Guild, with a market price of 10 magic stones per gram. Richard retrieved a transparent quartz tube from his magic pouch, which contained a piece of writhing flesh. Foggy. He called softly, and a black crow flew to him from the side of the lab. This flesh could sell for 15,000 magic stones outside. I'm investing heavily in your enhancement, so you better make it worth it, Richard muttered as he placed Foggy on the examination table and administered a dose of anesthetic. Once the anesthetic took effect, Richard moved Foggy to the dissection table and donned a pair of low-light vision goggles. Joe Lord's techniques lacked shadowless lamps, so Richard used these goggles to counteract the shadows. Securing Foggy's limbs, Richard used a razor to remove feathers from its spine, then deftly sliced open its back with a scalpel. Rich red blood, quivering muscles, Richard observed calmly, then opened the quartz tube and extracted the active flesh by hand. Active flesh has a parasitic nature, merging with any flesh it contacts to become part of the host. Generally, wizards avoid direct contact with active flesh. But Richard was an exception. Once the active flesh began to merge, Richard used his flesh manipulation ability to take control. Under his command, the active flesh entered Foggy's body through the wound, attaching to the muscles. This would enhance Foggy's physique and regeneration abilities. Typically, implanting active flesh is a lengthy, tedious process due to its chaotic spread, requiring the wizard to manually place it within various muscle groups. However, with his flesh manipulation skill, Richard needed only one incision to direct the active flesh precisely where he wanted. Once the active flesh was in place, Richard didn't immediately sever his connection. Instead, he retrieved a rune-inscribed white bone fragment from his pocket. A first-ring spell, Light Warp. With Foggy's black feathers, he'll be a master scout in the woods. Richard admired the metal piece, an idea he had since installing the magic gun. The first-ring spell Light Warp grants a slight invisibility effect, nearly indistinguishable from a third-ring invisibility spell in shadows. Richard never intended for Foggy to engage in direct combat. Stealth and reconnaissance were his true talents. Inserting the spell component into the wound, Richard controlled the active flesh to fix it in place. Fine tendrils of flesh wove through the bone fragment's pores, securing it firmly within Foggy. With everything complete, Richard used the scalpel to sever his connection to the active flesh, stitched the wound, and placed Foggy on the newly prepared alchemy platform. As magic infused the array, it began facilitating Foggy's assimilation of the active flesh. This was a lengthy and risky process. Assimilating active flesh carries a risk of failure. If it fails, the flesh can either die, losing its activity, or worse, rebel and consume the host, becoming akin to cancer cells. Richard locked the lab door and hung a Do Not Disturb sign. With Foggy's enhancement in progress, Richard returned to his room and picked up a book, Basic Alchemical Mechanics, to study. Alchemical mechanics is one of the most widely applied branches of alchemy. From the magic airship Richard traveled on to the floating cities used in Wizard World conquests, all are achievements of alchemical mechanics. However, Joe Lord had few books on alchemical mechanics. As a wizard focused on synthetic beasts, Joe Lord had little affinity for alchemical mechanics. It's like the difference between genetic ascension and mechanical ascension. One views the body as the most perfect natural creation, while the other sees machinery's durability and capacity as the future of evolution. These perspectives have fundamentally irreconcilable differences. Despite this, Joe Lord was frustrated that, except for Shax, neither Anna nor Richard had talent in synthetic beasts. In fact, Anna showed remarkable aptitude in alchemical mechanics. To prevent wasting her talent, Joe Lord begrudgingly allowed Anna to study it. As a teacher, Joe Lord's dedication to his students was commendable. Alchemical mechanics offered Richard significant insights, especially when he read about an alchemical wizard proposing a concept similar to the magic gun, noting that the essence of the ice spike spell is physical damage. It felt like meeting a kindred spirit. Unfortunately, Joe Lord's library on alchemical mechanics was limited, and Richard's time was constrained. To make substantial progress in alchemical mechanics, he would have to wait until he became a wizard. Becoming a wizard. It all hinges on the exchange competition in 6 months. Winning the competition means becoming a wizard 10 years early. Chapter 82, The Commencement of the Exchange Competition. The day of the exchange competition finally arrived. Mental power, 41, physique, 45, magic, 410, rating, senior apprentice. In his room, Richard examined the data displayed in the crystal ball, nodding in satisfaction. After 2 years of meditation, Richard's mental power had reached the level of a senior wizard apprentice once more. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the upcoming exchange competition. As long as the level gap wasn't too wide, any slight mental power difference could be compensated with knowledge. Stepping onto the balcony, Richard opened the window. As was customary, 3 days before the competition, an academy inspector would deliver the rules. Caw. Caw. Sure enough, as soon as Richard opened the window, an academy inspector flew over, clutching a scroll in its claws. Richard took the scroll back inside, eager to discover what the deputy principal had been hiding for so long about this competition. Hiss. Unrolling the scroll, Richard drew a sharp breath. Apprentice war? The academy must be crazy. According to the division of Black and White Wizard rules by the Council of Truth, Black wizards engage in bloody exams, focusing on enemy combat, while White wizards do not, emphasizing direct army combat. These are two fundamentally different developmental philosophies. Yet, the scroll revealed that the Black Tower Wizard Academy, which trains Black wizards, had joined with 3 other Black Wizard Academies and 3 White Wizard Academies to host this so-called apprentice war. In this exam, Black and white wizard apprentices would battle each other, vying for resource points on the map. Isn't this essentially giving white wizards a bloody exam? Pushing aside any thoughts about whether this exam was against the rules, Richard focused on quickly familiarizing himself with the rules to excel in this war. According to the rules, the battlefield was divided into 3 areas. Apprentices from both factions were scattered evenly across these areas. Each area contained 7 resource points, which would transmit 1,000 magic stones each month. At the start of the war, each faction held 3 resource points per area, with the extra one serving as a public resource point, available to the first to claim it. Moreover, the number of magic stones each apprentice could carry was limited to a maximum of 3,000. This setup made the resource points a meat grinder designed to incite apprentice battles. Magic stones equate to combat power. If one side began acquiring more magic stones, the scales of victory would tilt in their favor. The victory condition for this war was simple: if one side's resource points fell below 2, or their apprentice numbers dropped below half, they lost. After all area battles concluded, the victors were determined by the number of areas won. As for post-competition rewards and penalties, that was up to each academy. For winning, Black Tower Wizard Academy offered 10 spots for automatic advancement to wizard status and additional magic stones based on apprentice skills. Losing these rewards would result in another bloody exam. The rewards and penalties were extremely high stakes. But as a Black Wizard Academy, it's unsurprising that Black Tower has such extreme measures. After reviewing the rules, Richard massaged his temples, contemplating strategies. War differs from a bloody exam's individual combat. It requires strategy, organization, and execution. If white wizard apprentices are trained for course-style combat, they hold a distinct advantage in this war. White wizard academies, without bloody exams, boast apprentice numbers nearly 3.5 times greater than Black wizard academies. This numerical disparity would typically spell defeat in conventional warfare. Yet, the rules were designed without bias towards Black wizards, piquing Richard's curiosity about the nature of white wizard academies. A more than 3-fold numerical advantage, yet the rules don't favor Black wizards. Could these white wizards be utterly incompetent? Richard checked the scroll again, confirming the figures. Indeed, white wizard apprentices outnumbered them by more than 3-fold. Hopefully, these white wizards are as weak as I imagine. Rolling up the scroll, Richard began preparing for the upcoming apprentice war. Due to the magic stone limit imposed by the academy, Richard converted as many extra stones as possible into alchemical materials, particularly for annihilation grenades. He had developed new ideas while studying alchemical mechanics, and this was a prime opportunity to test them against white wizards. 3 days flew by, and competition day arrived. Apprentices formed neat arrays on the plaza before the central Black Tower, as mechanical glums affixed badges to their chests. The badge represented a miniature version of the central Black Tower, with the apprentice's name and rank inscribed on the back. This badge served both as an apprentice's identification and a trophy for enemy apprentices. Due to the involvement of multiple academies, the previous curse-based scoring system was obsolete. Apprentice kills were tallied by collecting enemy badges. Attempting to discard one's badge to survive was futile, as missing badges at the exam's end meant execution by the academy. As usual, Deputy Principal Eric's delivered a brief speech. Wizard apprentices of the 432nd class of Black Tower Wizard Academy, today you embark on an unprecedented exam. This is a grand experiment. 6 Grand Wizards petitioned the Council of Truth, and after centuries of waiting, the Great Truth Wizards have approved this trial. This means your every move is under the watchful eyes of the Great Truth Wizards. The Truth Wizards are observing us. Deputy Principal Eric's was unusually animated, his speech impassioned, his arms waving. His fervor quickly spread to the apprentices below. They didn't fully grasp the competition's significance, but under Eric's speech, they felt like pioneers of the wizarding world, great explorers whose names might be etched into eternal monuments, worshipped by future generations. Yet Richard remained unmoved by the fervor. For wizards, fanaticism is a double-edged sword. While it can drive passion for a task, it can also cloud judgment, leading to poor decisions. Eric's speech concluded swiftly. Afterward, he waved his wand, and alongside dozens of wizards surrounding the apprentice formation, completed a massive spell. The location of the apprentice war wasn't within the wizarding world but in a secret realm of a grand wizard. Chapter 83, Apprentice War, Part 1. Ori McIntosh was an outstanding apprentice at the Keeper Wizard Academy. Over the past decade, he had easily defeated numerous opponents with his exceptional abilities as an enchanter wizard, earning the final reward of the decade-long exam and the nickname Conqueror. Yet Ori remained unfazed. As an apprentice from the wizarding family, the idea of apprentices competing in tournaments barely intrigued him. He craved battles that drew blood, for only such conflicts could truly showcase his strength. Recently, The Academy finally revealed the details of the exchange competition, and the rules of the apprentice war immediately piqued his interest. In this war, there were no guardian wizards, all the apprentices fought with real weapons. These rules ignited Ori's bloodlust. This was the battle he had been longing for. The scent of earth greeted Ori as he entered the battlefield. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a dense forest. Not far from him hovered a massive crystal in the air. This must be the resource point mentioned in the Academy's rules. The magic concentration here is so high, at least double that of the wizarding world. A voice came from behind Ori, prompting him to turn and see a black-haired man observing him. Bartla, I didn't expect you here. Ori raised an eyebrow. The black-haired man was his old rival from the Academy, Bartla, known as the mechanic for his expertise in alchemy. Don't be so unfriendly, we're all allies in this war, Bartla grinned slyly, like a black fox. Let's hope so, Ori replied coolly, then shouted to the surrounding apprentices, I am Ori McIntosh, apprentices from Keeper Wizard Academy, gather here. As a top performer in the decade-long exams, Ori held a high reputation among the wizard apprentices. In wartime, it was natural for the weak to seek the protection of the strong. 1,500 apprentices, Ori counted the numbers, noting that nearly the entire resource point was filled with apprentices from Keeper Academy. One resource point with 1,500 apprentices, 3 points with 4,500. That's about the same as our Academy's total number of participants in the war. It seems the other two zones are likely the same, each with around 4,500. The number of apprentices is quite astonishing, Ori, Bartla commented as he approached Ori. With this many apprentices, the magic stones we get every month wouldn't even average out to 1 per person. Then we'll take the Black Wizard's resource points, Ori replied without hesitation. Oh, it seems our conqueror has a plan, Bartla chuckled. Ori shot him a cold glance. While the war has just begun and everyone still has plenty of magic stones, we should seize as many resource points from the Black Wizard apprentices as possible. If we can crush them quickly, great. If not, we should at least weaken them as much as possible. Bartla nodded thoughtfully. That's a good strategy. With your influence, our Academy's apprentices will surely follow you. If we gain an early advantage, the rest of the war will be much easier. And what about you? Ori asked, staring at Bartla. Bartla the mechanic, will you follow me? Bartla hesitated for a moment. Not me. Offense isn't my strong suit, I'll stay behind and cheer for you. Leave me 300 people, and I'll fix some things. Do you think I'll fail? Ori raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly harsh. Bartla smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Better safe than sorry. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Wizard apprentices began their own planning. As a legendary apprentice of Black Tower Wizard Academy, Richard naturally assumed a leadership role after briefly demonstrating his strength. Unfortunately, among this group of apprentices, Richard couldn't find Ellie. Random assignments are such a headache, Richard muttered, rubbing his forehead before focusing on a bald apprentice not far away. The bald apprentice wore a red robe and held a staff as tall as himself, its head radiating a notable magic aura, clearly not an ordinary item. Eugene, what's your plan? Eugene was a formal apprentice of Master Aaron at Black Tower Wizard Academy, specializing in enchantment. He was also among the 20 who entered the secret realm in the last bloody exam. I don't have any ideas. Eugene rubbed his bald head, feigning shyness. In his view, competing for leadership at the start was foolish. White Wizard apprentices outnumbered Black Wizard apprentices nearly 3.5 to 1. With everyone still holding plenty of magic stones, even a fool knew the White Wizard apprentices would rush in for a fierce attack. Taking command now would mean bearing the brunt of pressure and a significant risk of failure. Eugene fancied himself a smart man, only a fool would vie for leadership with Richard at this point. Seeing Eugene's reluctance to lead, Richard smirked inwardly, understanding his intentions. The leadership role at the start was indeed a hot potato. While the initial phase carried risks, the rewards were equally substantial. Since you have no ideas, I'll shamelessly take on the role of commander, Richard smiled at the apprentices, appointing himself leader. If a leader could demonstrate competence and achieve results early on, their leadership position in the war would be secure. War is no game. In life and death situations, people prefer to trust a proven leader. None of the apprentices opposed Richard's self-appointment. His strength as a senior wizard apprentice placed him firmly at the top of the pyramid among them. Since there are no objections, I'll lay down some rules. Using levitation, Richard rose into the air, ensuring all apprentices could see him. This is war, and on the battlefield, orders must be followed. I won't send you on suicide missions, but war naturally involves danger. I expect my orders to be executed, not refused. I hate being refused. With that, Richard unleashed his senior wizard apprentice aura. The Academy's rules don't forbid us from fighting each other. If anyone breaks the rules, I'm free. Richard snorted, his meaning clear. After waiting a moment and seeing no opposition, Richard returned to the ground. Honestly, Richard hoped someone would challenge him so he could assert his authority. But the apprentices of Black Tower Wizard Academy were smart, none would challenge Richard now. Afterward, Richard issued no immediate orders, instead releasing Foggy to scout the White Wizard apprentices' movements. Through Foggy's eyes, Richard easily spotted a group of White Wizard apprentices heading their way. Attacking right away, huh? Not giving us any room to breathe. Richard sighed, issuing his first command. Prepare for defense. The White Wizard apprentices are coming. Chapter 84, Apprentice War, Part 2. According to the map provided by the Academy, all three zones of the battlefield were nearly identical, each shaped like an hourglass. On one side, 3 resource points were distributed in a triangular formation, with a public resource point situated between the two factions. Richard, observing through Foggy's perspective, noticed the White Wizard apprentices advancing rapidly towards them. This indicated that Richard's current position was at the Black Wizard apprentices' resource point closest to the battlefield center. Judging by the White Wizard apprentices' aggressive approach, Richard surmised they had foregone any resource point construction and headed straight toward them. All enchanter wizards, clear a space here quickly. Necromancers, prepare to summon the undead. Soul wizards, ready for the first wave of mental assaults. Alchemy wizards, start constructing fortifications, Richard commanded methodically. The apprentices, receiving their orders, promptly set to work. As the new leader, Richard lacked a proper opportunity to establish his authority. Anyone who opposed him now risked being ruthlessly eliminated. His understanding of wizard warfare was limited, so the decisions he made were based on the strategic simulations he had run over the past few days. Now that they were on the battlefield, Richard could only hope his simulations proved accurate. With the aid of magic, the enchanter wizards swiftly cleared a space in the forest, while the felled trees were used by the alchemy wizards to construct fortifications. The basic skill of an alchemy wizard is rune inscription, commonly known as enchantment. Once inscribed with runes, the physical properties of these materials are significantly enhanced. Alchemy wizards also possess the skill of creating magic arrays, which are particularly useful in building fortifications. As a leader, Richard focused not only on directing the apprentices but also on monitoring Foggy in the sky. The White Wizard apprentices, inexperienced as they were, failed to notice a magical pet observing them from above. According to the map, the Black Wizard apprentice's resource point is just ahead, Ori announced, glancing at his map with a satisfied grin. Just moments ago, he had led the White Wizard apprentice army to capture the central public resource point on the battlefield. Rather than fortifying the resource point, he chose to lead the White Wizard apprentices in a grand march toward the Black Wizard apprentice's resource point. Resource points wouldn't distribute magic stones for another month, so leaving wizards to guard them was pointless. Better to press the advantage, constrict the Black Wizard apprentice's space, and seize control quickly. Ori's strategy was sound, blitzkrieg to capture a Black Wizard resource point, squeezing their space. Then, once reinforcements arrived, use their numerical superiority to seize another point, aiming to conclude the war swiftly. If everything went smoothly, they might end the conflict in this zone within a month. But when do things ever go smoothly? LordI, there's a clearing ahead, likely made by the Black Wizard apprentices, a White Wizard apprentice reported. A clearing? Ori paused, then laughed heartily. These Black Wizard apprentices are fools. I was worried about the forest's complexity hindering our formation, but they've cleared it for us. His words elicited laughter from those around him. As White Wizard apprentices, they were trained for core-style combat, where formation and advance were crucial. However, some expressed concern. LordI, could this be a trap? One apprentice asked, worried. A trap? Ori scoffed. What trap could stop the advance of the White Wizard apprentice corps? In the face of absolute power, traps are but the tricks of the weak. With that, Ori ascended into the air, shouting to his fellow apprentices, form up. Let's show these Black Wizard apprentices our might. Meanwhile, Richard, concealed behind cover, watched the White Wizard apprentices advance. Are these White Wizard apprentices idiots? Richard muttered to himself. He suddenly understood why the Academy ignored the massive numerical disparity. These White Wizard apprentices lacked any combat experience and had no real battle sense. Even the Black Wizard apprentices in their entrance exams knew to remain as hidden as possible during an attack and avoid making unnecessary noise. Watching their casual demeanor, Richard couldn't help but reflect on the Academy's reasoning for the rules. Soul wizards, prepare the first wave of interference. Enchanter wizards, ready to sweep the battlefield. Richard issued orders through the crystal ball. Knowing the exchange competition was an apprentice war, Richard had purchased many communication crystal balls. As a transmigrator, he understood the crucial role of communication on the battlefield. The White Wizard apprentices soon entered spellcasting range, marching in formation like musketeers from the line infantry era. A bunch of fools. Soul wizards, disrupt them. Enchanter wizards, cast spells. Richard smirked, giving the command. Wizards hidden near the battlefield unleashed their prepared spells. Instantly, the White Wizard apprentice corps faltered as dozens grimaced in pain, clutching their heads. Simultaneously, over 100 elemental spells rained down on their vanguard. Boom. 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 Engage. Engage. White Wizard apprentices shouted, conjuring magic barriers around themselves. Many were outside the Black Wizard's range, wasting magic on barriers. Idiots, Richard sneered, ordering another wave of spells. Another barrage followed. Scarlet flames and charred bodies shattered the White Wizard apprentices' morale. Experiencing such brutality for the first time, they broke and fled, heedless of disrupting their comrades' formation. Stop. Stop. No retreat. Ori, stationed centrally, shouted at the fleeing wizards, but none heeded him. The harsh reality of war was beyond these ivory tower apprentices. Boom. The third round of spells commenced. This time, the effects were less pronounced. Most White Wizard apprentices had activated magic barriers, blocking much of the spells. However, their morale had already collapsed, and their previous organizational advantage turned into a disadvantage. Watching the disorganized White Wizard apprentices, Richard gave a wary command. All units, attack. Kill as many as you can. With that, the Black Wizard apprentices, eager for action, surged forward. With the White Wizard's formation shattered, they easily joined the fray. Spells erupted throughout the forest, the White apprentices' screams and Black apprentices' wicked laughs echoing among the trees. Richard refrained from joining the fray, instead drawing a magic circle on a flat patch of ground with chalk. As he channeled magic into the circle, a mass of fire elements began to coalesce. The fire elements grew, forming a towering 3-meter-tall fire giant. Human, you have summoned me at last. Richard pointed to the battlefield. Slaughter them and bring me their badges. Happy New Year, everyone. May this year bring you joy, peace, and prosperity. Cheers to new beginnings. Chapter 85, Apprentice War, Part 3. The battle lasted nearly an hour, culminating in a decisive defeat for the White Wizard apprentices. Richard emerged from the conflict with 8 badges. The intense elemental magic had significantly increased the battlefield's elemental concentration, allowing the fire giant to thrive, wielding immense power with every move. As Richard surveyed the battlefield, he tallied the casualties. The Black Wizard apprentices had lost only a dozen, while the White Wizard apprentices had suffered over 300 casualties. The lopsided casualty ratio left Richard silently astonished. Both sides were composed of wizard apprentices, yet the White Wizard apprentices performed so poorly. Where was the vaunted core training of the White Wizards? Richard's misjudgment wasn't entirely his fault, as he had no prior experience with planar warfare and was unfamiliar with the realities of wizard world conflicts. Thus, he could only rely on his previous life's perceptions of soldiers to assess the White Wizard apprentice's capabilities. In truth, the two scenarios were vastly different, like night and day, with no real comparison. During the battlefield cleanup, disputes frequently erupted as Black Wizard apprentices fought over a badge or two, forcing Richard to intervene personally to restore order. Sigh, what a headache. Richard watched the Black Wizard apprentices squabble over the battlefield cleanup, feeling overwhelmed. If not to prevent internal strife, Richard would have gladly ignored such matters. This is the downside of Black Wizard apprentices. The survival of the fittest environment compels them to seize every opportunity for gain. Reflecting on this, Richard ordered that in the event of contested badges, a coin flip would decide ownership. Should further disputes arise, he would personally intervene and eliminate both parties. The Black Wizard apprentices adhered to their own rules, might makes right. With the battlefield cleared, the Black Wizard apprentices, eager for another fight, were raring to go. Their enthusiasm stemmed from the battle's ease, leading them to view the White Wizard apprentices as walking sacks of gold. Seeing his eager followers, Richard ordered a full-scale assault on the public resource point. Though initially inclined towards defense and counterattack, Richard recognized this moment as ideal for striking the White Wizard apprentices while they were down. Moreover, given their current state, the public resource point likely lacked defenses, making it an easy target. At the public resource point. Useless, all of you. Ori roared inside the hastily constructed tent. Over 1,000 apprentices against just over 300, yet we failed to make any progress and lost 300 people. Isn't that laughable? Inside the tent, several senior apprentices from Keeper Academy wore grim expressions, their confidence shattered by the recent battle. So, what should we do next? One senior apprentice inquired. With heavy casualties and low morale, Any Black Wizard assault would likely lead to another rout. What should we do? Ori glared at the questioning apprentice. Regroup, strategize, and take back the dignity we lost. Do I need to spell it out for you? Are we supposed to slink back and tell the other academies we were defeated by Black Wizard apprentices, losing over 300, while they lost only a handful? Despite his harsh words, Ori felt pessimistic about the upcoming battles. This encounter gave him some insight into the White Wizard apprentices' issues. While they were numerous, their lack of combat experience left them easily disorganized under sudden attack. Additionally, their inexperience with killing meant many were terrified at the sight of corpses, leading to irrational behavior. Moreover, Ori realized his leadership lacked authority within the ranks. In adverse battle conditions, no one followed his commands. These were just the issues he had discovered. Continued battles would likely reveal even more problems. The senior apprentices silently exited the tent to organize the troops and set up defenses. In contrast to Richard, who had little exposure to wizard warfare, the White Wizard apprentices had been taught how to construct fortifications and defenses on the battlefield, making them adept at setting up defensive measures. The White Wizard apprentices' defenses were typical: sturdy walls, trenches lined with spikes, and dangerous magical plants deployed by alchemy apprentices outside the trenches. During construction, alchemy wizards also inscribed magic arrays to create traps or reinforce walls. For those terrified, nothing offered more security than a solid wall. Unfortunately, their construction had barely begun when Black Wizard apprentices emerged from the dense forest. Necromancers, release the puppets, Richard commanded. As an apprentice of the alchemy faction, Richard knew well the methods of his counterparts. The necromancer summoned skeletons to advance, triggering several magic rays. The sudden appearance of fireballs and ice spikes drew admiring glances from the Black Wizard apprentices in the forest toward Richard. Without Richard's foresight, many might have charged blindly forward. The White Wizard apprentices at the resource point quickly spotted the Black Wizard apprentices, but demoralized from the previous battle, they fled at the sight of them. This rendered many usable defensive measures useless. Watching this unfold, Ori, though seething with anger, managed to contain his temper. Ox. Bazak. Organize the apprentices to retreat in order, not like refugees. The two bewildered apprentices, hearing Ori's command, found their anchor. They promptly began organizing a retreat. The Black Wizard apprentices stormed the resource point, unleashing their spells without restraint. The White Wizard apprentices scattered like sheep, but with prior experience and organization, their losses were significantly reduced this time. After clearing the battlefield, the resource point conflict left about 100 White Wizard apprentice corpses. It seems the White apprentices are starting to gain experience. Richard mused over the statistics. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the White apprentices toughened up, marking the true start of the war. Regroup, no pursuit, Richard instructed the nearby Black Wizard apprentices. What? Boss Richard, we're not going after them. A Black Wizard apprentice asked, bewildered. Are you questioning my orders? Richard shot him a cold glance. During their retreat, the White Wizard apprentices had shown signs of organizing, while the Black Wizard apprentices, lacking corresponding training, pursued as a disorganized mob. If the chase continued and the White apprentices regrouped, it would be the Black apprentices facing defeat. Yes, boss. The Black Wizard apprentice nervously saluted Richard, then began relaying his orders. The boss says stop the pursuit. Stop the pursuit. Chapter 86, Apprentice War, Part 4. Richard's command was swiftly disseminated, but unlike previous orders, this one met with skepticism from many Black Wizard apprentices. Boss, these White Wizard apprentices are easy pickings. Not pursuing them is a waste. Richard stood silently, fixing his cold gaze on the dissenting apprentices, sending a chill down their spines. Richard, why aren't we pursuing them? Eugene stepped forward from the crowd, the dissenting apprentices gathering around him. Why? Richard sneered. Am I the leader or are you? Do I need to explain every decision I make? In an army, obedience is paramount. If he had to justify every command, waging war would be impossible. Eugene's expression shifted, feigning anger. Richard, are you really acting like a wizard? We're all apprentices. We let you lead because you're strong. If we don't want it, you're nothing. His words sparked agreement among several apprentices. Yeah, if we don't want it, you're nothing. A self-appointed leader thinking he's something special. These White Wizard apprentices are so weak, we don't need a leader to win. Richard listened to the mutterings, smirking as he noted the dissenters. These apprentices had harbored grievances from the start but refrained from voicing them due to Richard's strength. With Eugene stepping up, they revealed their true colors. Eugene, hearing the support, felt a sense of triumph. During the first battle with the White Wizard apprentices, he regretted relinquishing leadership so easily. Those White Wizard apprentices were too inept. But once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. Leadership had passed to Richard, and unless Richard made a mistake, regaining control seemed unlikely. Unexpectedly, Richard's mistake came swiftly. Seizing this opportunity could destabilize Richard's leadership, potentially allowing Eugene to take over. Well, I'm nothing, am I? Richard chuckled darkly, drawing his demon meter great sword from his magic pouch. Looks like you want to be the people's champion, Eugene. I wouldn't say champion, but this is what everyone thinks, Eugene declared righteously. But being a leader isn't so easy. The demon eater sword ignited in black flames, its magical aura scattering the surrounding apprentices. Eugene, unwilling to back down, unleashed his staff's magic. In the world of black wizards, might makes right. The apprentices' discontent hadn't reached the point of overthrowing Richard. To challenge Richard's leadership, Eugene needed to prove himself with strength. With a wave of his hand, Richard summoned the fire giant to his side, its energy signature marking it as a senior wizard apprentice. Eugene, not to be outdone, retrieved a cage from his magic pouch, containing a pulsing flame. With a smirk, Eugene released a fire elemental bird, its strength nearing that of a senior apprentice. An elemental creature, I've got one too. Though the bird's strength fell short of a senior apprentice, it could certainly stall the fire giant. Eugene aimed to swiftly defeat Richard, after which the fire giant would fall under his control. Without further words, Richard's body became shrouded in black scales. The battle for supremacy among the black wizard apprentices commenced. Meanwhile, among the white wizard apprentices, turmoil brewed. With the black wizard apprentices embroiled in internal strife, the defeated white wizard apprentices were far from peaceful. Returning to the resource point, Ori faced immediate scrutiny, particularly from Bartla, who hadn't participated in the earlier fight. At the heart of the white wizard's resource point, within a newly constructed building, Bartla and the senior apprentices of the white wizards convened. Ori, it seems your strategy failed, Bartla remarked, resting his chin in his hand, a sly smile on his face. Ori remained silent, leaning back as he surveyed the room's occupants. Yes, I failed. So what? Ori snapped coldly. Is anyone here willing to take my place and fight those black wizard apprentices? His gaze settled on Bartla, seated prominently. Bartla, do you want to take over? Lead these demoralized, spiritless apprentices against those blood-soaked, battle-hardened black wizard apprentices. Come now, Bartla chuckled. I have no intention of usurping your role. Yet, he quickly pivoted the conversation, but according to what the Academy taught us, I propose forming a command council. All senior apprentices will join and participate in military decisions. A command council? Ori laughed, a mocking edge in his tone. Bartla, you're still the same. Lacking the resolve to take responsibility, always slippery and non-committal. Unfazed by Ori's ridicule, Bartla tapped the table, addressing everyone in the room. What do you all think of my proposal? The apprentices varied in their reactions, some hesitated, others frowned, some pondered deeply, while a few made quick decisions. I agree with the mechanics' plan to form a command council. I agree as well. I agree. We can't afford more losses. I disagree. War isn't child's play, we don't have time for debates. Decisions need to be made swiftly. Ultimately, the apprentices turned to Ori. As the leader and strongest among them, Ori's willingness to peacefully transfer power was crucial for the war's continuation. In wizard warfare, while teamwork is vital, individual strength still holds significant sway. At times, a decisive action by a strong individual can change the tide of a battle. Ori rose, scanning the room before turning to leave. He knew further discussion was pointless and would only invite ridicule. I agree to the formation of the command council. Bartla smiled victoriously, standing to announce to the others, very well, from this day forth, the Keeper Academy Command Council is officially established. Fire blazed and explosions echoed. In the dense forest, the fire giant and the fire elemental bird clashed. The fire giant raised a massive hand, gathering fire elements into a fiery spear. Foolish fire beast, taste the spear of the great fierist. The fire elemental bird let out a screech, erupting in flames to increase its speed, narrowly dodging the giant's spear, which traced a brilliant arc through the air. This clash had persisted for some time, with the bird's agility allowing it to evade the giant's lethal attacks repeatedly. Barring unforeseen events, the battle seemed set to continue indefinitely. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the duel between Richard and Eugene was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 87, Apprentice War, Part 5, Monster, he's a real monster, Eugene thought, panic surging within him as he faced the black giant. Desperately, he used magic stones to replenish his magic and waved his staff. A fire crow struck Richard, erupting in flames. Yet, as the flames dissipated, the black giant continued its unhurried approach, its wounds healing visibly. Before this, the black giant had withstood at least a dozen of Eugene's spells, each with different elemental energies, all exceeding 50 power levels. Yet, they barely left a mark, at most a bleeding hole. What kind of monster am I fighting? Across from him, Richard advanced with his greatsword, unhurried and calm. At the battle's onset, Richard intended to end it swiftly. But after clashing with Eugene, he abandoned that notion. Richard was unfamiliar with what Eugene's teacher, Aaron, specialized in, but Eugene's spellcasting indicated Aaron's deep understanding of magic application. Eugene had cast over 30 spells and only now began using magic stones to recuperate his energy. This indicated his spells consumed minimal magic. However, Eugene's spells were potent, many nearing 100 power levels. Coupled with his low magic consumption, Eugene was akin to a spell machine gun, a formidable force few wizards could withstand. Unfortunately for Eugene, Richard was among the few who could. Thanks to his body adaptation training, Richard possessed high resistance to elemental spells, supplemented by the regenerative capabilities from activating his bloodline and his mastery of flesh manipulation. Richard could effortlessly withstand Eugene's offensive. He seized this opportunity to showcase his power to the surrounding black wizard apprentices, ensuring they understood the extent of his strength. This display aimed to prevent future internal conflicts. For most apprentices, surviving this apprentice war was paramount, not the rewards. Only a minority would become wizards, most would graduate as senior apprentices to become skilled labor for the academy. Intimidating these individuals would streamline Richard's future command. Boom! Another fireball struck Richard. He remained unfazed, but a commotion arose among the surrounding apprentices. "Boss, wizards from another academy are coming." Richard frowned, sensing it was time to conclude his display. Eugene, hearing of rival apprentices approaching, felt a surge of anxiety. He realized his opponent was about to get serious. "It's over." Richard smiled, his right arm swelling rapidly into a black pillar. Through flesh manipulation, he could concentrate his body's muscle mass into his right arm, achieving astonishing strength. "It's over for you." Eugene roared, his red robe bursting apart, revealing his rune-covered torso. This was his desperate measure, forced by Richard to such lengths. Infusing magic into the runes, Eugene's body withered, but his eyes blazed with intensity. A menacing fireball formed before him, surging to at least 200 power levels. Boom! The fireball detonated, the unleashed fire elements creating a fiery wave, scorching the earth and turning grass and trees to ash, leaving the soil cracked and charred. Eugene, withered and exhausted, kept his eyes fixed on Richard. He couldn't believe Richard would withstand this. Yet, after the flames subsided, the black giant still stood. "Impossible," Eugene muttered in disbelief. In the next instant, a black greatsword shattered his skull. "Got a bit cocky," Richard muttered, shaking off the charred remains. From his back, his flesh split open, ejecting depleted magic stones. This was one of the techniques Richard had developed with flesh manipulation. By embedding magic stones within his body, he had a reserve of over 100, serving as backup energy storage. If his magic ran out, he could quickly replenish it. In that last moment, Richard had drained over 20 magic stones to withstand the devastating spell with his magic barrier. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed behind Richard. Turning, he saw a short-haired man in a black robe, wielding a long sword, observing him. The short-haired man, with golden hair and glasses, appeared robust. Behind him stood a group of black wizard apprentices, bearing academy badges. "Impressive technique, your mastery of flesh manipulation is extraordinary," the short-haired man praised. Richard retrieved a wizard's robe from his pouch, donning it. "Void Academy? Or Annihilation Academy?" Void Wizard Academy and Annihilation Wizard Academy were the other two academies representing the Black Wizard faction, each fielding around 1,100 participants in the exchange competition, similar to Black Tower Wizard Academy. "Void Wizard Academy, Anderson," the short-haired man introduced himself with a wizard's salute. "Black Tower Wizard Academy, Richard." Richard returned the gesture. Meanwhile, a murmur from Anderson's apprentices reached him, prompting a whispered exchange. "Oh, friends from Annihilation Academy have also arrived." Anderson chuckled as his apprentices parted, making way for a skeletal wizard, eyes ablaze with soul fire, followed by a group of Annihilation Academy apprentices. "Annihilation Academy, Aldo." Richard raised an eyebrow. Within moments, representatives from all three academies had arrived. "With all three present, let's have a seat. The White Wizards left us a comfortable camp." Richard gestured toward the tents. The three leaders entered, unaccompanied by attendants. Unlike the White Wizards, the Black Wizards operated under a dictatorship. Inside, the chairs left by Ori and his team awaited. The three sat, exchanging glances. "Your skirmish with the White Wizards seems to have yielded quite a haul," Anderson remarked, breaking the silence. Passing through Richard's initial resource point, Anderson had seen the field littered with white wizard corpses, a sight that left him uneasy. Slaughtering so many, these Black Tower apprentices must be formidable. Not too bad, around 400, Richard replied nonchalantly. Aldo and Anderson exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Over 400 apprentices. What were your casualties? Aldo couldn't help but ask. Well, Richard chuckled, quite a few injured, about a dozen dead. Chapter 88, Apprentice War, Part 6, Hiss. Anderson and Aldo gasped in unison. A nearly 1:40 exchange ratio. Were the Black Tower Wizard Academy apprentices monsters? 1:40? Both Anderson and Aldo exclaimed simultaneously, the figure so outrageous that their minds struggled to comprehend it. Something's not right. Aldo was the first to regain his composure. There's a problem with the White Wizard's strength. Richard smiled serenely, offering no further explanation. How could the White Wizards be so weak? Anderson, now also processing the information, spoke with uncertainty. White Wizard Academies focus on training core, while Black Wizard Academies emphasize individual prowess. Logically, the White Wizards should have the advantage. How could they be this weak? Richard shook his head, noting that Anderson's initial thoughts mirrored his own. Who could have anticipated the White Wizards would be so lacking? White Wizards do emphasize core training, but their methods are too gentle. They lack real combat experience, Richard explained. In simple terms, these individuals have solid theoretical knowledge but lack battle experience. When faced with sudden situations, they lose their composure. When we engage them, just a slight show of force had them fleeing. That bad? Aldo was incredulous. If the White Wizards were as inept as Richard claimed, how did they become the dominant force in wizarding world conquests of other worlds? Believe it or not, Richard shrugged nonchalantly. He shared this information because they were all allies, fighting for a common cause. I'm speaking the truth. The exchange ratio is evident, and the three academies have similar numbers. You can count outside and see for yourselves. Aldo and Anderson pondered for a moment before thanking Richard. Richard's willingness to share intelligence was undoubtedly beneficial. What do you two plan to do next? Pursue the advantage? Richard inquired curiously. Isn't Black Tower Wizard Academy planning to advance? Anderson furrowed his brow, wondering if Richard's claims were false. If the White Wizards were truly as weak as he said, why wouldn't they pursue? No, Black Tower Wizard Academy isn't planning to pursue, Richard nodded. We have some internal issues to resolve. I just dealt with a dissident, and now I need to reorganize. Anderson recalled the scene he witnessed upon his arrival. So it's a power struggle? Anderson thought to himself. Initially, he assumed Richard was dueling a strong White Wizard. Apart from that, I have a word of advice for you too, Richard said calmly. The number of White Wizards we faced didn't match their total. Some must be preparing defenses back at the resource points. If you plan to pursue, it's best to do so quickly. If you wait too long and they complete their defenses, your losses could be significant. Upon hearing this, Aldo and Anderson quickly rose to leave. In that case, we'll leave Black Tower Wizard Academy to it, Aldo said as he stood. Since this resource point was secured by your academy, Annihilation Wizard Academy won't interfere. However, about your original resource point. Anderson also looked at Richard, implying that one academy controlling two resource points might be excessive. How about splitting the resources among the three academies? Richard suggested nonchalantly. We're all on the same side, so sharing resources is only fair. Anderson and Aldo were surprised by Richard's willingness to agree. However, I have one condition. What condition? Anderson asked. I'd like to borrow some of your alchemy apprentices, Richard smiled. I noticed the White Wizard's camp is quite nice, and I plan to make some improvements. Building a camp? The apprentice leaders were puzzled. Building a camp? Does Black Tower Wizard Academy anticipate defeat? Aldo asked gravely. Or is the information you provided inaccurate? Richard waved his hand dismissively. I swear on my soul, see, the information I shared is entirely truthful. However, I'm a cautious person by nature. If you two are defeated, having a fortress to defend isn't a bad idea. With a playful wink, Richard concluded. Anderson and Aldo exchanged glances. Their doubts weren't entirely dispelled by Richard's explanation, but rather deepened. Such is the downside of being a Black Wizard. They find it difficult to trust others. However, confirming the White Apprentice's strength was essential for both academies, and with no conflicting interests among the three, Richard had no reason to deceive them. Ultimately, both academies decided to pursue the White Wizard apprentices. Annihilation Wizard Academy and Void Wizard Academy left Richard with 30 alchemy apprentices. These apprentices weren't particularly skilled, their survival through the bloody exams was largely due to luck. Being left with Richard was further testament to their fortunate circumstances. Quite stingy, leaving only 30 apprentices, Richard mused, then set about organizing the construction of fortifications with both his and Black Tower Wizard Academy's apprentices. While the information he shared with Anderson and Daldo was entirely truthful, he hadn't disclosed one suspicion: the White Wizard apprentices might grow at an unusually rapid pace. This intuition stemmed from Richard's foresight. In just 2 battles spaced a few hours apart, the White Wizards had already reduced their casualties. If they fought a few more battles, these Ivory Tower apprentices would quickly mature. At that point, the numerical advantage of the White Wizards would be fully realized. However, this was merely Richard's speculation. Under normal circumstances, Annihilation Wizard Academy and Void Wizard Academy constituted 2/3 of the Black Wizard faction's combat power. Capturing a resource point that had just suffered defeat should be straightforward. Even if the White Wizards received reinforcements, they could retreat. The worst-case scenario was a significant defeat for the Black Wizards, which seemed unlikely. Based on the traces left by the White Wizards, Richard and the alchemy apprentices discussed the camp's construction. First was the wall. The foundation laid by the White Wizards was still visible, indicating a wall of substantial thickness but not particularly high. Richard surmised that the wall's primary purpose was to elevate the apprentices' line of sight while consuming the enemy apprentices' magic. After all, maintaining levitation requires magic. Next were the traps outside the wall. Richard believed that magic arrays should be manually activated and placed a reasonable distance from the camp. Near the camp, warning magic arrays should suffice. The Necromancer's puppet scouts could easily neutralize triggered traps, and Richard was prepared for the Black Wizards' defeat. Making traps that could harm their own would be embarrassing. Additionally, wizards can fly, especially once the walls are erected. If the White Wizards attack, they won't approach on the ground. While detection arrays for flying threats exist, they're typically for wizards, not apprentices. Ground-based defenses would be more prudent for now. With these 2 points settled, the rest were minor details. After finalizing the plans with the apprentices, Richard commenced construction. Chapter 89, Apprentice War, Part 7, For Wizards, construction is not a daunting task. What requires extensive materials like bricks, stones, and mortar for ordinary people can be achieved by wizards with a simple earth wall spell, enhanced with enchantments for reinforcement, resulting in a structure superior to any mundane construction. Following the plan, the apprentices cleared all vegetation within a 200-meter radius of the resource point and used spells like mud to stone and stone to mud to level and harden the ground. They then constructed a rough wall around the perimeter using the earth wall spell. The felled trees were repurposed to build wooden cabins, as the war promised to be protracted, and proper accommodations were necessary. During the construction, the fire giant concluded its battle, having captured the fire elemental bird and extracted its elemental core. Elemental cores significantly benefit elemental creatures, accelerating their growth. After consuming the bird's core, the fire giant's power surged, nearing the level of an extreme apprentice. Once the wall was up, the alchemy apprentices began the enchantment process to strengthen it against elemental magic attacks from the White Wizard apprentices. Next came the trap setup. 3 kilometers outside the resource point, alchemy apprentices started laying down magical arrays. As Black Wizards, these apprentices had a knack for setting traps. They densely laid various insidious and concealed magic arrays in the forest, ensuring that once activated, any White Wizard caught would be thoroughly ensnared. Through managing the apprentices, Richard gained deeper insights into warfare and recognized the limitations of Black Wizards. Black Wizards, focused on personal power enhancement, often neglected supportive spells. When constructing the wall, only about 30 out of 300 apprentices knew the earth wall spell. That was at least one useful earth wall spell. When Richard planned to build a reservoir for water supply within the camp, not a single apprentice knew the spell to create clean water. If Richard needed spells like Ice Spike, Blizzard, or Ice Fog for combat, plenty of apprentices would step forward. But for non-combat spells like creating clean water, none had the knowledge. This led to the failure of some of Richard's plans. They had to rely on the forest's river for water. From this realization, Richard inferred the strengths of the White Wizards. White Wizards, trained for core-style combat, likely had specialized training in certain areas. For example, they might have a group dedicated to constructing fortifications and another focused on combat. The advantage of this specialized training is its efficiency. Students with talent in specific areas are selected and trained accordingly in wizard academies, maximizing their potential. While initially leading to a narrow skill set, this approach produces wizards who excel in their specialized areas compared to Black Wizards. If this hypothesis holds, then Void and Annihilation academies are in a precarious position, Richard thought, gazing in their direction. Unlike Black Tower Wizard Academy, Void and Annihilation were advancing on the White Wizards. And these White Wizards had fortifications. Even if they were incompetent, with fortification support, they would put up significant resistance. This was bad news for the Black Wizards. Fortifications could effectively reduce White Wizard casualties, and war would temper them, making them more mature and honing their coordination. If the two academies failed to capture the point, they would inadvertently train the White Wizards. I must see for myself. If the White Wizards are as I suspect, I need to adjust my strategy. Frowning, Richard shifted his perspective to Foggy, preparing to observe from above. Sir, 1 more kilometer ahead is the White Wizard's resource point, a scouting Black Wizard reported. They've completed the wall and seem to be setting up magical array traps. Good, halt the advance, Anderson ordered. Anderson was skeptical of Richard's intelligence. By Black Wizard instinct, he mistrusted information from strangers. However, the corpses littering the resource point didn't lie, nor did the number of Black Tower apprentices. If the White Wizards weren't as weak as Richard claimed, such results wouldn't have been possible. Yet, something felt off to Anderson. Aldo of Annihilation Academy shared similar sentiments. Something's wrong. We must be ready for a retreat during the attack, Aldo murmured, eyeing the distant White Wizard resource point. He summoned several alchemy apprentices. Prepare some triggerable magical arrays. Yes, boss. Once both sides were positioned, Anderson and Aldo coordinated their attack timing and strategy. Anderson's Void Academy would attack from the north, while Aldo's Annihilation Academy would strike from the south. Neither direction had completed their magical array traps, with many apprentices still working on them. Striking now would catch them off guard. Checking his pocket watch, Anderson planted his sword into the ground and clasped his hands in prayer. My lord, today I offer you victory as sacrifice, hoping for your blessings. Finished, Anderson transformed, radiating the fervor of a zealot, eyes filled with fanaticism and devotion. Void Academy, follow me. Today, we offer victory to our lord. Simultaneously, Aldo of Annihilation Academy launched his attack. As a necromancy apprentice, Aldo excelled at summoning the undead. His magical pouch contained the bones of 3 Tier 1 creatures, purchased at great expense from the wizarding market. Once reanimated, their power would reach senior apprentice level, posing a significant threat even to extreme apprentices. For this battle, Aldo reanimated all 3. With ghostly blue soul flames igniting in their eye sockets, the 3 Tier 1 skeletons returned to the world. My lord. The skeletons bowed slightly to Aldo. Satisfied, Aldo commanded them to lead the charge. Unaware of the impending conflict, the White Wizards continued setting magical traps. Until the battle began. Sir. Conqueror, sir. A White Wizard burst into the room where Ori was strategizing. What is it? Why the panic? Are the Black Wizards attacking? Ori asked, frowning. The reporting wizard nodded vigorously, shouting, Sir, the Black Wizards are attacking. What? Ori shot up, shoving the messenger aside and rushing outside. Spell impacts echoed, plunging the resource point into chaos. Damn it, everyone stop. Ori soared into the air, bellowing at the panicked apprentices below. Now. All apprentices, follow my command. Form up in Formation 1, prepare to engage. Any retreating apprentices will be considered deserters. As your commander, I am authorized to execute them. Chapter 90, Apprentice War, Part 8, Ori's command halted many apprentices in their tracks. These wizard apprentices weren't merely peasants conscripted into service, they had received formal battlefield education at the academy. They were merely inexperienced. However, some apprentices were completely panicked. Despite Ori's orders, they continued to flee blindly, ignoring the increasingly severe expression on Ori's face above them. Still running? Ori shouted in anger, pulling a wand from his magic pouch and pointing it at a fleeing apprentice. Bang! A flash of pale purple lightning shot from the wand's tip, striking the apprentice before they could erect a magical barrier, reducing them to charred remains. Anyone else who runs will meet the same fate. Ori bellowed. This display of force stopped the remaining apprentices, who began forming ranks under Ori's direction. The White Wizards employed different formations against various enemies. In this situation, Ori chose the most conservative formation, Formation 1. He knew his apprentices couldn't afford heavy casualties. Formation 1 excelled in defense. It was a semicircle formation, the outermost layer focused on defense and melee combat, the second layer specialized in ranged attacks, the third layer provided support and reinforced the second layer's firepower, and the final layer was the command layer, where Ori stood. The apprentices arranged themselves according to the formation they had learned, having been trained in their respective specialized roles at the academy. Unfortunately, most apprentices weren't aligned with Ori, resulting in an odd formation. The outermost layer, which should have been the most numerous, was instead sparsely populated. Conversely, the third layer, which should have been least populated, had the most people. But Ori couldn't afford to worry about these details. Having a formation meant having organization, and organization was better than chaos. Advance north. Ori commanded. Meanwhile, on the north side of the resource point, the apprentices of Void Wizard Academy were wreaking havoc. Anderson's black robe dripped with blood, and his long sword was stained with it, emitting a strange red glow. Haha, Black Tower Academy was right, these white wizards are as weak as chickens. Anderson laughed, cleaving an incoming fireball in two. The explosion's flames washed over him, but a faint red barrier absorbed all the fire elements. He strode forward, charging at the spellcasting apprentice with a hellish aura that would terrify ordinary people. But the spellcasting apprentice was no ordinary person. Clad in a white wizard robe, with a heroic face and white hair flowing in the battlefield's wind, he showed no panic as Anderson barreled toward him. With a gesture, several ice spikes materialized around him, spinning as they shot toward Anderson. Anderson neither dodged nor blocked, casually deflecting the ice spikes with his red sword. Seeing his spells ineffective, the white-haired apprentice retreated and waved his staff, releasing a white mist from its tip to envelop Anderson. Ice fog? Anderson frowned, recognizing the spell. Ice fog was a spell targeting those with strong physiques. Its icy particles infiltrated through skin and respiratory tracts, hindering movement and causing frostbite. And this was the original version of ice fog. Most modern wizard apprentices modify ice fog to extend its duration and increase its freezing damage. This white-haired apprentice didn't seem ordinary, so his ice fog was likely modified. Despite being a senior apprentice, Anderson dared not neglect his defenses. My modified ice fog has smaller ice particles, higher penetration, and greater damage, the white-haired apprentice's voice echoed from the fog. Perfect for dealing with brutes like you. But inside the fog, Anderson's mouth twisted into a grim smile. A brute? His eyes suddenly glowed as he stared directly at the white-haired apprentice. Just because I fight in melee doesn't mean I'm a brute. A psychic tendril shot from Anderson, piercing the white-haired apprentice's metal defenses. Anderson wasn't an alchemy apprentice specializing in physical combat, he was a bona fide soul wizard apprentice. His melee combat was bolstered by a spell he learned, which happened to assist in close combat. It was also a ploy to deceive naive opponents like the white-haired apprentice, who said melee fighters were exclusively physical specialists. As Anderson's psychic power rampaged, blood dripped from the white-haired apprentice's eyes, nose, and ears. Inside his skull was a mess, his brain matter mixed with blood leaking from all orifices. Dispatching the white-haired apprentice, Anderson emerged from the fog to stretch. The ice fog's effects were indeed potent. After less than 2 seconds inside, his body had stiffened, and some areas showed black frostbite. If the apprentice had more battle experience, Anderson might have found himself at a disadvantage. Surveying the battlefield, Anderson noted that most white wizards with weak mental fortitude or cowardice were dead. The remaining white wizard apprentices had regained their composure and began gathering in small groups to resist the black wizards. They're adapting this quickly? Anderson frowned. The white wizard apprentices' adaptability exceeded his expectations. Although Void Academy's assault had shattered their defenses, the lack of leadership among the black wizards prevented them from exploiting this advantage to encircle and annihilate the enemy. The black wizards had indeed reaped significant rewards, but the white wizards' numbers far exceeded theirs. We need to break these white wizards quickly. Anderson decided, but before he could act, a barrage of spells targeted him. 10 o'clock direction, distance 350, left 10, fireball ready. Ori's voice rang out across the battlefield, as a semicircle formation of white wizard apprentices advanced steadily. As they moved, their formation expanded. A white wizard corps? Anderson dodged the spells, alarmed at the source. Dozens of apprentices prepared spells, with several wizards closely watching Anderson. Any counterattack would be met with immediate magical shields from these guardians, fulfilling their defensive duties. Fire. At Ori's command, 10 fireballs flew at Anderson. Anderson dodged frantically. Though individually weak, the combined fireballs posed a lethal threat even to a senior apprentice like Anderson. Void Academy, regroup. Anderson shouted across the battlefield, finally acknowledging the white wizard's formidable power. This spell bombardment was something few apprentices could withstand aside from top-tier ones like himself. Trying to run? Ori sneered, issuing more commands. 12 o'clock direction, distance 370, left 3, lightning strike. 2 o'clock direction, distance 250, right 4, fireball barrage. 1 o'clock direction, distance 460, center 4, lightning strike. With each of Ori's orders, spells swept the battlefield, claiming black wizards' lives. These black wizard apprentices lacked Anderson's resilience. Faced with multiple spell attacks, their magical barriers were swiftly torn apart, and the torrent of spells incinerated or electrocuted them. Some apprentices attempted to counterattack, but their spells were blocked by the magical shields in front of the White Wizard formation, posing no threat to the spellcasters behind. Now it was the Black Wizard's turn to face slaughter. Damn it, prepare to retreat. Anderson shouted angrily, hurling his longsword at the White Wizard army. The blood-red sword sliced through the air with a fierce whistle. White Wizard apprentices prepared defenses, but before the sword struck the magical shield, it exploded into a blood mist, engulfing a group of White Wizard apprentices. The apprentices touched by the blood mist turned bloodthirsty, attacking indiscriminately. Madness Mist should delay them a bit. Anderson glanced back at the White Wizard army before disappearing into the forest. On the south side of the resource point, Annihilation Academy faced similar challenges. Roar. A skeleton with soulfire in its eyes howled silently before being shattered by a spell. The south side housed most senior apprentices. When the battle began, the Command Council quickly devised a strategy. Albeit with lackluster results. The absence of decisive leadership turned the south side's command into a schizophrenic mess, ordering apprentices here and there without clear direction. Failing to implement wartime laws, namely, the Desertion Execution Law, resulted in more apprentices fleeing than fighting back against the Black Wizards. Despite these issues, senior apprentices and alchemical machinery managed to hold the south side. Bardolas, known as the Mechanic, a senior alchemy apprentice specializing in alchemical mechanics, was the only one who could rival Richard in terms of resources. At Keeper Wizard Academy, Bardolas leveraged his alchemical skills to secure contracts with the wizarding market, supplying them with alchemical equipment. This business made Bardolas incredibly wealthy. For this war, Bardolas made the same decision as Richard, acquire vast amounts of alchemical materials. Additionally, Bardolas brought something Richard lacked. On the wall, an alchemical monocannon powered by magic stones emitted a blinding white light. Fueled by magic stones, this alchemical cannon could unleash 150 power-level blasts twice per minute, lethal to all but the most powerful apprentices. The cannon's presence forced many Black Wizards to fight cautiously, with part of their attention always on the alchemical cannon. Have they regrouped? Standing by the cannon, using spells to cool it, Bardolas asked anxiously. Sir, not yet, a reporting White Wizard shook their head. Those three skeletons are too fierce. Every time we form ranks, they disrupt us. Our spells have little effect on them. No one wants to form ranks now. Don't want to? Bardolas cursed angrily. Do they want to die? Individually, they're no match for a Black Wizard apprentice. Not forming ranks is suicide. He loaded more magic stones into the cannon, its deadly white light flaring again, sending Black Wizards scurrying for cover. Tell the other commanders to organize their formations quickly, no matter how small. We need formations. Bardolas ordered, feeling exhausted. At this moment, he almost wished for his old rival Ori. With Ori's capability and charisma, he could rally the apprentices for a counterattack. But it was too late for that now. On the north side, where Ori was, the apprentice numbers were fewer, yet they faced an assault from another Black Wizard Academy. If Ori could lead the apprentices to hold the line, that would be enough. If he could hold firm, once the White Wizard formation on his side gathered, the Black Wizards would be forced to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from the Black Wizard's flank, startling Bardolas, who quickly turned to look. A well-organized White Wizard army was attacking the Black Wizard's flank. Each spell claimed several Black Wizard apprentices. The other academies finally arrived? Bardolas thought, astonished. This White Wizard army appeared spirited and determined, a stark contrast to his own demoralized apprentices. Naturally, Bardolas thought of the two remaining academies. Prepare for a counteroffensive. Reinforcements are here. Bardolas shouted, the alchemical monocannon in his hands emitting deadly white light once more. Seeing reinforcements, and such strong ones at that, the White Wizard apprentices on the south side felt invigorated, rallying quickly. Form up, reinforcements are here. Meanwhile, in the forest, Aldo saw this and immediately decided. Retreat. Retreat. The Annihilation Academy apprentices broke away, fleeing into the forest. The White Wizard army did not pursue, allowing the Black Wizards to escape. Which academy's reinforcements could enter the battlefield so calmly? Bardolas wondered, praising the reinforcements in his heart. But as he approached, a familiar emblem caught his eye. Keeper. Academy's emblem? Bardolas stared at the army's command, recognizing a familiar figure watching him. Bardolas, is this the result of your command council? Chapter 91, Apprentice War, Part 9, Ori? Bardolas exclaimed in disbelief as he recognized the person at the core of the White Wizard army. It's me. The White Wizard army parted to make way for their commander, Ori. Equipped with better gear and greater numbers, yet you were driven to mere defense. Ori approached Bardolas, the sunlight casting a shadow over his face, creating an oppressive aura that made Bardolas feel suffocated. Is this how your command council fights? Bartolus opened his mouth to defend himself, but in the face of undeniable facts, any words were rendered powerless. With a single battle, Ori dismantled the newly established command council and reclaimed authority. Assess the casualties, Ori ordered calmly. Yes, Bartolus replied bitterly. The casualty report came swiftly. The Black Wizards had lost 100, while the White Wizards had suffered nearly 400 dead. Including the previous battle's losses, Keeper Wizard Academy had lost more than half of its apprentices in just one day. Yet, in that same day, Keeper Wizard Academy's apprentices had been tempered by blood and fire, facing battle without the previous fear. Perhaps this is why the Academy conducts apprentice wars. In the meeting room, Ori muttered as he reviewed the statistics. He recalled his mentor mentioning that the initial casualty rate for White Wizard Corps in their first battle was an astonishing 50%. Even after mixing new and experienced troops and adding war machines, the rate only dropped to 30%. This high mortality was not solely due to the perilous nature of planar conquest but also to issues among the White Wizards themselves. Some White Wizards performed abysmally on the battlefield, their competence in large-scale warfare sometimes inferior to even natives. This apprentice war, using the hands of Black Wizard apprentices, weeded out the inept among the White Wizards, significantly improving the remaining students' quality. At least, they no longer wet themselves on the battlefield. Take a rest, and have the wounded treated by the necromancy apprentices. Those uninjured, repair the resource point defenses, Ori commanded. Yes. A while later, the senior apprentices of Keeper Wizard Academy reconvened in the meeting room. This time, Ori sat at the head of the table. After these 2 battles, our apprentices have matured. I plan to let them rest and digest the experiences from these battles. He tapped his fingers on the table. Any objections? The senior apprentices exchanged glances, but the none spoke up. If there are no objections, we'll proceed as planned. Knock, knock, knock. As Ori finished speaking, there was a knock on the meeting room door. Upon opening it, a White Wizard apprentice whispered to the one who answered. The other 2 academies have arrived, the gatekeeper announced. Ori stood up. Let's go meet them. In the sky above, Foggy circled over the White Wizard's resource point, unnoticed due to its high altitude and the distortion of light. The White Wizards have begun core-style warfare. This isn't good news, Richard muttered. The war had rapidly accelerated the White Wizards' growth, and the Black Wizards' disorganized attacks hastened this process. During the 2 academies' assault, Richard noticed the Black Wizards fighting independently, while the White Wizards tended to form groups. Though the Black Wizards were individually strong, they struggled against groups of apprentices with similar paper strength. If Richard were commanding, he would focus on dividing and encircling the White Wizards, commonly known as making dumplings. Concentrate superior forces, breach the White Wizards' defenses swiftly, and encircle to annihilate. Unfortunately, the leaders of the other 2 academies didn't share Richard's mindset. They managed to break through defenses but then let their apprentices scatter, leaving them to secure their own victories. This approach aligned with Black Wizard ideology but was ill-suited for warfare. The 2 new academies, according to the rules, should be Frostwind Wizard Academy and Aurora Wizard Academy, Richard mused, observing the 2 new groups of White Wizards on the ground. From above, the 2 groups formed a cluster outside the resource point, seemingly having minor conflicts with the Keeper Wizard Academy apprentices. We're all White Wizard apprentices, why won't you let us in? An Aurora Academy apprentice protested loudly at the guards blocking the entrance. Exactly, according to the rules, we're allies. Why can't we enter an ally's resource point? A Frostwind Wizard Academy apprentice chimed in. Earlier, these 2 academies had arrived at the resource point just as the Black Wizards were leaving, their timing almost too perfect. Keeper Wizard Academy, in mourning and anger due to the Black Wizard's slaughter, naturally suspected the timing was deliberate. Arriving just as the enemy left seemed too coincidental. Yet, it was indeed a coincidence. Unlike Keeper Wizard Academy, these 2 academies lacked a leader with enough prestige, leading to a power struggle upon entering the realm. After resolving leadership disputes, both academies followed the White Wizard manual, starting to build defenses at their resource points, which delayed them further. Once these issues were settled, they bickered internally before finally deciding to send representatives to Keeper Academy's resource point to exchange information and establish an alliance. Their arrival coincided perfectly with the end of Keeper Academy's battle with the Black Wizards. Rules are rules. Without the leader's order, none of you can enter. The guarding White Wizards replied coldly, dismissing the outsiders' protests. Having experienced war, Keeper Wizard Academy's apprentices looked upon these untested apprentices with a mix of pride and pity. These newcomers had no idea what awaited them. The protests were short-lived, as Ori's order came down. Let them in. Ori exchanged information with the leaders, or rather representatives, of the 2 academies. He shared some of Keeper Academy's experiences with them. Are you saying we white wizards can't win against black wizards initially unless we set traps and ambushes? The Frostwind Academy representative asked. This representative, named Greg, was over 2 meters tall with a red beard, resembling a berserker. Something like that, Ori replied casually. Without the tempering of war, our apprentice's quality is far inferior to the black wizards. It sounds unbelievable, but given the rules this time, the Academy likely intended this outcome. Across from him, the Aurora Academy representative spoke up. This representative, a necromancer named Manasi, spoke with ghostly blue soul fire flickering in his eye sockets. To eliminate low-quality apprentices among us and make wizards more elite. Ori did not disagree. Are you two planning to train your troops next? Ori asked. As he spoke, Ori led the 2 representatives through the streets. The resource point echoed with the sound of weeping, many apprentices having lost their lives in the war. They were men and women, with various relationships to the surviving apprentices. Undoubtedly, the deceased had connections with the living apprentices. The weight of death pressed on those who remained. Experiencing life and death was a necessary part of a wizard's journey. The ultimate goal of wizard academies was to provide soldiers for the planar battlefields. Greg struggled to breathe under the resource point's oppressive grief. The harsh realities of war left this ivory tower apprentice at a loss. Do you remember the rules for winning the war? Ori suddenly asked. When resource points drop below 2, or apprentice numbers fall by half, Manasi replied solemnly. The Academy is prepared for death, they've drawn a line for us. So, you two should think about it, Ori said softly. Death is inevitable. In the sky, Richard observed the other 2 academies' white wizards starting to leave. But their departure direction seemed off. Why were they heading toward his position? Fortunately, the sun soon set, and the white wizards chose not to march at night, opting to camp instead. Are they planning to attack the public resource point? Richard shifted his perspective back to himself, rubbing his temples in anxiety. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Richard's door. Since arranging the camp's defenses, Richard had stayed in this room, using Foggy to monitor the white wizard's movements. Who is it? Boss, it's Doug. I caught a magical beast. Would you like to try some? Doug? Magical beast? Richard realized it was someone trying to curry favor. All right, I got it. Stretching, Richard left the room. Outside, the entire resource point had transformed. Thick walls were completed, with apprentices standing guard atop them. Wooden cabins were constructed within the camp. Apprentices moved about the streets, gathering around campfires with familiar faces, eating rations and chatting. While the day's slaughter might be a painful memory for the white wizards, for the black wizards, it was just another day. Doug, an apprentice, approached Richard, offering a roasted magical beast leg like a treasure. The leg sizzled with oil, coated in spices, its aroma making mouths water. Boss, this magical beast meat is tender, you'll love it. Richard didn't mind Doug's flattery. He took the leg, tasted it, and nodded. Not bad. Glad you like it, boss, Doug replied obsequiously. If you want more, I have some. No need. Richard waved his hand. You're Doug, right? What faction? Alchemy faction, boss. Alchemy. How skilled are you? In what area? Doug laughed humbly. I study alchemical mechanics. I'm decent, but nowhere near your level, boss. Alchemical mechanics, not bad. Richard nodded, pulling a contract from his pocket, scribbling a few terms. Sign this, and you can stay in the rear. Doug's skills were average, judging by his magical fluctuations at an intermediate apprentice level, likely using a basic meditation technique. Such an apprentice would likely become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Doug examined the contract. It required him to assist Richard in crafting alchemical components and potions, prohibiting him from sharing any information. After the war, he would undergo a memory wipe by a soul wizard. Doug hesitated, then signed the contract. Though the terms were harsh, they were preferable to dying on the battlefield. Good. Richard yawned, handing Doug a parchment. Follow these instructions, and be thorough. He also gave Doug a magical pouch filled with alchemical materials. Having Doug craft alchemical components was a spur-of-the-moment decision. As an alchemy apprentice, Doug could process a batch of materials Richard had. Instead of sending him to the front lines, it made more sense for Doug to work in the rear. Doug thanked Richard profusely and left. After finishing the magical beast leg, Richard returned to his room to continue monitoring the White Wizard's movements. In the dense forest, despite learning from Keeper Academy's experience, these White Wizards still underestimated the war's brutality. Richard even spotted some male and female apprentices sneaking off together, leaving the camp. If they weren't so close to Keeper Academy's resource point, they'd be wiped out by morning. Through Foggy's night vision, Richard clearly saw several Black Wizard scouts observing the camp. Meanwhile, The White Wizard sentries seemed oblivious, failing to notice anything. Void Academy apprentices? Richard maneuvered foggy through the forest, locating the lurking Void and Annihilation academies. After their defeat, the two academies chose not to return to their resource points to fortify, instead lying in wait in the forest. Boss, these White Wizards aren't from the same group as the resource point apprentices, a Black Wizard scout reported. Shall we raid them tonight? Anderson and Aldo exchanged glances. A night raid is a good idea. Are you in? Anderson asked. Aldo's soul fire flared. Of course. Chapter 92, Apprentice War, Part 10. Under the cover of night, Black Wizard apprentices silently advanced toward the White Wizard's camp, while the latter remained blissfully unaware. Gathered around campfires, they chatted about the future. Then the spells struck. Boom. The sudden explosion of spells startled the apprentices, who leaped to their feet, looking toward the source of the noise. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a barrage of spells rained down on them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A White Wizard apprentice shouted in panic. The entire camp descended into chaos, the unexpected night raid leaving them bewildered and rushing toward the resource point. Rally! Don't panic! A loud voice boomed through the crowd. Greg rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant over 3 meters tall, with soil spreading across his body to form an earth elemental armor. Counterattack! All squad leaders, organize a counterattack. Anyone fleeing will be treated as deserters. Greg roared and charged toward the attackers. The Black Wizard apprentices, cloaked in darkness, resembled Grim Reapers harvesting souls, but they hurriedly avoided Greg. The gap between ordinary apprentices and top-tier ones wasn't something a single Black Wizard could bridge. Greg's roar momentarily disoriented several Black Wizard apprentices. He stomped the ground, summoning stone spikes that pierced the stunned Black Wizards. Greg's presence provided a semblance of calm for the White Wizard apprentices. The reassurance of a powerful ally dispelled some of their fear. Gather up and show these Black Wizards what we're made of. Let them see the might of the White Wizards. Squad leaders among the White Wizards began organizing a counterattack, but soon witnessed a sight that sent shivers down their spines. I thought you were an extreme apprentice, but you're just a senior apprentice with a bloodline fusion. Aldo's soul fire flickered in his eyes as two undead creatures, resembling canine skeletons, emerged from the woods, harassing Greg. Each attack stripped away chunks of his armor. In addition to these undead, a terrifying skeletal serpent over 10 meters long slithered from the forest, heading straight for the camp. Target 50 meters ahead, prepare fireball. A squad leader issued a command, but before the apprentices could cast, the serpent disrupted their formation, its bony spikes leaving them bloodied. The white apprentices attempted a counterattack, but the serpent's body seemed as solid as iron. Their spells at best left shallow scratches, and the weaker ones merely scorched its surface. Damn it. Greg wanted to assist, but the two undead kept him pinned. Any slip-up would allow Aldo and his minions to tear him apart. You're still too green compared to Keeper Academy. Aldo laughed wickedly, watching the white apprentices get slaughtered. Without formation or command, ordinary Black Wizard apprentices were far superior to their white counterparts, leaving the latter no choice but to flee. The same held true for Frostwind Academy and Aurora Academy. Today, I offer 88 heads to my lord to cleanse the stain of today's defeat. Anderson shouted fervently, his sword claiming one white apprentice's life after another. Nearby, Void Academy's Black Wizards continued to reap the lives of Aurora Academy's white apprentices. As Aurora Academy's representative, Manasi had to step up and boost his side's morale. A fanatic, I never thought I'd encounter one like you. Manasi's soul fire flared, resembling two blazing torches. Gripping a bone staff, he summoned a 3-meter-tall skeletal general clad in alchemical armor, looking imposing. A necromancer. I should have let Annihilation Academy handle this, Anderson grumbled at the skeletal general. Lacking flesh and blood, it couldn't offer him any enhancement. After a defeat, instead of fortifying defenses, are you Black Wizards stupid? Manasi maneuvered the skeletal general toward Anderson, any Black Wizards it touched instantly withering into dried husks. A defeat? Anderson sneered. What does Keeper Academy's prowess have to do with Aurora Academy? With that, Anderson drew another longsword from his magic pouch. Armed with dual swords, his demeanor transformed once more. His gaze toward Manasi was steady, as if assessing a dead man or a seasoned sword master appraising a challenger. False persona. Manasi recognized Anderson's technique, his soul fire leaping. Aren't you afraid of being overtaken by the false persona, never to return? Anderson raised his swords, tracing a cross in the air. I've given my body and soul to my lord, and I have no regrets, even in death. Madman. Manasi cursed, dividing his focus between controlling the skeletal general and using necromancy to harass Anderson. He knew relying solely on the skeletal general would lead to his demise. Clang. 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 The skeletal general's bone blade clashed with Anderson's dual swords, sparks flying and bone fragments scattering in the forest. In his sword master mode, Anderson's every strike was a masterpiece, embodying countless indigenous masters' secrets. If not for the skeletal general's lack of vital points, Anderson would have pierced its heart, organs, and brain by now. Manassi struggled to control the general, as Anderson seemed to have discerned his habits, making his attacks increasingly effective. If he couldn't find a way to counter Anderson soon, he'd have to flee. The gap between top-tier white and black wizard apprentices wasn't as vast as among ordinary apprentices, but it was still significant. Damn, we'll have to rely on Keeper Academy. Manassi sighed internally. At the onset of the raid, he'd sent an apprentice to seek Keeper Academy's aid. Having been tempered by fire and blood, Keeper Academy's apprentices were far superior in combat to those of Aurora and Frostwind Academies. Both academies had only brought half their apprentices. Suddenly attacked by two Black Wizard Academies, they could only count on Keeper Academy. Resource point, meeting room. You're saying the Black Wizards launched a night raid? Ori asked the reporting apprentice gravely. Are you sure both Black Wizard Academies are involved? The messenger apprentice nodded vigorously. I'm certain. Both we and Frostwind Academy were attacked. Over there, a necromancer revived 3 undead, 2 wolves and a serpent, exactly like what you described from Annihilation Academy. Alright, I understand. Keeper Academy will assist. Ori waved the apprentice away. Everyone, I have a plan. Ori leaned on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. I want to annihilate these black wizards. The other senior apprentices were stunned, looking at Ori as if he were mad. What's your plan? Bartolaz rubbed his temples. As Ori's old rival, he knew Ori's arrogance was usually backed by substance. We have around 700 apprentices, with about 600 combat ready, Ori said, sketching a map on the table with T. I plan to divide them into 3 groups, 2 to cut off the Black Wizard's retreat, 1 to support our allies. 200 for support? An apprentice frowned. Isn't that too few? Ori nodded. It's a bit tight, but remember, we're not supporting ordinary people. They're White Wizard apprentices like us. We just need to help them stabilize, they can handle the counterattack themselves. Besides, Ori paused, the other 400 won't be idle. They can flank from behind. A bold plan, Bartolaz commented flatly. But it's a risk worth taking. If things went as Ori envisioned, this war would be over. With only 1 remaining Black Wizard Academy, they couldn't possibly withstand the 3,000-strong White Wizard Apprentice Alliance. The senior apprentices exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Gather the apprentices immediately, 400 to flank, 200 to battle with me. Ori stood tall, a hint of madness in his smile. It was time to erase the disgrace. In the sky, Richard watched as the White Wizard apprentices divided into 3 formations. 2 moved out to the flanks, while 1 headed for the 2 academies' camps. Damn, they're going to encircle them. Richard realized Ori's plan at once. A double envelopment to end the war swiftly. Keeper Academy's commander had a large appetite. Will I let you have your way? Richard switched perspectives, leaving his room to rally the apprentices. Assemble. Assemble. During wartime, few apprentices chose to meditate, so Richard quickly gathered nearly 200. Void and Annihilation Academies are in danger. Richard wasted no time, outlining the current situation. Keeper Academy, whom we defeated, is collaborating with 2 other academies to encircle and annihilate Void and Annihilation. We need to support them. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, we'll have a tough battle. The White Wizards have begun organized warfare. We must treat this fight with utmost seriousness, no underestimation. The Black Wizards exchanged glances, with no protests or questions, promptly preparing for the upcoming battle. Richard's reasoning was sound. If Annihilation and Void were annihilated, this war was essentially over. If other Black Wizard territories also faced issues, the only outcome would be a bloody academy exam. Fighting the White Wizards was preferable to scheming against classmates in the exam. 5 minutes later, the apprentices were ready. Richard counted them, ensuring the number stayed at 200, then led them toward the battlefield. The White Wizards' camp was ablaze with battle. Greg was entangled with Aldo's undead hounds, unable to break free. Though Frostwind Academy's apprentices resisted, the undead serpent constantly disrupted their formations, causing significant losses. Meanwhile, Anderson's swords nearly dismantled the skeletal general, with Manassi's magical interference failing to prevent its collapse. It seemed too late. Allies of Aurora Academy, Keeper Academy is here to support. A loud shout echoed through the camp, accompanied by the hallmark of the White Wizard Corps, spell torrents. Dozens of purple lightning bolts shot from staves, instantly reducing 2 black wizards to charred remains. Seeing the white wizard corps arriving, the black apprentices retreated. They weren't foolish. Fighting inexperienced white wizards was one thing, but they dared not provoke the organized corps. Ori, overseeing the battle, smirked. Escape? Do you think you can? 12 o'clock, distance 250, left 10, spiralized spikes, prepare. Ori commanded, and 30 spiralized spikes appeared beside the spellcasting apprentices, targeting Anderson engaged with the skeletal general. Fire. In an instant, 30 ice spikes, trailing icy mist, shot toward Anderson with lightning speed. Anderson showed no expression, his dual swords weaving a barrier that deflected the ice spikes effortlessly. But only Anderson knew his arms trembled slightly. His body was nearing its limit. Retreat. Anderson ordered, turning to flee into the forest. Ori didn't pursue, redirecting his forces to support Frostwind Academy and summoning Manasi. Manasi, I have a plan. I need Aurora Academy's apprentices to assist. Manasi's soul fire flickered. What's the plan? How can we help? I plan to annihilate these black wizards, so I need you to rally your apprentices and press these fleeing black wizards with me. Ori added, you don't need to engage directly, just intimidate them. Alright. Manasi agreed without hesitation, his soul fire flaring brightly. Aurora Wizard Academy's apprentices will fully cooperate with you.